They finally started moving, Josh said as he shifted his gaze to the two round mirrors in front of him. The demons are now going to war. Byron and the Pope of the Holy Order nodded their heads in understanding. We will wait for you to report their movements to us, Byron replied. Are you confident that you will be able to hold them back for 2 months? Josh shook his head. Originally, I thought the same. But now, I think the most I can do is delay their advance for a month. Their numbers, the quality of their army, as well as their siege weaponry has far exceeded my expectations. I'm afraid my fortress will fall in less than a month, but I will try to hold it for as long as possible. How are things on your end? We need 1 more month to complete the battle array, the Pope replied. 2 more pseudo-gods will descend from the heavens in a month. By then, Ahriman's and our high-end fighters will be evenly matched. The demons may number in the millions, but our forces combined number in the tens of millions. Unless Ahriman has nothing cooked up under his sleeve, I don't see any possibility for their invasion to succeed. Josh snorted as he gazed at the Pope, who was in control of the strongest organization in the world. Ahriman is a primordial god, Josh stated. He may be sealed, but he is not stupid. I'm sure that he is also aware of the disparity of numbers. I don't believe that he had nothing up his sleeve. The Pope smiled because she agreed with Josh's conclusion. Byron, on the other hand, was still frowning. Are you sure that it is a wise idea to leave the Prince of Darkness alone? Byron asked. There is still the possibility of him being the dungeon conqueror, right? The Pope sighed before giving her answer. We have no choice. We signed an agreement with him. Until Felix is dealt with, the Holy Order of Light and the Prince of Darkness will not fight against each other. Also, him being the dungeon conqueror is merely a hunch. Right now, the disappearances of dungeons have stopped completely. This coincides with the movements of the demons, so the other possibility of the dungeon conqueror being Ahriman's pawn is also valid. We are afraid of getting pincered from the back and the front, so we decided to position the majority of the Alliance's forces in the center of the continent. That way, we will be able to act as soon as any signs of internal trouble arise. Josh didn't join the discussion because he didn't plan to share the information he had about William. Because Vesta was currently in the Thousand Beast domain, he was quite aware of what was happening on William's end. For him, William was a dark horse, and must be treated carefully. The Black Dragon had a nagging feeling that it would be better to betray the Holy Order of Light than betray William, who had now stepped into the rank of demigods. I don't know why his conquest for dungeons had stopped, Josh thought. He hasn't been inside the Thousand Beast domain for quite some time now. Did something happen to him? The Black Dragon lightly tapped the armrest of his throne, as he listened to Byron's and the Pope's exchange. Although legions of demons were currently headed in his direction, he didn't feel any fear towards them. He knew that his fortress role was to only delay the inevitable war between the demons, humans, elves, as well as the other races of the world. Josh believed that the victor of this battle would be those who had the greatest conviction. As someone who was also planning revenge, the Black Dragon was leaning more on William, despite the fact that the half-elf was currently at a disadvantage. Just what are you doing right now, boy? Josh thought as his conference with Byron and the Pope ended. I hope that you will give me a wonderful surprise the next time we meet on the battlefield. Hestia Academy. Did you see his reaction? The Pope asked Byron through the round mirror. He knows something, but he's not sharing it with us. Byron nodded his head in agreement. Unfortunately, we can't force him to tell us anything. Right now, we are relying on him to hold the demons back. The Pope's lips curled up into a sneer as she gazed at the headmaster of Hestia Academy, who was trying to sugarcoat Josh's lack of interest in sharing the information about William. Seeing the Pope's reaction, Byron sighed as he held up both hands. There have been no signs of the boy anywhere, Byron stated. The last time someone saw him was when the 2 virtues were released. Since then, no one has been able to pinpoint his current location. Even the Alliances and the Underworld's information network couldn't sniff out his whereabouts. He seemed to have disappeared into thin air, just like the rumored dungeon conqueror who has been conquering dungeons left and right. The Pope chuckled after hearing Byron's voice that had a trace of anxiety in it. So what if he is the dungeon conqueror? People asked in a challenging tone. Back then, his father might have been able to move in the world unhindered, but that was only because he controlled 10 demigods. A month from now, the Order of Light will have 4 pseudogods serving our noble cause. Even if the number of demigods he possessed became 20 or 30, they are still no match against the existences that surpassed their rank. Byron sighed as he looked at the Pope with a fed-up gaze. That boy should not be underestimated, Byron replied. You keep on forgetting that he is also part of a prophecy. Do you honestly believe that dealing with him will be so simple? The Pope gave Byron a teasing smile that made the latter feel uncomfortable. It is not that I am underestimating that boy, William, the Pope stated. It is just that we are already preparing a ceremony that will ensure that he will be properly dealt with at a later time. Byron frowned. A ceremony? What kind of ceremony? I will keep it a secret for now. The surprise will lose its effect when it is out of the bag. Fine. Byron couldn't help but wonder where the Pope's confidence was coming from. It seemed that after the 2 virtues were defeated, the Pope decided to take matters in her own hand in order to deal with William. I don't know if I should pity him or not, Byron mused as he thought of the boy who had caught his interest early on. The Holy Order of Light is a bunch of crazy people. Getting entangled with them would only lead to endless trouble. I'm just glad that I'm not their enemy. Byron ended his conversation with the Pope as he contacted his agents who were scattered all over the continent. He had a nagging feeling that William was doing something big. However, he just couldn't put his finger in it. If he is really the dungeon conqueror, he must never stop conquering dungeons in order to raise his army, Byron muttered as he stared at the map of the central continent on his table. But no reports of dungeons being raided have appeared during the past few weeks. Just what in the 9 hells is that brat up to? A month after William had entered the 7th sanctum. Foolish child that is corrupted by darkness. Do you really think you can defeat us even with the help of that black phoenix behind you? A blonde beauty whose eyes flashed with lightning bolts said with a sneer. It seems that this mortal thinks that he can casually waltz into our domain and defeat us just because he has a beast that is on par with one of us. A silver-haired beauty with a stern expression stated. Child, we know that you are now the current dungeon conqueror of this world. But so what? In front of us sisters, you are nothing. The silver-haired beauty's words boomed like thunder, pushing back the flames of the black phoenix, Sepharon. Although Sepharon was now a pseudogod and a black phoenix, its element had turned into the element of darkness. Light was its natural enemy, and lightning was a form of light. The twin pseudogods of lighting and thunder stared down at the black-haired teenager who was looking at both of them with an amused expression on his face. Astrape and Bronte, twin pseudogods of lightning and thunder. These 2 beautiful deities are the protectors of the 7th sanctum. Together, they can call upon a devastating storm to wreak havoc on their enemies. Their main weapons are golden lightning bolts that can instantly turn any mortal they hit to ashes. I came here thinking that I'd only be getting 1 pseudogod, William said. Who would have thought that there would be 2 of you here? This saves me a lot of trouble. Capturing both of you and making you submit to me will make my month-long troubles worthwhile. The half-elf smirked as he read the information about the 2 pseudogods that were in front of him. Arrogant child. It seems that the outside world has changed a lot since we were born. They have completely forgotten that there are some existences that are far above their ability to control. So what if you are the dungeon conqueror? In front of us, you are nothing. Die! The twin pseudogods held hands and fired a gigantic, golden lightning bolt in William's direction. Sepharon was about to step in front of William in order to protect him, but the half-elf ordered it to not interfere. I admit that I'm not as strong as the 2 of you, William said with a smile. However, there are a few things that I am not afraid of, and 2 of them are thunder and lightning. William raised his hand and the golden lightning bolt that was meant to kill him stopped completely. It hovered a few inches away from his right hand and didn't dare to move any further. Impossible. How can a mere mortal like you stop our attack? The half-elf smirked as he grabbed the edge of the golden lightning bolt. Soon, it shrank in size until it was only a meter long. William then twirled the golden lightning bolt into his hands and shot it up towards the sky. A few seconds later, it returned to William's hand like a loyal pet that awaited its master's command. "Weaponize," William said softly, and the golden lightning bolt formed a solid shape. A moment later, the black-haired teenager held a metallic, golden lightning bolt in his hand that shone brightly. "Weird. Is this just a coincidence?" William muttered as he stared at the golden weapon in his hand. It reminded him of the weapon that Diaz had used against him when they fought each other in that dreamlike place where he saw Ella in her human form for the first time. "You? Just who are you?" A strape who wielded the power of lightning asked. "How can you hold that divine weapon as if it was nothing? Didn't I tell you earlier?" William replied as he twirled the golden lightning bolt in his hand. "I am not afraid of lightning and thunder. Fate has decreed that both of you are to become my subordinates. This is your destiny." "Destiny?" Bronte sneered. "The only thing that is destined to happen here is your death." The silver-haired deity screamed, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed Sephiron several meters away from where it was. William's robes fluttered in the breeze as he looked at Bronte with a devilish smile on his face. Seeing that their special attacks weren't working against the black-haired teenager, the twins exchanged a glance at each other before flying towards William with the intention to fight him in close combat. A moment later, 3 beams of light zigzagged across the sky as the 2 deities fought tooth and nail against the half-elf, who was having no trouble fighting them at the same time. Although they were pseudo-gods, their specialty lay in controlling lightning and thunder. Their physical prowess might be stronger than most, but it was only at the demigod rank. William was now a demigod, and was very experienced in physical battles. After making Chloe one of his women, he had also gained the familiar's battle experience, which increased his close combat capabilities to the next level. After several minutes of exchanges, the 2 deities backed away and stared at William, who still had a devilish smile plastered on his face. "Now do the 2 of you understand?" William asked. "Both of you cannot beat me. I'm the bane of your existences. I'd rather die than serve you. I will not bow down to someone that is corrupted by darkness." William chuckled because he found the 2 deities' words very funny. Whether they liked him or not, he really didn't care. The moment he took the dungeon core from the 7th sanctum, both Astrape and Bronte were as good as his. "Well then, it's time to end this battle," William declared as he activated his lightning strider skill. The golden lightning bolt in his hand turned into a dark lightning bolt that he stabbed into Astrape's chest, making the lightning deity scream in pain. Soon, the color of her hair changed from blonde to black, as William forcefully corrupted her with the power of darkness. "You fiend!" Bronte roared as she attacked William in order to allow her sister to escape, but a flaming wing slapped her away and prevented her from stopping her sister's corruption. Bronte then gathered all the divinity that she could muster as she prepared for a suicide attack, which she hoped would be strong enough to kill the black-haired teenager who was making her twins suffer. "Die!" Bronte charged at William with a booming thunderous roar that split the sky in half. However, before she could even punch the hateful half-elf, her sister, Astrape, stood in front of him with her hands spread wide, making Bronte hesitate for a brief moment. However, that one moment of hesitation was fatal. A black lightning bolt shot out of Astrape's body and headed straight towards Bronte's chest, who was completely caught by surprise. "No!" Bronte screamed as she tried to pull out the black lightning bolt that was embedded on her chest. "I don't want to be corrupted. I refuse." Astrape then moved towards her sister and whispered something in her ear. "It's fine, Bronte," Astrape whispered. "Fall with me into darkness." Without another word, Astrape held the black lightning bolt in her hands and pressed it deeper into her sister's chest. Bronte looked at her sister in shock and disbelief as the power of darkness broke past her resistance. "Sister," Bronte said weakly as her beautiful silver hair slowly turned black. "Don't worry. I am here with you," Astrape whispered in a voice that was filled with assurance and comfort. We will still be together. Forever. A tear slid down the corner of Bronte's eyes as the final resistance in her heart disappeared. Soon, her entire being had been corrupted by darkness. "A strape greets my new master," a strape said as she knelt in front of William. "Bronte greets my new master." Bronte knelt the same way her twin did. William smiled as he presented his hands to the two deities, which they happily received. "From now on, the two of you will become my shield maidens," William declared. "You will follow me in battle and fight for me." "We hear and obey, master." Astrape and Bronte kissed the backs of William's hands, swearing their loyalty to him. A moment later, a golden portal appeared behind the two of them, revealing the room where the dungeon core was located. William walked through the golden portal and pressed his right hand over the dungeon core that shivered under his touch. "Do not be afraid," William said softly as if coaxing a child. "You are no longer alone." Soon the dungeon core shrank and flew towards the obsidian gem in William's chest. The black-haired teenager closed his eyes and saw, amidst the darkness, several golden orbs that glowed brightly. They were the dungeon cores that he had absorbed and were now under his command. On that day, the seventh sanctum disappeared from the face of the world. In its place was just a gigantic crater that spanned many miles. William disappeared without a trace and headed to his next destination. Although he now had 2 additional pseudogods under his command, the half-elf knew that this was far from enough. "Optimus, what is the closest forbidden ground from here?" William asked. "To the southwest lies the forbidden ground called Tir Na Nog. Here are its coordinates." William looked at the information that was presented to him. A minute later, he nodded his head in understanding. "Well then, I guess I'll be fighting fairies this time." William chuckled as his body turned into a black lightning bolt that streaked through the night sky. Now with 3 pseudogods under his command, he was confident that he would be able to conquer the next SS-rank dungeon in less than a month. William sighed in pleasure as Charmaine gave him a massage. The pretty elf was his personal maid, as well as his head maid inside the Thousand Beast domain. The moment he returned, he immediately asked her to prepare a bath for him, and told her to give him a massage afterwards. The conquest of the Seventh Sanctum had not been an easy task because the last boss floor where Astrape and Bronte were located could only be opened if a puzzle was solved. The puzzle pieces could be collected on each floor of the dungeon. However, William didn't know this because he just focused on finding the entrances inside the dungeon so he could proceed to the next floor. After reaching the last floor, the half-elf was forced to return to the lower floors to search for the pieces of the puzzle, which took a lot of time. The dungeon floors of the Seventh Sanctum were very wide. They were similar to the floors of Atlantis, where it would take a day or 2 to find the entrances to each floor. Fortunately, William had a legion of myriad ranked beasts that could scour the dungeon floors and terrorize the monsters that spawned inside it. The remaining monster bodies that his legion of myriad beasts hadn't consumed were directly sent to the Thousand Beast domain and divided among its inhabitants. Monsters ate the flesh of stronger monsters in order to advance their rank. Since Kasaganaga was no longer around to help feed the Requiem ants, William took it upon himself to ensure that they were properly nourished with strong monsters to increase the queen's rank, and allow her to give birth to stronger monsters. "You're very stiff, master," Charmaine said as she patiently massaged William's back. "I'm sorry, because I'm not strong. I am unable to help you clear the dungeons faster." "Your role is more important than clearing dungeons, Charmaine," William replied. "The only thing you need to take care of is the management of this villa and me. You don't have to worry about anything else. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, master." Charmaine could feel her cheeks burning because William's words plucked her heartstrings. She then proceeded to dedicate her entire focus on massaging her master's well-toned naked body to the best of her abilities. While the half-elf was enjoying this peaceful moment, Chloe, Sep Heron, Astrape and Bronte were busy clearing the floors of the dungeon of Tir Na Nog. It was one of the forbidden grounds in the central continent, which was ruled by the fairy queen, Titania. The black-haired teenager decided to take a break from dungeon diving and allowed his subordinates to clear the dungeon for him. He ordered them to only call him once a problem arose, or if they reached the final floor of the dungeon. "What is the latest news about the central continent?" William asked. "I've been gone for a month, so Felix might have already made his move, right?" "Yes, master," Charmaine replied. "According to our spies, they started their march towards the fortress of Amberfong a month ago. It will probably take a week or two before they reach their destination. Moving an army of that size is not a simple task." William nodded his head in understanding. Because of the Thousand Beast domain, he could easily go anywhere while bringing his army with him. Felix didn't have that option, so he had to use the traditional approach of marching his army across vast swaths of lands. "How about the movement of the Alliance?" William inquired. "Did Ephemera send you a message?" The corner of Charmaine's lips curled up into a smile after hearing the name of the virtuous Lady of Justice. Ephemera had contacted her using the communication crystal that William had secretly handed to her, without Lyra's knowledge. The half-elf was sure that if he had also handed Lyra a communication crystal, the virtue of temperance would call him every day, even if she had nothing to report. Ephemera said that all of the 7 virtues are to remain in the Palace of Light until further notice, Charmaine replied. However, the elites of their army have already positioned themselves in the center of the continent. Their role is to give support to whichever side needs reinforcements when the demons cross over the borders of the central continent. "I see. Master, Ephemera also kept on complaining that you broke your promise to meet her after a week. She even explicitly told me to report to her right away the moment you returned." "I forgot about that completely." William chuckled as he imagined Ephemera's irritated expression when she found out that he still hasn't come out of the 7th sanctum. "Have you told her that I am back?" "No," Charmaine answered. "I decided to wait for your instructions before doing so." "Very good. Remind me to reward you later. Then, Master, will you give me what I want?" William didn't reply to Charmaine's question, and the elf didn't insist on continuing the discussion. "Master, I finished massaging your back," Charmaine said. "Please turn around." William turned around and faced the pretty elf who had devoted everything to him. "Charmaine." "Yes, Master." "Wait a little while longer. Okay?" William said. "I promise to embrace you soon." Charmaine smiled sweetly as she nodded her head. "Understood. I will patiently wait for that day." William closed his eyes as Charmaine's experienced hands massaged his thighs in order to remove the exhaustion he felt from his dungeon expedition. "Tell Ephemera that I have returned," William replied. "I will talk to her tomorrow. I don't want her throwing a tantrum because I broke my promise to meet her." "Understood," Charmaine replied, although she felt envious of her master's secret mistresses. She knew that William cared about her in his own way. There was something else that our spies reported about the demon army," Charmaine said as she lightly knocked her fist against head as if punishing herself for forgetting something important. "It seems that your cousin, Eve, is within the ranks of the demon army. According to the reports, she can be found at the rear of their battle formation." William opened his eyes, and a streak of black lightning flashed within their golden depths. "Understood," William commented. "When our spies contacted us again, tell them to pay extra attention to the movements of my cousin." "As you wish." Charmaine nodded her head. "Is there anything else that you would like to tell them, Master?" "No," William replied. "You can have them carry out their missions as usual." "Understood." "Charmaine." "Yes." "Thank you," William said as he closed his eyes to rest. The pretty elf looked at her master's sleeping face for a full minute before lowering her head to give him a lingering kiss on the lips that lasted only for a few seconds before she pulled back. William had given her the privilege to become intimate with him, but only when they were alone. "Thank you as well, Master," Charmaine replied as she continued to give her exhausted master a massage. Although this was the only thing that she could do for him at the moment, she was more than happy to be of use to him when he needed her the most. The day after William returned to the Thousand Beast domain, after getting a good night's rest, William joined everyone to have breakfast together. It had been nearly a month since everyone had seen him, and they were quite curious about the things that he had done in the outside world. Since they were staying inside William's domain, they were unable to get out of it, unless the black-haired teenager had given them the ability to do so. Among the ladies, only Chloe had the ability to leave the domain anytime she wanted. William had placed a spawning location inside the city of Alabaster. Since it was a trade city where information from all parts of the central continent could be gathered, the half-elf thought that it was the ideal place to gather the recent news and rumors that were spreading in every kingdom and empire across the land. Chloe could freely teleport inside the city and return inside the Thousand Beast domain anytime that she wanted. This was how she was able to communicate with the spies that were under Josh's control in the Demon Continent, as well as Ephemera's weekly report on what was happening in the Alliance. "Lord William, do you have any pressing matters to do today?" Shannon asked as she gazed at the half-elf with an expectant gaze from under her fox mask. "No," William replied. "Do you need me for something?" Shannon nodded her head. "You see, my fox mask is almost out of power. Without it, I will not be able to control my divinity, and I might cause everyone here in the Thousand Beast domain to commit suicide. That is indeed a problem. I know, right?" William drank his wine before placing the cup back on top of the table. He then gazed at the young fox lady who had decided to stay with him after she had escaped from Hestia Academy. "Since you asked me if I'm busy or not, it means that you need my help to recharge the power of that artifact, right?" William inquired. "So, how may I help you?" Although the half-elf was now immune to the power of Shannon's divinity, the rest of his subordinates, with the exception of those who held powerful divinities and Chloe, were not. He would not allow the fox lady's divinity to run wild under his watch. "It's simple, really. I just need you to help recharge the fox mask with the power of darkness," Shannon answered. "That's it?" William asked back. "Yes, simple, right? For some reason, I have a feeling that it will not be that simple." Shannon chuckled, and her laughter was like the pealing of bells. William still didn't know what divinity she held. All he knew was that she could cause a one-sided genocide the moment she took off the mask from her beautiful face. "I will help you this afternoon," William stated after thinking for a while. He would still need to drink blood from Charmaine and the maids before having a session with Princess Ayla to stabilize his soul. After contracting the twin deities, Astrape and Bronte, he felt a sudden pressure in his soul that gave him some slight discomfort. It was as if his soul had become unstable once again after gaining the power of the twin deities who held the power of lightning and thunder. Shannon nodded. "Okay, this afternoon will be good as well." After getting William's reply, Shannon left the dining table while humming a happy tune. She then returned directly to her room without giving anyone a sidelong glance. Originally, her mask still had 2 weeks' worth of power in it, but she didn't like to take chances. Shannon knew how important the people inside the Thousand Beast domain were to William, so she didn't want to harm any of them by accident. After returning to her room, Shannon went to her drawing room where a blank canvas was waiting for her. "Well then, time to start," Shannon said softly as she pressed her brush on the canvas surface. Soon the brush moved in fast and powerful strokes, as Shannon drew the portrait of a beautiful white-haired girl with crimson eyes. The white-haired beauty was wearing a silver tiara on her head, studded with red gems, which complemented the color of her eyes. There was a small golden snake that was coiled around her neck, and its head rested on her shoulder, as if taking a nap. It was like an accessory that laid motionless, giving the drawing in front of Shannon a melancholic atmosphere. After drawing the lady, she then drew a garden of blooming flowers that created a picturesque backdrop that heightened the presence of the silver-haired lady, whose eyes were filled with sadness. Shannon stopped moving the brush in her hand and admired her work for half a minute before nodding her head in satisfaction. "I've always wanted to meet you," Shannon said softly as she dabbed the brush in purple paint and drew a portal in her painting. Soon, the canvas disappeared, and it was replaced by a misty blue portal that showed the garden she had just drawn. Shannon smiled as she walked through the portal like she had done when she took everyone to the Demon Continent, in search of the half-elf who had now fallen into darkness. Southern continent, Hellon Kingdom. Estelle looked at the garden in front of her with a sad expression on her face. When the curse was lifted from her body, she was in a party that was held to celebrate the union of Brianna and her younger brother, Prince Ernest. Her transformation created a scene, which caught everyone's attention. After the light receded from her body, her beautiful appearance mesmerized the young nobles, as well as the influential people that had come to celebrate Prince Ernest's and Brianna's engagement party. Since then, she had received numerous marriage proposals, but she turned all of them down. However, the letters as well as personal visits didn't end, which frustrated the young lady, whose identity was known to all. She was none other than Estelle Neumont vi Hellon, the one and only princess of the Hellon Kingdom. After Princess Sydney's disappearance, she was crowned the new #1 beauty in the southern continent, and many young men wished for her to become their bride. Unfortunately for them, Estelle only had eyes for one man, and yet, that man was somewhere far from her reach. As she was thinking of her beloved half-elf, she felt a fluctuation in the air. The golden snake that was coiled on her neck raised its head as it hissed at the purple portal that materialized out of nowhere. A few seconds later, a lady with long white hair, who was wearing a fox mask, appeared in front of her. Estelle immediately summoned her holy sword and pointed it on the stranger that had appeared uninvited inside the royal gardens of the palace. "Who are you?" Estelle asked as the holy sword in her hand shone with a golden radiance. Shannon smiled from under the mask as she raised both of her hands in surrender, to prevent the silver-haired lady from attacking her. "Salutations," Shannon replied. "Although I may look suspicious, I guarantee that I am not. I hail from the central continent, and I came here to share some news with you about your beloved, William." "Will?" Estelle frowned. "How do you know about him? Who are you?" The young fox lady held her skirt and made a curtsy as she introduced herself to one of the people whom William held very dear in his darkness-stained heart. "Shannon," Shannon said in a respectful tone, "I came here to ask you a favor, Your Highness." "A favor?" "Yes, a favor in exchange for an opportunity to see your beloved, who is stopping himself from seeing you due to his current state." Estelle narrowed her eyes as she stared at the mysterious lady that seemed to know William very well. "Start talking," Estelle ordered. "What is your relationship with Will?" Shannon smiled from underneath her mask before raising her head. She then stared at William's best friend and lover, whose sword was now pointed in her direction. "Worry not, Your Highness, I am not your enemy," Shannon replied. "In fact, both of us are allies. After all, I am Will's." A tear fell down the side of Estelle's face, followed by another after she heard what had happened to William and the others in the Demon Continent. Ash was her loyal attendant that had served her for many years. Estelle allowed her to follow William to the Central Continent because she was worried about him. She didn't expect that her dear friend, whom she treated as her sister, had died while trying to save William from the hands of the primordial god of darkness and chaos. "How is he right now?" Estelle asked as the tears in her eyes blurred her vision. "Broken beyond repair, and corrupted by darkness," Shannon replied. "Right now, he is busy raising his army for vengeance, and it won't be long before he faces Felix and Ahriman on the battlefield once again." Estelle wiped the tears in her eyes as she made a decision. She would not allow William to fight alone, especially in a battle against a god. "I need to be with him," Estelle muttered. "I need to go to the Central Continent." Shannon nodded her head in agreement. However, her next words made the silver-haired lady look back at her with confusion. "Before you go to the Central Continent, there are a few people that you should bring with you on your trip," Shannon stated. "You need to go get William's first wife, Wendy, Amelia, and Priscilla." Estelle blinked once then twice before she regained her composure. "I can understand why I should take Wendy with me," Estelle said. "She is William's first wife." Estelle said the words first wife through gritted teeth as if she didn't like saying it. She was the first one who found William, and the first one to love him. However, due to the curse on her body, she was unable to confess her feelings to him, which gave Wendy the opportunity to take first base, and secure the position of first wife. This time it was Shannon's turn to blink from under the mask. She then tilted her head in confusion as a thought appeared inside her head. Is there perhaps a faction war going on among William's wives? Shannon thought. This sounds interesting. A few minutes later, Estelle regained her composure as she shifted her attention back to the fox lady and asked her to continue what she was about to say. Well, just like I said earlier, you need to bring Wendy, Amelia, and Priscilla with you on your journey. You can also bring Ash's twin, Isaac, with you. Is that still her name? Amira, Estelle replied. Her name is Amira. Shannon nodded. I'm sure that you will also bring her with you because she is your loyal attendant. But, does she look like Ash? Yes, Estelle replied. Their only difference is the color of their eyes and hair. I see. Why? Is that going to be a problem? Shannon rubbed her chin. It depends on how much we'll Mrs. Ash. Although I don't think he would go so far as to harm his wife's twin sister. Their resemblance might make his corrupted heart waver. Estelle thought about it for a moment before firmly shaking her head. He will not do that. I don't know how much William had changed after his heartbreaking experience, but I still believe that the old him still remains inside him somewhere. The corner of Shannon's lips curled up from under the mask, but she didn't reply to Estelle's statement. She had already noticed that William didn't care about Celeste even though she looked just like Celine. Even Chloe, who resembled Celine in a way, was not treated as a substitute by William. This just proved that the half-elf would not reach out to embrace them. But this could change at any given time. After all, William's concept of right or wrong was starting to change as well. Although he tried to act normal on the surface, his core character was slowly changing. The drastic change happened after the two virtues were captured. It was at that moment when William's darker tendencies surfaced, which almost ended up on Lyra's and Ephemera's total corruption. If not for the fact that the remaining half of William's soul had taken a firm stance to prevent them from falling into depravity, the two virtuous ladies might have lost their true self and become mindless slaves that would move according to his bidding. I also believe in him, Shannon replied with a firm tone. However, it is still best to be careful. Shannon then stood up from the bench and walked towards the purple portal. Time is almost up, and I need to go back just in case he comes to find me, Shannon said. I will be waiting for you in the central continent. Estelle also stood up from the bench as she looked at the mysterious lady that had come to find her to talk about William. Although this was the first time that she had met Shannon, she knew that she wasn't lying to her because she had an ability that detected whether someone was lying to her or not. Tell me, why did you choose to talk to me instead of Wendy? Estelle asked. I believe that you would achieve the same results if you had talked to her instead of me. Shannon stopped walking just before she was about to enter the portal. She then turned her head to look at the silver-haired princess who was looking at her with a curious expression. Because that girl is scary, Shannon replied. From what I've seen, dealing with her will be troublesome, so I decided to talk to you instead. I know that you are someone who looks at the bigger picture. Talking to you is infinitely better than talking to that lady who can smash a boulder with a single punch. So, you're telling me that she's hard to deal with? Exactly. Shannon chuckled before entering the purple portal she had created. A few seconds later, the portal dispersed, leaving Estelle alone in the garden, staring into space. Will wait for me, Estelle said softly. I will come to you. When Princess Ayla's and William's lips parted, the angelic princess panted for breath, before weakly leaning her body on the half-elf's chest. Thank you, Ayla, William said as he lightly patted the angelic beauty's head. Rest for now. Ayla nodded. William gently laid the princess down on her bed, before covering her with a blanket. He knew that Ayla needed some time to recover her life essence, so he would let her sleep for the time being. Before the black-haired teenager could even leave the room, Ayla had already fallen asleep due to her exhaustion. The half-elf gave the angelic beauty one last glance before closing the door behind him. Now I need to take care of replenishing the power of Shannon's mask, so no one will be forced to commit suicide. Originally, William was surprised when he saw Princess Ayla and Shannon who had escaped Hestia Academy. Now, he was quite thankful that the two ladies were with him because they aided him in many different ways. Princess Ayla helped him stabilize his soul by giving him life essences on a regular basis, while Shannon would often tell him of recent events that even their spies in the Demon Continent, as well in the Central Continent, were not aware of. Both of them were currently indispensable to William, so he would be more than happy to help them if they were to need his assistance. After walking for a few minutes, he finally reached Shannon's room and knocked on the door. "Shannon, it's me," William said. "Come in." Shannon's voice replied from the other side of the door. When William entered the room, he found the young fox lady in the process of placing a painting inside a small purple portal beside her. Shannon had her own personal space, similar to a miniature domain, where she could store her paintings when she had finished drawing them. "Have you been painting?" William asked. "Yes, I just finished drawing one," Shannon said with a mischievous tone, which made William wonder what she had drawn. "I came here to replenish the power of your mask." "I know. Thank you for coming. You are a lifesaver." The fox lady then waved her hand and two chairs made of ink appeared beside her. She then made a gesture for William to sit, before sitting on one of the chairs by her side. The black-haired teenager sat, facing the mysterious fox lady who had come to their rescue when they were in the northern regions of the Demon Continent. "So, how can I help?" William inquired. Shannon didn't answer William's inquiry right away. Instead, she slowly took off her mask, revealing only half of her face. William looked at Shannon with a calm gaze, and the fox lady smiled before taking the mask off completely. Honestly, she didn't know if William would be able to resist her divinity, so she only showed half of her face just to be sure. However, after seeing that he was completely unfazed by her beauty, Shannon felt relieved, so she finally removed the mask that kept her divinity from leaking. Shannon's hair was white, and her eyes were purple. Unlike Estelle's silver-white hair, the fox lady's hair was more lustrous and silky. When she visited the newly crowned princess in the Hellon Kingdom, she had changed her hair color to black, so that she wouldn't scare Estelle away. That was Shannon's other form, one that she used when she was about to go into battle. It was an ability that allowed her to change her specialty from magical attacks to a physical one. "Take this mask and give its lips a kiss," Shannon said with a smile as she passed the mask to William's waiting hand. "Long kisses are good because it will help charge it faster." The half-elf stared at the fox mask in his hand before raising it towards his face. He then kissed its lips, and instantly felt his power being siphoned towards it. Even so, William didn't stop the kiss and simply allowed the mask to absorb as much as it wanted. Shannon, who was watching from the side, smiled because William didn't hesitate to listen to her request, even if it sounded a bit suspicious. "Does he trust me that much, or does he simply not care?" Shannon thought. "I hope it's the former." 5 minutes later, William pulled his head back and panted for breath. He had allowed the mask to absorb almost half of his strength, but only a tenth of the mask's divinity had been recharged. This made William understand how much energy the mask needed in order to prevent Shannon from accidentally killing his subordinates. "This mask sure is a handful," William commented as he passed the fox mask back to Shannon. "How long will it take before its power dissipates?" Shannon took the mask and carefully tested its power to suppress her divinity. "At most, this will last me for a week," Shannon replied. "We just have to recharge it on a regular basis in order to ensure that no accidents will happen." William frowned because he felt that there might be another way to allow the mask's divinity to recover faster. As if reading his thoughts, Shannon chuckled before shaking her head. "There is another way, but now is not the right time to do it," Shannon replied. "Even if Lord William agrees, I will not agree to it. So this is the only method we can use right now." William's gaze narrowed as he looked at the fox lady, who was secretly eyeing the lips of her fox mask. "Tell me the other method. If it is more efficient, I don't mind doing it." Shannon firmly shook her head as she stared back at William with a resolute expression on her face. "As much as I wanted to give you the answer, Lord William, I'm afraid that I can't do it," Shannon replied. "Now is not the time, and I don't want to force things to happen before the time is ripe." "You sound like some kind of farmer," Are you planting trees perhaps? I am merely a garden, Lord William. Shannon chuckled. It is Lord William who is busy planting seeds everywhere. Aren't you afraid that something might start to grow from them? William ignored Shannon's teasing words because what she said would never happen. Right now, no matter how many times he embraced a woman, they wouldn't become pregnant. This was his way of preventing himself from siring children that were not born out of love, but born from the needs of his body. Since you refuse to tell me the other matter, I will not insist on it, William said as he stood up. I will return in 2 days to recharge your mask. Is there anything else you need from me? Shannon hesitated before nodding her head. I just want to ask you a personal question, Lord William, Shannon stated. It will be fine if you don't answer this question. I'm just asking out of curiosity. What is it? William inquired. Do you have any lovers from your hometown? I do. Shannon nodded. Then, do you also plan to bring them here inside the Thousand Beast domain, so that they can be by your side? No. William shook his head before walking towards the door. However, before he left the room, he gave Shannon a glance. I will appreciate it if you don't mention them again. I'm sorry, Lord William. Shannon bowed in apology. I will not ask any more questions about them. William nodded before leaving the room. He needed to check on the progress in the dungeon of Tir Na Nog, so he decided to leave the Thousand Beast domain for a short period of time. 2 minutes after William left the room, Shannon shook her head with a smile. The heart moves where the heart wills, Shannon said softly. Even if you try to deny it, you still think of them, and they think of you as well. The fox lady then sighed as she raised the fox mask and looked at it with a smile. Cheers, Lord William, Shannon said as she moved her lips towards the fox mask's lips. May the future be the one I envisioned it to be. Shannon kissed the fox mask's lips and felt the lingering warmth that her prince had left behind. She didn't lie when she said that the time she was waiting for wasn't ripe. For that to happen, they must first deal with the heir of darkness, as well as the primordial god who sought to harm her prince. Patience, Shannon, Shannon said softly after she pulled back from kissing the fox mask in her hands. What you wish for is almost within your reach. You just need to assist him for now, before you take everything away from him. Silver Moon Continent. Arwen sighed as she leaned her back against the trunk of the world tree. She could feel the restlessness and tension of the entire continent, because the entire Silver Moon Continent was supported by the life force of the world tree. If the world tree withered, so would the homeland of the elves. This was why the sacred grove was the most important place and most protected region in the entirety of the Silver Moon Continent. This feeling didn't feel as bad when the demons attacked almost 2 decades ago, Arwen muttered. Now, even our son has been thrown into this mess. Just what did our family do to deserve all of this? The world tree didn't respond and maintained its silence. It just allowed the beautiful saintess to vent out her frustrations, until none were left. This had been a regular occurrence as of late, and Arwen didn't even care if someone were to walk into the sacred grove and see her talking to herself. Even Aestia hasn't awoken even once since she returned. Arwen sighed for the second time as she thought about her disciple, who slept in the spring of life, located at the roots of the world tree. It seems that she exhausted herself trying to help our son in the demon realm. My poor disciple. I better ask William to take responsibility when I see him. Arwen sighed for the 3rd time as she closed her eyes to listen to the beating life force of the world tree. She had been listening and paying close attention to its heartbeat because she knew that it was her husband's heart that was supporting their entire race. Maxwell, what should I do for him? Arwen asked. What can I do for him? Once again, no answer came. Perhaps Maxwell was sleeping, or perhaps something else was happening that prevented him from replying to his wife. Whatever the reason may be, Arwen felt very lonely and sad due to the current situation in the Demon, Central, and Silver Moon continents. Skyla watched Arwen from one of the branches of the World Tree. She sensed that her best friend's safety was under threat, so she was keeping close watch for her. Inarian had visited Arwen and told her that some of the elders from the Elven Council proposed that she be offered as a sacrifice to the demons to quell their anger. Arwen only closed her eyes as she refused to think that those same elders were part of her race. She even said that she was starting to doubt the intelligence of the members of the Elven Council. Both she and Inarian knew that regardless of whether Arwen was sacrificed or not, the demons would not halt their advance towards their homeland, in order to get revenge for the defeat they suffered nearly 2 decades ago. Suddenly, a falling ringing sound entered Arwen's and Skyla's ears. Near the entrance of the sacred grove, the elven princess, Princess Owen, as well as her guard, Pearl, could be seen. "Master, I have come to see you," Princess Owen said as she walked towards the place where Arwen was seated. "Have you been well?" The saintess gave the elf princess a sweet smile that made the latter very happy. "My father asked me to give you these berries that I personally picked from our ancestral lands," Princess Owen stated as she happily passed the basket that was filled to the brim with red berries to her master. "How is elder sister doing?" Arwen accepted her disciple's gift before patting the root beside her. Princess Owen understood the gesture and sat beside her master, whom she hadn't seen for quite a while. "How is His Majesty doing?" Arwen asked. "Overworked," Princess Owen replied with a sigh. "He is currently inspecting the quality of the weapons and armor that will be used in the defense of our homeland. We have already sent our promised aid to the Alliance, so we are now in the process of strengthening our border defenses." Arwen nodded her head in understanding. She knew the basic things that were happening in the Silvermoon continent because she could share her senses with the creatures that frequented the sacred grove and used them as scouts to check on the current movement of the elven army. "Master, I heard that some of the elders made a stupid proposal about you being a sacrifice. Is that true?" Princess Eowyn said. The royal family had allowed the Elven Council to decide several matters that affected the Silvermoon continent, and could act even without the Elven King's permission. However, that didn't mean that the Elven King had taken a completely hands-off policy when it came to the welfare of his people. The royal family still had the strongest army in the Elven Empire, but they were mostly used to defend and manage domestic disputes. Now that the dangers of 2 prophecies were looming above their heads, the royal army had been sent to strategic locations in order to resist any kind of invasion that would happen on their homeland, giving the elves a sense of security, despite the anxiety that they were feeling. "Yes," Arwen replied, "but you don't have to worry about them. They're just senile old men who have long lost their way. It is just a waste of time to argue with them. Master, just say the word and I'll ask my father to delegate some of our forces to guard the sacred grove. I will guarantee that you will be safe under their protection." "Thank you, but there is no need for that." Arwen lightly patted Princess Owen's hand, while the latter gave her a worried look. "I'm not joking. The sacred grove isn't as defenseless as you think it is," Arwen stated as she looked up at the top branches of the World Tree. "Isn't that right, dear friends?" Princess Owen looked up with curiosity to see who her master was referring to. A few seconds later, 2 individuals appeared on one of the lower branches of the tree. A lady with long silver horns on her head, and an old man, who was wearing a golden robe on his body, gave Arwen a brief nod. Princess Eowyn's eyes widened in shock because she was quite familiar with the 2 individuals. They were none other than 2 of the guardians of the Silver Continent that protected it from harm. The guardian deer, Xiphon, and the golden elder dragon, Escalar. William had met both of them in the southern continent, and had even fought them on the battlefield. Perhaps due to the danger that was about to fall on the Silvermoon continent, the World Tree expanded a huge amount of power and channeled it to its guardians. The Ent King, Merender, and Drowum had been blessed by its enormous life force, increasing their strength and allowing them to step on the realm of pseudo-gods. The rest of the guardians had reached the peak of the demigod rank, making them a force to reckon with. After expending more than half of its energy, the World Tree became dormant, and only the beating of Maxwell's heart assured Arwen that her husband was still fine. Although the forces of the demons were still stronger than the defenders of the Silvermoon continent, they were not as helpless as many of the elves thought they would be. "With the 2 of them guarding the sacred grove, anyone who dares to kidnap me will have an untimely end," Arwen commented. "So, do not worry about me. Also, tell your father to take proper rest as well. We will need his guidance when darkness knocks on our borders." I will, Master, Princess Ioan replied. Master, how is elder sister? Arwen chuckled. Sleeping as always. You know how lazy Astia is. She probably won't wake up even if she is hit by an earthquake. Princess Ioan smiled because her master was right. Her elder sister only knew how to sleep, and sleep some more. Sometimes, she even worried if too much sleep was bad for her elder sister's body. But since her master told her that Astia was fine, Princess Ioan no longer insisted on visiting her. I'll come and see you again, Master, when I have the time, Princess Ioan said as she stood up and gave her master a respectful bow. Please, take care of your health and be safe. Thank you, Arwen replied as she hugged her disciple. Take care of yourself. We are going to face difficult times and, as a princess, you have a lot on your plate as well. I hear that some human ambassadors, as well as messengers from other races, have come to offer marriage alliances with you. Being popular sure is troublesome. Aren't I right? Princess Ioan's smile stiffened when she was reminded of the second reason why she wanted to escape the castle. In the end, she could only sigh inside her heart as she bid her master goodbye. If marrying people would ensure the safety of their lands, she would gladly do it. However, she knew that even with a political marriage, they would not be able to give her the safety that she was looking for. She would rather marry the heir, or the Prince of Darkness, if that would spare her people. Unfortunately, those two individuals had no need for political marriages. They had the power to take everything from them: their lands, their people, and their future. In the eyes of these two individuals, everything that belonged to the Silvermoon continent, including her, were merely spoils of the war that would soon cover the lands with rivers of blood. William was meditating at the rooftop of his villa in the Thousand Beast domain when Astrape's voice reached him. We are here, Master, Astrape reported. Understood, William replied as he opened his eyes. All of you did a good job. It just took you a week to reach the 100th floor of Tir Na Nog. We just don't want to disappoint you, Master. I'll reward you and your sister later. I'll be there shortly, wait for me. Understood. William stood up from his cross-legged position and did a few light stretches before opening a portal in front of him. Immediately, he appeared in front of a giant golden gate, which had the symbol of a butterfly wing engraved on its surface. Runic letters could be seen on the gate, and William took his time to leisurely read what it had to say. Beyond this gate lay the fairy queen of Tir Na Nog. What angel wakes me from my flowery bed? I pray thee, gentle mortal, sing again. Mine ear is much enamored of thy note. First, rehearse your song by rote. To each word a warbling note. Come, my lord, and in our flight, tell me how it came this night. Within the darkness of your soul, a small strand of light will save us all. Such a poetic fairy queen. William nodded his head in admiration. Astrape smiled as she stood beside the black-haired teenager. It seems that Master will be the angel that will wake her up from her flowery bed. Somehow, I feel jealous of her already. Don't be like that, sister, Bronte commented from the side. I'm sure Master will treat us all ladies fairly. Isn't that right, Master? William chuckled as he nodded his head. He then pressed both of his hands on the golden gate and pushed it open. As if waiting for his arrival, the gate opened wide and allowed him to enter. As soon as William stepped inside the final boss room, he found himself standing in a field of flowers. At the center of it all was a giant flower. A few seconds later, the giant flower bloomed and opened wide, revealing an otherworldly beauty that befit her title as the Fairy Queen. Her long red hair that was similar to the color of a rose was braided in princess style. She wore a fairy-like dress that highlighted her features. Behind her back was a golden butterfly wing that faintly shone in the sunlight. In her hand, she held a flower staff that emanated a radiant glow, ready to strike at a moment's notice. When William entered the boss room, he was expecting to meet a mature woman, but the young lady in front of her seemed like someone that was of similar age to his wives, Ash and Princess Sydney. The black-haired teenager had seen many beautiful ladies, but he had to admit that the fairy queen in front of him made his tainted heart skip a beat. It's probably due to her fairy charm, William thought as he walked towards the fairy queen, who simply stood on top of the giant flower in full bloom. When he was only 50 meters away from her, he stopped and slowly rose from the ground until both of them were of the same eye level. "I greet you, fair queen of the fairies," William said with a smile. "Truth be told, I wasn't expecting you to look like this. The lives of fairy queens are very long," Titania replied in an enchanting voice that could easily charm anyone below the rank of demigods. "Far longer than the lives of the elves, as well as the other long-lived races of the world. Although I look like this right now, I am already thousands of years old." William nodded his head in understanding. "I'm sure you already know why I am here, right?" "Yes," Titania answered. "I knew that one day someone would step in here to challenge me. However, I didn't expect you to also be the dungeon conqueror. Are you here to kill or conquer me?" "I came to conquer you." "As expected, it has come to this." The fairy queen didn't say anything else and simply appraised the black-haired teenager in front of her. Her green eyes, that seemed to be able to see a person's soul, looked at William from head to toe then back again. William allowed her to stare at him as she pleased, and didn't make any move to attack. Even Astrape, Bronte, as well as Sepharin, remained at the back. Everyone inside the boss room knew that the outcome had already been decided the moment they reached the last floor of the dungeon. After staring at William for 5 minutes, Titania closed her eyes as if she was having an internal struggle. The half-elf remained where he was, as he gazed at the otherworldly beauty in front of him. Titania was like a painting that came out of a fairy tale, and it made the black-haired teenager wonder if her pride would allow her to kneel to him. "Let's negotiate," Titania said as she opened her eyes. 3 years. I will serve you faithfully for 3 years. After that, you will return Tir Na Nog to this place, and not bother me ever again. If you agree to this condition, we can form a master and servant contract. If not, then I will immediately destroy the dungeon core, turning everything in this dungeon, including me, to ashes. So, what is your decision, O mortal who is tainted by darkness?" William slowly flew towards the fairy queen and landed a meter away from her. He had thought of many scenarios on how he would force the prideful queen to submit to him, but the latter seemed to have come to a compromise. "I agree to your condition," William replied. "Let's form a contract." Titania nodded and a flower rune appeared on the back of her right hand, which she had pressed over her chest. "I, Titania, hereby swear upon my true name that I will faithfully serve the dungeon conqueror for 3 years," Titania pledged. "May the god of fairies serve as witness to my pledge, and I pray that my new master will stay true to the conditions of our contract." Titania then reached out and held William's left hand. Soon, the flower rune on the back of her right hand disappeared, and reappeared on the back of the half-elf's left hand. Titania then knelt on the ground before kissing the flower rune on William's left hand as a sign of her absolute fealty to her new master. "Rise, Titania," William ordered. Titania rose and found herself staring at William's eyes. The half-elf then moved closer and whispered in her ear. "Tell me your true name," William ordered. Titania closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She knew that the time had come for her to share the name that would give the young man in front of her the power to control her faith. "My name is Tiana," Tiana said. "Tiana Shea Asteria." Tiana then moved closer to plant a soft kiss on William's lips, which only lasted for 3 seconds before pulling back. "May you keep my name safe in your lips and heart, my lord," Tiana said. "Please, honor your covenant with me." William nodded and held the beautiful fairy queen in his embrace. "Your name is safe with me. All I ask is you never betray me. Can you promise me that, Tiana?" "I can," Tiana pledged. "Until the 3 years is over. I, as well as Tir Na Nog, will fight for your side. Also, my lord, if I may give you a word of advice. Speak. If you plan to make more pseudogods as your subordinates, you can only add 2 more. Adding more than that will cause your already damaged soul to shatter." William sighed because she knew that Tiana's words were true. Right after their contract was made, he felt discomfort in his soul. He had just stabilized it with the help of Princess Ayla. But now, it seemed that he would need another session when he got back in the Thousand Beast domain. "Thank you for your advice," William replied. "Welcome to my legion, Tiana." A week had passed since William had made a contract with Tiana. In order to stabilize his soul, which had shifted due to the Fairy Queen's power, William spent 3 days recovering with the help of Princess Ayla. Although he knew that he was burdening the angelic princess, there was nothing he could do because she was the only one that could help him. Fortunately, after 3 days, William's soul finally stabilized. In order to play it safe, William stayed in the city of Alabaster for 4 days in order to fully recover. At the end of the week, he left the city in order to go to his next destination. Demon Continent. "They're finally here," Josh said as he looked at the countless flags that fluttered 3 miles away from the walls of his fortress. Standing at the very front of the formation was the Bull Demon King, as well as Princess Ironfan. The two pseudo-gods' mere presence was enough to make the defenders inside Amberfang Fortress feel anxious. The Black Dragon, Josh, stood tall at the top of the tower and gazed at the two beings whose ranks were higher than his. As if sensing his gaze, the Bull Demon King and Princess Ironfan stared back at him. The demonic lady even gave Josh a teasing smile before covering her lips with her fan. "So, that is the little fortress that blocks our way?" Princess Ironfan said. "How troublesome." The Bull Demon King nodded his head in agreement. "Indeed, even with our strength, it will take a while before we break the barrier that protects the fortress." Princess Ironfan chuckled as if she found the whole situation laughable. Her eyes turned into crescents as she internally sneered at Josh's pathetic attempt to hold them back. At the center of the formation, Felix drank some wine from his golden goblet as he stared at the fortress in the distance. After emptying his cup, he tossed it towards the serving maid who deftly caught it with her hands. "Messengers, hear my decree," Felix ordered. "We will rest for today. Tomorrow we will start our conquest." "Yes, Your Excellency." The messengers then passed Felix's message to the entirety of the army, telling everyone to prepare to make camp. They had been traveling for several days, and the majority of the warriors were exhausted from their long march. Felix wasn't heartless enough to prevent his men from resting up before they started their assault. He had already envisioned the faces of those who planned to stop him from his conquest, and a sneer appeared on his face. "Fools, when morning comes, all of you will understand how stupid all of you are," Felix muttered as a devilish smile appeared on his face. "I can't wait for tomorrow to come." Just as Felix was thinking of his inevitable victory, a red-headed little girl was busy feeding her ducks with bread crumbs. Although the journey from the capital to the Amberfang Fortress was long, Eve's body wasn't exhausted from the trip because her attendants had taken very good care of her. The ducks had now all become very plump because, aside from Eve's feeding, all of them were being spoiled by her attendants. "Are you guys still ducks?" the white goose asked the ducks in disdain. "In my eyes, I don't see ducks but little piglets that are being fattened up to be roasted." The ducks turned their heads at the annoying white goose and quacked at him to make him shut up. Eve, who was watching this scene, giggled because she could see that the white goose had a point. Her ducks were now very plump, and she wondered if they could still fly in their current state. "Eve, I know you love these freeloaders, but do yourself a favor and lower their food intake," the white goose complained. The ducks quacked louder as they all glared at the white goose as if telling him, "Who are freeloaders? We're not freeloaders." The white goose looked at the ducks in disdain and was tempted to give all of them a slap. Although they were treated very well by the demons, that didn't change the fact that their master was forced to become Ahriman's priestess against her will. "It's fine, Xander," Eve said after she stopped giggling. "I will lessen their food intake as you suggested." All the ducks moved towards their master and pressed their heads on Eve's legs as if telling her to reconsider. "You guys should go on a diet," Eve said as she picked one of the ducks and lightly shook its belly. "See, you're so heavy now." The duck looked at Eve with a face filled with injustice, before lowering its head in defeat. The little girl giggled as she placed the duck back on the ground before moving towards the exit of her tent. She didn't go out, but merely peeked at the demons who were busy doing their chores. She had already been informed that they would rest for the day and start the battle in the morning. If possible, Eve didn't want to see anyone die. She didn't care if they were demons, humans, elves, beastkins, or anyone from one of the other races. For her, war was just wrong. Although she hadn't experienced it herself because the children of Lant were under Vlad's protection during the war, she felt very sad when her parents turned into crystals. She didn't want to experience that feeling of loss again. The little girl knew that Felix was her cousin's enemy. Although Eve didn't like violence, she didn't mind if William beat the crap out of Felix and fed him to the fishes. She was still an Ainsworth. Her cousin's enemy was her enemy. "Your Holiness, are you perhaps hungry?" Eve's personal attendant, Carol, asked. "I can ask the cooks to prepare food for you. What do you want to eat?" "Porridge will be fine," Eve answered. "Also, how many times should I tell you not to call me, Your Holiness, when it is only us, Carol?" Carol bitterly smiled as she shook her head. "His Excellency is paying close attention to your movements, Your Holiness. If they see me acting too familiar with you, they might remove me as your attendant." Eve sighed before nodding her head. "Very well. I'd rather you call me Your Holiness than to have you replaced as my personal attendant." Carol bowed respectfully to Eve. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Holiness." "Carol, just tell me one thing. Do you wish for this war to happen?" Carol didn't answer and only shook her head. She was afraid that if someone heard her reply, they would use it as a means to replace her as Eve's attendant. "Understood." Eve nodded. "You may go now." Carol bowed one last time before leaving Eve's tent to tell the cooks to prepare some porridge for her. "Tomorrow the suffering will start," Eve said softly as she sat on top of her bed. The golden necklace on her neck glowed faintly as Ahriman told her that she didn't need to follow the army when they marched to battle when morning came. The god of demons knew how precious Eve was, so in order to keep the peace with David, he didn't mind allowing her to keep her innocence a little longer by sparing her from seeing the bloodbath that would happen when morning came. The god of darkness and chaos was the one that started the dark era in Hestia thousands of years ago. He had many tricks under his sleeves, and a puny Amberfong fortress was not enough to prevent him from having his way. When the first rays of the sun rose from the east, the demon army started to stir. They had properly rested themselves for a day, while the pseudo-gods kept watch over them. All of them knew that, regardless of whether they wanted to fight or not, they had no choice but to hold their weapons for the sake of their families and clans. The demons ate their meal slowly, thinking that it would be their last on. They were supposed to bring down the mighty fortress in front of them, but they were sure that it wouldn't be an easy task. The majority of them would probably die in the attempt. Felix sat on top of his golden palanquin as he stared at the demons who had resolved themselves to fight. A confident smile could be seen on his face as he made a gesture for his aides to come to his side. "Messengers, send my decree," Felix ordered. "An hour from now we will march. Have everyone prepare themselves for war. Today, our army will prove to the world that we are unstoppable." The messengers bowed. "Yes, Your Excellency." Felix nodded his head in satisfaction as he stared at the Amberfong fortress in front of him with a smirk. "Josh, you are a fool," Felix said. "You picked the wrong side." Amberfong Fortress. Archers lined up along the ramparts of the fortress as they held their weapons firmly in their hands. The armies of the Creator Empire, the Amazon Empire, the Elves, as well as the other reinforcements that hailed from the central continent, readied themselves. They were the first line of defense against the demon invasion, so they planned to whittle their numbers down as much as they could to ensure that Felix would feel the pain of losing his army. Josh assured all of them that the fortress would hold strong, even if the opponents were pseudo-gods. His confidence stemmed from the fact that the fortress was built to withstand any siege, whether it be from the human kingdoms or the demon realm. "Do not show any mercy, for your enemies will show you none." Josh's voice spread across the entire fortress as he stood on top of his tower. "Kill as many as you can. The more we kill, the more they will feel how futile their endeavors are." "Yes." Josh raised his sword high up in the air as it glinted in crimson light. For the Alliance. 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 The Black Dragon looked at the united front that had gathered to face the forces of the Heir of Darkness. He found this scene quite funny because he never thought that he would fight for the side of the humans and elves, who had defeated them in the previous war. Fate sure knows how to make people and demigods suffer. Josh muttered as he gazed at the demon army, who had now started to blow their war horns and beat their war drums. The sound of war spread across the land, making those who stood on the protective walls of Amberfang Fortress grip their weapons as if their lives depended on it. 1 hour later. Form ranks. Zagarl, the demon commander, who had sent Carter to the southern continent to abduct the students of the Hellon Royal Academy several years ago, stood at the center of the army. Today we conquer, Zagarl shouted. Tonight we feast. Raise your swords and spears. Hold your axes and flails. We fight for the Heir of Darkness and our god Ahriman. Offer the blood of our enemies as sacrifices to honor them. I ask you, warriors of the demon realm, are you ready to kill? Kill. 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 Zagarl then raised his hand as he pointed at the structure that had been built overnight at the center of the demon army. Open the gate, Zagarl ordered. Immediately, a giant red portal appeared in the center of the demon army, which surprised everyone, except for those who were aware of the true plan of the Heir of Darkness. Josh, who was standing on top of his tower, felt his body shudder after seeing the giant red portal in the distance. To this, no, we've been tricked. Josh's eyes widened in shock because he knew then and there that the demons had hidden their true motive well. Their target wasn't the Amberfang Fortress. Their target was something else. That annoying headmaster and pope, the king of the Zabia kingdom, who had ridiculed the alliance during the conference, said with irritation, "Why do I have to send my army to the front lines when we are at the southwestern corner of the central continent? They can kill each other as much as they want, but I'm not joining their farce." The king even laughed at the emperor of Korra, Fanner Korra, back then because his land was the one that directly bordered the demon continent. The king knew that if the demons were going to step into the central continent, the Korra Empire would be the first empire to resist their invasion. He had also heard the news from the alliance that the demon army had camped just outside the walls of the Amberfang Fortress in the demon continent. He, as well as the other rulers, agreed that the demons would attack the next day, which was today. Cheers to the fools who will be dying today, the king of the Zabia kingdom said as he mockingly raised his golden wine cup to wish the alliance good luck. May the Korra Empire fall faster and the Order of Light be wiped out from the face of the world. I'm sure that the world will be a better place without them. The king then drank his wine leisurely as he sat on the balcony of his room. Suddenly, his surroundings darkened, which made him frown. The king looked up in the sky and saw dark storm clouds gathering over his capital city. The court magician didn't say that it would rain today. The king frowned. He might be losing his touch. I guess it's about time to find another magician to sare. The king wasn't able to finish his sentence because at the very center of his capital city, a giant red portal appeared. What in the world? The king felt a sense of dread from every fiber of his being as he stared at the red portal that came out of nowhere. Half a minute later, the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan emerged from the red portal and hovered in the air. Oh my, what a peaceful city this is! Princess Iron Fan chuckled as she fanned herself. Well, I guess we just need to renovate it a bit and color the walls with a redder hue. What do you think, darling? The Bull Demon King smiled as he nodded his head. How about we paint the walls red? That will certainly give this place a little more color. I agree, Princess Iron Fan happily replied as her gaze locked on the king of the Zabia kingdom, who was seated on the balcony of his castle. The demonic beauty didn't do anything and simply stayed where she was. A moment later, a horde of gargoyles flew out of the red portal and started to attack the city. It didn't take long before a legion of demons marched out of the portal and shouted their war cries. The king of Zabia could only watch in horror as the demon army arrived at his doorstep. He stood up and looked at the scene with mouth agape as he tried to stop the trembling of his body. "G-guards! Anyone! We are under attack!" the king shouted. "Notify the alliance! We are under Arg!" A 3-meter-tall black gargoyle descended from the sky and punched the king of Zabia's chest, sending the latter crashing towards the wall behind him. It then gave a triumphant roar as it raised its claws and charged at the king, who was looking back at it with despair. "Stop!" the king pleaded. "Don't kill me!" The black gargoyle heard the king's pleas, but it was not obligated to acknowledge it. The king of Zabia struggled as the gargoyle grabbed his neck and raised him in the air. It looked at him with a teasing gaze as it slowly tightened its grip on the human's neck. Half a minute later, a cracking sound was heard, as the gargoyle crushed the king's neck before letting him fall to the floor. The king's body fell on the floor with a loud thud. His eyes opened wide. Before he had taken his last breath, his gaze landed on his prosperous city that was being razed to the ground by the demons who had appeared unannounced. On that day, the kingdom of Zabia fell, shocking the alliance and throwing all the plans they had made into disarray. At a seaside villa in the Silver Moon continent, for elven elders, who were part of the council, drank tea as they discussed the problems that they were facing. They were the elders who secretly supported the invasion of the southern continent and hated the human race. The elven patriarch who proposed that they surrender Arwen to the demons in order to appease them was also there, calmly drinking tea with his friends. "Have you all heard the latest news?" the owner of the seaside villa asked. The demons appeared in the central continent using a backdoor that was never heard of before. The alliance is now in chaos, and those that border the kingdom of Zabia are now panicking. Although he hated humans, there was no joy in his voice. The demons stepping foot in the central continent was bad news for them. It meant that Ahriman had a method to traverse great distances and send his army anywhere that he pleased. "I heard about it," the patriarch of the Nasir clan, Haelon, who had proposed to offer Arwen to the demons, replied. "I say that we stop wasting any time and kidnap the Saintess." "Are you crazy?" one of the elders asked. "That is tantamount to betraying our race." "Fool, can't you see our current situation?" the patriarch of the Nasir clan replied. "If we surrender the Saintess, the Silver Moon continent might not be spared, but our clans will receive the good graces of the heir of darkness." "Why, you mean to say that we switch to the demon side?" another elder gasped in shock. "Yes, what of it?" Haelon answered with a snort. "Think about it this way. If we defect now, we will gain an advantage the moment the Silver Moon continent is conquered. We can be the governors who will lord over the elven clans as well as the royal family. Although we have to bow our heads to the demons, the rest of our race will bow their heads to us. Isn't that a nice trade-off?" "Madness! What you're saying is madness." "He's right. Haelon, you're going too far. Old friend, has your greed for power corrupted your way of thinking? You will even betray our race just to get the right to enslave your countrymen." Haelon scoffed at his friends, who were still clinging to their noble mentality. "If you don't want to help me, then fine. I'll do it alone," Haelon said. "However, don't go begging for my help once I get a high position in the new empire that the heir of darkness will build. Mark my words, the time of men and elves is over. The time of demons is nigh. Only fools and those who still refuse to accept reality will suffer in the end. I have given all of you a chance. Are you with me or against me? Choose now." The 3 elven elders glanced at each other with worried expressions on their faces. Fear was evident in their eyes because what they would do was akin to treason. They knew that Haelon was serious, and he would really try to capture the Saintess and offer her to Felix. They were aware that the sacred grove was heavily guarded, but on the off chance that Haelon succeeded, and was indeed able to gain the good graces of the heir of darkness, then they would have lost their chance to let their clans escape the cruel fate that would befall them. Haelon scanned the faces of the other patriarchs while sneering internally. He called them fools in his heart because they were still undecided even at this point in time. Finally, after 5 minutes, one of the elders reluctantly nodded his head. How confident are you that you will be able to abduct the saintess? The patriarch asked. Very confident, Halon answered in a heartbeat. He was afraid that if he didn't assure his allies, he would not get their support when taking Arwen into their custody. I have a map of the sacred grove, and know of a back door that leads into it. This is the escape route that the royal family had built just in case the elven lands were about to fall. We can use it to enter the sacred grove, and capture the saintess without anyone noticing. The elders exchanged a glance with each other, because they didn't expect that Halon had planned this far. If there really was a high chance of success, then they would take that risk in order to support Jielin's plan. Very well, I will join you in this endeavor. I will join it as well. Just tell us when. Halon was overjoyed because he was certain that if the 3 other elven patriarchs helped him, then the chances of their success increased dramatically. Just before he was about to tell them more about his plan, he noticed that the surroundings had turned dark without him noticing it. At first, he thought that he was imagining things, but after gazing at the sky, he saw that it was covered with storm clouds. Thunder boomed in the heavens, and flashes of lightning snaked across the sky. Suddenly, all the patriarchs felt a chill run down their spine, which gave them a foreboding feeling. What is that? One of the patriarchs pointed in the distance as something big emerged from the dark clouds in the sky. Within the storm clouds, where thunder and lightning roared in unison, black flames could be seen if one were to look closely. It was as if the entire sky was burning, and it made Halon and the other patriarchs feel their hearts trembling in fright. It can't be, Halon stuttered. Just how? We have our warships patrolling the borders of our continent. They would immediately send a signal if he... Halon wasn't able to finish his words as a soul-shaking screech erupted from the heavens. A moment later, the head of a black phoenix peered from the storm clouds and flapped its mighty wings to head in their direction. Behind the majestic creature, a handsome half-elf stood with his arms behind his back. His short black hair fluttered faintly in the breeze as his golden eyes locked on the body of the 4 elders who had just been discussing the abduction of his mother. Beside the half-elf, 3 gorgeous ladies stood. One of them was the fairy queen, Titania, and the other 2 were Astrape and Bronte, the twin deities of lightning and thunder. The black phoenix then landed on the ground and lowered its body to allow William to disembark. Behind him, the 3 deities followed, as if all 3 of them were shield maidens, accompanying their lover to war. William stopped a few meters away from the fear-stricken patriarchs, who finally realized who he was. Good day, gentlemen, William said in a teasing tone. I am on my way to the capital city, and seem to have gotten lost along the way. Would any of you be so kind as to point me in the right direction? The half-elf gave the other 3 elders a dazzling smile, which made them almost faint from fright. They were just discussing kidnapping the saintess and presenting her to the heir of darkness a mere moment ago, so they could gain his good graces. Jielin's body shuddered uncontrollably when William's gaze shifted in his direction. The half-elf had a devilish smile on his face as if telling the elven patriarch, I know what you did last summer, which made the latter's eyes roll up into their sockets before he collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Oh dear. William patted his forehead as he stared at the fainted elf on the floor. Astrape, would you be so kind as to wake him up? It's not good to sleep on the floor, you know? Yes, master. Astrape replied and pointed her finger at the old man, shooting a strand of black lightning bolt at his body, making him squirm on the ground as if he was suffering from epilepsy. Forgive me, Jillian pleaded as soon as he recovered his consciousness. I was wrong. This humble servant made a terrible mistake. Humble servant? William chuckled. You're not qualified to become my servant. I prefer beautiful ladies to serve me, and not an old bastard who would gladly betray his race just to gain a little advantage over his countrymen. Astrape, continue. With pleasure, master. Astrape shot another lightning bolt at the elf, making the latter scream in fear, pain, and desperation. The half-elf savored the elf's scream, while looking at the faces of the 3 elves kneeling in front of him. Raise your heads, William ordered. The elf patriarchs dared not disobey as they looked up at the handsome half-elf, whose devilish smile scared them to death. "So, tell me, who among you can guide me to the sacred grove?" William asked. "If you are nice, I'll be willing to give you this pack of gummy bears." "I will guide you, Your Excellency." "No, I will do it. Let me do it, Your Excellency. I know the Silvermoon continent like it is my own backyard." William smiled as he nodded his head in satisfaction. "Very well, since the three of you are so excited to help me, I'll let the three of you lead the way," William replied. "However, if you are going to try something funny—" The black-haired teenager's words trailed off as he placed his right hand over Jeelan's head. The old man then squirmed under William's touch as his skin color slowly turned black. The patriarchs watched in horror as Jeelan's entire body had turned completely black, leaving only his hair a silver color, before his eyes turned crimson. "D-Drow," one of the patriarchs said in a fearful voice. William chuckled as he eyed the three patriarchs who had all collapsed on the floor and looked back at him with fearful gazes. I changed my mind," William said as a sinister grin appeared on his face. "I think I'll give your entire race a makeover." Soon, three blood-curdling screams erupted in the seaside villa as William forcefully turned them into the creatures that they hated the most. On that same day, dark clouds covered the entirety of the Silvermoon continent, as William made his way to the elven capital. Along the way, several elves saw the black phoenix in the sky, and the dark prince who stood on top of it. However, they didn't do anything. They couldn't do anything. The only thing they could do was watch as he paraded across the sky, accompanied by the thunder and lightning. Their booming cries in the heavens announced the coming of their prince, letting everyone know that he had arrived in the Silvermoon continent. On that fateful day, darkness descended upon the elven lands, and those in the capital city of Morn-in-Theas felt their hearts trembling, as they waited with bated breath for the prince of their prophecy to arrive. Elven capital city, Morn-in-Theas. Can you repeat that? The elven king, Rydell Ashtalasniana, asked his trusted aide to repeat his report because he couldn't believe what he had heard. Your Majesty, the Prince of Darkness, William von Ainsworth, is currently headed to the capital city, the royal aide replied. According to our estimates, he will arrive here in 2 hours. Rydell's face became serious after hearing his aide's confirmation. He had placed border patrols on both the land and the sea, and yet, the Prince of Darkness was able to make landfall in the Silvermoon continent without causing any warning to come from the elves patrolling their borders. Does the council know of this as well? Rydell inquired. The royal aide nodded his head. They are currently having an emergency meeting about how to deal with the current situation. Rydell closed his eyes for a few minutes before coming up with a decision. Call the queen, the princes, as well as the princesses, Rydell ordered. Tell them to wear their best clothes, and be ready to leave the castle in 30 minutes. Inform them that we will head towards the sacred grove in order to meet the Prince of Darkness. Your Majesty, won't you consider evacuating? The royal aide pleaded. There is still time. We can prepare a flying ship so that you and the rest of the royal family can escape. Escape? Rydell asked in a helpless voice. Escape where? There is no safe place to hide. Even if the Saint's son chose to ignore our existence, the royal family can't leave its people behind. If the Silvermoon continent were to fall today, the Niena family would fall alongside it. Send my orders to the army to be on standby. The royal aide sighed as he bowed respectfully to carry out the orders of his king. The only thing he could do now was pray. Pray that their Saint's son would be merciful and not enslave their people. Inarian, your grandson has arrived, one of the elders said with a serious expression on his face. Tell me, what should we do now? Inarian scanned the faces of everyone inside the conference room before voicing his opinion. There are 2 options left for us, Inarian replied. The first one is to fight and the other is to negotiate. I don't know what my grandson is thinking right now, but I'm sure that he isn't as bloodthirsty as the demons. Not bloodthirsty? Another elder mockingly chuckled after hearing Inarian's second option. Did you forget? He killed all the men that went to the southern continent, and only spared the women. Out of the millions that went, Only a few thousand remained, and you call that not being bloodthirsty? Inarian sneered at the elder that spoke up. We were the invaders who attacked his homeland. The fact that he even spared anyone is proof that he isn't bloodthirsty. So what do you suggest? Do you want to fight him? Yes, the elder replied. With our guardians fighting alongside us, we still stand a chance. Isn't that what we had agreed to do last time? We chose to fight. Whether it be the heir or prince of darkness that came to our lands, we would not surrender. The other elders nodded their heads in agreement. They had indeed agreed that they would fight against those who wished to conquer their lands. This was why they sent some of their warriors to assist the alliance in the Amberfong fortress. Very well, if that is what you wish to happen, then you can fight. Inarian stood up from his chair and walked towards the exit of the conference room. From now on, I am no longer the head of the council. All of you can discuss how you will fight against my grandson. I will have no part in this. Inarian left the conference room with a determined look on his face. He was quite certain that William wouldn't come to the Silvermoon continent unless he could guarantee that he could overpower their forces. Since his grandson had arrived, that only meant one thing. The half-elf was not afraid of fighting head-to-head with whatever the elf defenders could throw at him. I need to go to the sacred grove, Inarian muttered. If my guess is right, the first thing he will do is visit his mother. Although he hadn't interacted with his grandson in the past, Arwen did, and his daughter allowed him to read the letters that she had exchanged with William. After reading those letters, he had gotten a better understanding of what his grandson was like. If the council really plans to declare war against him, this place will become a bloodbath, Inarian thought. I just hope that William will hold back and show mercy, or else it will end up being a one-sided genocide. Arwen, make sure that you keep your son calm until I get there. Inarian summoned his hippogriff and immediately flew towards the world tree that could be seen in the distance. Although he didn't want to admit this, he didn't have the qualifications to negotiate with his grandson for the safety of their race. The only one with the best chance of succeeding would be his daughter, Arwen. Inarian glanced over at the horizon and saw the darkness slowly creeping towards them. He knew that it was only a matter of time before William arrived, and when he did, the Silvermoon continent would never be the same again. William stood on top of Saffron's back as the Black Phoenix leisurely flew towards the World Tree. The half-elf had ordered it to take its time flying towards their destination to give the elves some time to understand that he had arrived in their ancestral home. The 4 elf patriarchs, who had now become drows under William's power, flew beside the Black Phoenix, while riding on top of winged scorpion ants. They were the ones that escorted William, and did their best to make themselves useful, so that the Prince of Darkness could revert them to their original forms. Charmaine, join me, William ordered, and several portals appeared behind him. Charmaine, and the elves, who were led by William's personal maid, flew out of the portal. All of them were riding their winged horses, and formed a battle formation in front of the Black Phoenix. How does it feel to see your homeland after so many years? William inquired via telepathy to the pretty elf that was at the forefront of the half-elf's Valkyrie squad. It feels nice, Charmaine replied. But my place is no longer here. I now belong to you, master. Wherever you are, that will be my home. You're getting good in your flattery. I'm not flattering you, master. I'm just telling the truth. William smiled because he knew that Charmaine was telling the truth. He had already recognized the pretty elf as his concubine, and intended to take care of her for the rest of her life. The pretty elf had also told William about her wish to build a family with him when the war was over, and the half-elf agreed to grant her desire. Since she was already his woman, it was only normal for him to ensure that she would be happy by his side. As the two were chatting casually, the half-elf noticed that several strong presences had appeared in his path. About time you guys showed up, William smirked as he saw the ancient golem, Drowum, as well as the other guardians of the Silvermoon continent, appear before him. In the past, he treated these beings akin to gods, creatures that could easily end the life of his friends, family, lovers, and acquaintances depending on their whim. Now, William looked down on them, as he ordered his forces to stop their advance. He wanted to know what the guardians of the Silver Moon continent wanted from him. If they came here for a fight, then William would be more than happy to pay them back for the transgressions that they made in his homeland many years ago. "We've met again, half-elf," Drowum said as he looked at the black-haired teenager who was seated on top of the Black Phoenix. None of the guardians said anything, but they already had an idea who the Black Phoenix was, and this discovery made their mood plummet. "Indeed," William replied as he looked at the ancient golem that had made things incredibly difficult for him during the war in the southern continent. "Titania, would you be so kind as to give that golem a slap as a greeting?" The Fairy Queen nodded as she jumped off the Black Phoenix's back. A moment later, she reappeared in front of the ancient golem and gave it a resounding slap that made it skid a few meters across the ground. Drowum was now a pseudo-god, but he was only in its initial stages. Titania, on the other hand, had been a pseudo-god for thousands of years, and was already at the peak stage of the pseudo-god rank. For her, slapping Drowum was just a trivial thing. After carrying out William's orders, she flew back towards the Black Phoenix and landed beside William. She had pledged that she would serve him faithfully for 3 years, and she had no intention of breaking her promise. The Guardians were all shocked when they saw William's greeting. They didn't expect that the fairy-like beauty that was standing beside the half-elf was actually a pseudo-god because they didn't feel an aura emanating from her. Mirender, the Ent King, stepped forward and warned his comrades not to be reckless. He was currently the strongest creature in the Silver Moon continent, and his strength was also at the peak of the pseudo-god rank. "Why have you come to the Silver Moon continent?" Mirender asked. William scoffed at the Ent King. "Do you even need to ask? I'm here to conquer your lands and make everyone submit to me. If you don't like it, we can fight. End of story." The Ent King didn't reply right away, but appraised William with his ancient gaze. He could tell that the black-haired teenager had already stepped into the initial stages of the demigod rank, but something was telling him that if the two of them fought one-on-one, the victor would be none other than the half-elf in front of him. "Will there be no compromise between us?" Mirender inquired. "No," William answered in a heartbeat. "From this day onwards, the Silver Moon continent belongs to me. Meaning, all of you belong to me as well. You've grown too cocky, boy." Drowum stared at William with a calm expression on his face. Although he knew that the lady that slapped him was stronger than him, she was just as strong as Mirender. The Black Phoenix, whom he knew was Sepharin, was only in the middle rank of the pseudo-god rank. Drowum believed that if they really fought, their side would have the advantage because they still had 3 demigods on their side, not including the 2 hidden demigods that protected the elven royal family from the shadows. "Titania, slap that nuisance over there," William ordered. "He thinks too highly of himself." After hearing William's words, Drowum immediately merged with the earth to prevent the Fairy Queen from dealing with him. Unfortunately, he had greatly underestimated Titania, who commanded the power of nature. Holding her flowery staff in her hand, the Fairy Queen slammed it on the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that forced Drowum to reappear on the surface. Before the ancient golem could even understand what was happening, a delicate-looking hand appeared in his vision. The next second, he found himself flying several meters away from where he stood. He landed on the ground, shattering into pieces. "When powerful beings are talking, you better keep your mouth shut," Titania said as she flapped her beautiful butterfly wings to hover in the air. "You are not qualified to join their discussion." Drowum roared in anger as he increased the size of his body until he was over 100 meters tall. The first thing the ancient golem did was to summon a gigantic boulder the size of a mountain and threw it in William's direction. He might not be able to beat the Fairy Queen, but the half-elf was only a demigod. He was confident that once his attack connected, the arrogant prince would understand that he wasn't someone that William could bully. Just as the mountain-sized boulder was about to smash into the giant phoenix, Bronte, who was standing beside William, hovered in the air and uttered a deafening roar. The gigantic boulder shattered into pieces and was blown away by the thunder deity's powerful sonic scream. Mirender spread his arms wide, and several roots jutted out of the ground, shielding themselves from the rain of falling rocks that were sent flying in their direction. "So what if you're big?" a mocking tone said right beside Drowham's ears. You know what they say, the bigger they are, the stronger they are. Drowham interjected as he tried to smash the fly that stood on his shoulder. Astrape chuckled as she raised her hand, and summoned a black lightning bolt that crackled joyously in her hand. With one powerful throw, the black lightning bolt smashed through Drowham's chest, making it explode. Drowham's upper half, as well as lower half, crashed on the ground, creating a dust cloud that pushed his allies away due to the powerful shockwave that the black lightning bolt created. The bigger they are, Astrape said with contempt, the harder they fall. Drowham's head remained on the ground as he tried to forcefully reattach his body, but his body was not listening to him. Why you? What did you do to me? Drowham demanded in anger. This was the first time that he was experiencing something like this. Usually when he fought, whenever his body shattered, he could easily reattach the pieces without too much problem. Because of this, Drowham had become arrogant because he couldn't be killed due to his cheat-like ability. He believed that even if his opponent was more powerful than him, they couldn't kill him no matter what kind of method they used against him. However, right now, no matter how much he tried to recall his body parts, they weren't listening to him. The ancient golem stared at his arm that had fallen not far from his body. Tendrils of black lightning snaked around its surface, which prevented Drowham from reconnecting it to his body. The same was happening to his other body parts. Right now, the ancient golem couldn't do anything but stare at the black-haired beauty, who was playing with a black lightning bolt in her hand. Why, you are also a pseudo-god? Drowham asked. This time, his arrogant tone disappeared and was replaced with dread. Astrape ignored him and simply shifted her attention to the half-elf, who was looking down at her with satisfaction. The lightning deity felt her cheeks burning as a blush appeared on her face. She could tell with a glance that William was very satisfied with how she had punished the arrogant golem that dared to call him cocky. Well done, Titania, Astrape, and you too, Bronte, William said with a smile. Astrape, if that golem says one more word, blast his head to oblivion. I don't like being interrupted when talking to people. Astrape bowed respectfully. I hear and obey, master. William then shifted his attention to the Ent King, whose expression had become grim. So, do you still want to fight? William asked the guardians of the Silvermoon continent that were standing in his way. I have an important matter to take care of in the sacred grove. If you don't wish to fight, then get out of my way. But if you wish to fight, then so be it. I still haven't fully settled the score with you guys when it comes to what you did in the southern continent. I am someone who holds grudges, you know? William gave the guardians a devilish smile, which made them shudder. In the end, the Ent King, Mirender, who was currently the strongest being in the Silvermoon continent, was forced to step aside and allow William to pass. The guardian deer Xiphone, the golden elder dragon, Escalar, the winged serpent, Drakenalsrig, as well as the ancient golem whose eyes stared hatefully at William, couldn't do anything but watch the black-haired teenager fly past them. Escalar, the elder dragon that had thought highly of William back in the southern continent, sighed in his heart. It seems that the prophecy was right, Escalar said in a helpless tone as he gazed at the black phoenix that was flying further and further away. It seems that the Silvermoon continent can't fight its destiny. The guardians of the Silvermoon continent could only reluctantly nod their heads as they, too, gazed at the black phoenix that was flying straight for the world tree. They had already tried to stop him, thinking that they could overpower him with their might and numbers, but they didn't expect that the half-elf had come prepared. With 4 pseudo-gods by his side, who had the ability to immobilize Drowham, and thereby rendering him useless, they would be forced to fight an uphill battle against William. Mirender knew that the chances of winning were slim, so he was forced to eat his pride and step aside to allow the half-elf to pass through their blockade. What now? Drakenalsrig, the winged serpent, who once fought the arcane spectral lich in the southern continent, asked. After a while, Mirender raised his head and looked up towards the sky, which was now covered with dark clouds, blocking the sunlight and keeping it from reaching their ancestral lands. Now we wait, Mirender replied in a voice that had accepted their current circumstances. We wait for the results of the negotiations that will happen in the sacred grove that will decide this continent's fate. Drowam, who was now able to reattach his body, looked in the direction William had gone before merging with the ground. He had felt William's killing intent when the latter looked at him earlier, and knew that if their paths were to cross again, he would once again be subjected to another round of humiliation. The ancient golem didn't want that to happen, so he made the decision to make himself scarce and lie low for the time being. Deep down, he felt a lingering fear in his heart that was made of stone. He never thought that the boy that he had bullied several years ago would swagger into his home turf and put the ancient golem in his place. For the first time in his life, Drowam regretted the decision he made back then. If he hadn't supported the southern invasion, the half-elf wouldn't have kept a grudge that he still hadn't paid in full. As William approached the sacred grove, so did the dark clouds that covered the entirety of the Silver Moon continent. Sepharon landed a few hundred meters away from the World Tree as per William's order. The half-elf then flew towards his destination alongside the three pseudo-gods and the Valkyries that were led by Charmaine. So, this is the World Tree, William thought as he gazed at the gigantic tree that was thousands of meters tall. As the half-elf neared his destination, he saw a white crane hovering in front of him, blocking his path. The black-haired teenager smiled as he ordered for everyone to stop, before flying alone towards the crane that was eyeing him calmly. "Sister Skyla, it has been a while." "Crew." William reached out to give the crane a hug and patted her head. Skyla had always visited him in the southern continent, and even went as far as to go against the elves in order to save the half-elf in his time of need. The black-haired teenager only had love for the white crane who served as his mother's best friend and protector, as well as the messenger who brought their letters to and from the southern and Silver Moon continents. "Have you been well?" William inquired. "Crew," Skyla replied. "Can you take us to Mother?" "Crew." The white crane then flapped its wings and flew away, leading William and his entourage towards the Saintess who was already waiting for his arrival. A few minutes later, Skyla descended from the sky and landed beside a beautiful elf, whose green eyes had locked onto the black-haired teenager, whom she was seeing for the first time. As soon as William landed a few meters away from his mother, Arwen wasn't able to control her overflowing emotions and ran towards him. A moment later, the black-haired teenager found himself being held in a tight embrace, as the Saintess' warm tears fell on his shoulder now that she was finally able to see her son. William closed his eyes because even though the fragrance was different, the feeling was the same. He had been held like this a few times in the past by his adoptive mother, Ella, whenever the two of them were together. The half-elf could feel the same warmth and love coming from his birth mother that he had received from his adoptive mother, as he was being embraced by the woman whom he was seeing for the first time. In the end, William also hugged Arwen back as he savored the feeling that he had almost forgotten, due to Ella's passing in the battle that happened in the demon realm. Everyone present in the sacred grove watched this scene with varying emotions, but none dared to interrupt in the reunion of mother and son. After several minutes had passed, Arwen reluctantly took a step back as she took a better look at her son. "Just as expected, you have all of my good genes," Arwen muttered. "Your no-good father only gave you his hair color, but aside from that, everything else was inherited from me." William smiled after hearing Arwen's comment. Although Skyla had already told him what his mother was like during her visits, hearing her voice and seeing her for the first time still made an impact on him. "You've suffered a lot," Arwen said softly as she lightly brushed William's hair with her hand. "Come, let me introduce you to your no-good father first. The rest can wait until then." William nodded as he allowed Arwen to pull him towards the World Tree. He had already noticed several personages that were standing in the distance and recognized a few of them, like Princess Yoan and Pearl. The half-elf paid them no mind because he didn't come to the sacred grove to talk to them. He had more important matters to attend to, and their talks could wait until he was done with his business. "Maxwell, your son is here," Arwen said as soon as she stood before the trunk of the World Tree. She then turned her head towards William and looked at him apologetically. "He has been dormant for quite some time, and no longer responds to my calls. I think he is in deep sleep after upgrading the guardians to demigods, in addition to turning Drowum and Merender to pseudogods. William nodded his head in understanding as he pressed his right hand on the trunk of the world tree and closed his eyes. Immediately, he found himself in a radiant place that was brimming with life force. "So, you have come." A voice filled with happiness, as well as confidence, reached his ears. A few seconds later, a man in his early 30s appeared in front of William with a smug smile on his face. "I knew that this moment would arrive, but I never expected that you would come before me in this form." Maxwell frowned as he eyed his son from head to foot. "Care to tell me what happened? Time flows differently here, so you don't have to worry about sharing your story. Perhaps, after you've told me everything, only a minute or two would have passed in the outside world." The black-haired teenager smiled and nodded his head. When he saw Maxwell the first time, it was when he was passing on the power of the Dungeon Conqueror job class to William. Back then, his father looked so awesome and so domineering as he stood on the shoulders of mighty beasts whose might and ferocity were second to none. With their help, he was able to stop the advance of the demons and ensure that the Silvermoon continent wasn't overrun by their wish of conquest. Maxwell remained silent as William narrated his tale. He listened to the battle between his son and the son of his enemy, Luciel, as well as the interference of the god of darkness and chaos in their duel. He frowned when William told him that several of his wives died at the hands of the god of darkness as they did their best to rush to his side. The more Maxwell listened, the more his frown deepened. When he heard what happened to his niece, Eve, the former dungeon conqueror's eyes were already bloodshot. It was as if he was ready to immediately leave the sanctuary of the World Tree and raise an army to destroy those who bullied William and his family. When William finished, Maxwell heaved a long and deep sigh as he patted his son's shoulders. "You suffered a lot," Maxwell said as he looked at his son's golden eyes, brimming with the thoughts of revenge. "Now tell me, what can I do for you? I know that I haven't been a good father because I wasn't there when you needed me the most. However, if there is something I can do for you, just say the word. As long as it is within my ability, I will make it happen." William knew that Maxwell wasn't just saying these words to make him feel better. He could tell that his father was serious and wanted to make up for the years that he hadn't been by his side. "Actually, there is a favor that I'd like to ask you, Father," William said. "But doing this might not make Mother happy." Maxwell crossed his arms over his chest. He could tell that whatever William was planning to do wasn't good if he was telling him that his wife, Arwen, wouldn't like it. "I'll hear you out first," Maxwell said with his arms crossed. "Even if Arwen doesn't like it, as long as I think that it will be useful to you, I will make it happen." After hearing his father's words, William told him about his plans for the elves and the Silvermoon continent without leaving anything out. Maxwell didn't say anything, but after his son finished his explanation, he sighed internally. William was right when he said that Arwen wouldn't like it. What the black-haired teenager was trying to do was to force the entire elven race to make a decision. A decision whose answer would only work in his son's favor. "You're right," Maxwell said in a helpless voice. "Arwen wouldn't like this." William nodded in agreement, but he had no intention of turning back. Even if Maxwell didn't support him, he would still make it happen. All for the sake of his vengeance. "Are you sure about this?" Maxwell asked. William nodded. "Yes." "Very well, I need to prepare on my end. Give me an hour." "Understood. Thank you, Father." "Don't thank me. What I need you to do is prevent your mother from going ballistic and blaming me for listening to your request." William chuckled because a part of him wanted to see how his mother would go ballistic after his plan came to fruition. Although he felt sorry for his mother, he had already made a decision, and would not change his mind even if it was her. A moment later, William opened his eyes as he pulled his hand back from the trunk of the world tree. Arwen looked at him with a smile because she could tell that William was able to communicate with his father, even if only for a brief period of time. "Mother, can you show me the way to the springs of life?" William asked. "There is someone I need to see there." Arwen's smile widened and gave William a playful wink after hearing his request. "I'd be happy to," Arwen replied with a glint in her eye. She looked like someone who was about to matchmake her son to her neighbor's daughter. You know, I've always wanted to have a grandchild. I think it is about time you give me one. No? It just so happens that I have one good candidate for you. Don't worry, you'll be meeting her soon enough. Arwen excitedly grabbed hold of William's hand as she dragged him towards the entrance that led to the underground pathway that would lead them to the springs of life that nourished the roots of the world tree. The corner of William's lips twitched after hearing Arwen's request. He made a mental note to not let his grandpa, James, and his mother meet because the two would definitely get along and join forces to ensure that William would start making babies for their sake. Arwen, can we have a chat with your son? The Elven King, Rydell, said in a respectful tone as he called out to the Saintess who was currently dragging her son away. It will not take long, I assure you. Arwen stopped walking and glanced at the Elven King before shifting her gaze to her son. William gave the Elven King a sidelong glance before giving his reply. We can talk later, William replied. Don't worry, I don't plan on leaving the Silvermoon continent anytime soon. We have all the time in the world to talk, Your Majesty. William said these words in a teasing tone, mixed with sarcasm. Clearly, he didn't think too highly of the Elven King, especially after what happened in the southern continent. The only reason why he bothered to reply was because he could tell that Arwen and the Elven King were not in conflict with each other. Since that was the case, he wouldn't antagonize him too much so that his mother wouldn't feel conflicted. I see, Rydell replied as he decided to take a step back. Thank you for hearing me out. The Elven King could tell from William's stance that he didn't want to be distracted from whatever he was going to do. Right now, he didn't want to offend the young man, so he decided to just wait for him until he returned. Arwen didn't talk again until they had entered the path that led them underground. Just as William had guessed, she and the Elven King had an amicable relationship with each other. This was also why she had accepted Princess Eowyn to become her disciple. After walking for several minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Well then, I guess I will leave you two young ones to talk, Arwen said in a playful tone. Don't be shy, okay? That girl is my disciple, and she's just a year older than you. I don't mind if you give me 5 or 6 grandkids. I promise to take good care of them for you. After saying those mischievous parting words, the beautiful elf patted her son's shoulders and gave him a thumbs up before going back to the surface. William could only shake his head helplessly as he stepped into the spring. He had already seen the person he wanted to meet, but the latter was submerged under the water. Her long blonde hair was scattered around her, and no matter how careful William was to not step on it, he found this quite a difficult task. In the end, he decided to just float on the water's surface, so he wouldn't step on her hair. Back when he was still in Midgard, the blonde elf didn't like it when others did something with her hair without her permission. She could be quite petty at times and would always hang William upside down whenever he did something she didn't like. All you do is sleep, William stated as he looked at the beautiful elf that was submerged underwater. Have you not slept enough? As if in reply to his words, the delicate body that was under the water started to float towards the surface of the spring. The water droplets slid down the sides of her face, until none were left. Her white and wet dress hung to her skin tightly, revealing the curves of her body, which reminded William of the stubborn beauty whom he held in his loving arms a lifetime ago. The black-haired teenager reached out to caress the side of the elf's face, and gave it a light pinch. It has been a while, Aestia, William said softly. I missed you. The blonde beauty slowly opened her eyes and gave William a reproachful look before closing them again, which made the half-elf chuckle. William slowly descended in the water until his feet hit the ground. The water reached up to his chest and drenched his clothes completely, but he didn't mind. The half-elf then hugged the beautiful elf and closed his eyes. The memories of his past life flooded inside his mind. Truth be told, he felt very guilty because he wasn't able to keep his promise to her due to his untimely death in the war that happened in Midgard. The blonde beauty didn't move, and simply allowed William to hug her. Since the half-elf's eyes were closed, he didn't notice the single tear that slid from the corner of her eye. After thousands of years, the two of them had finally reunited and, perhaps this time around, they would never be parted ever again. Acedia's head rested on William's legs, as the latter lightly patted her head. They were still in the spring of life, and William was not in a hurry to return to the surface and deal with the Elven King, or any of the other members of the Elven race who had come to negotiate with him. For the black-haired teenager, what the Elven race thought or wanted was of no concern to him. The only things he cared about were the people that were important to him. "I'm sorry that I wasn't able to keep my promise," William said as he placed his left hand on top of Acedia's hands, which were resting on her abdomen. "I died before I could return to your side. After that, I gradually forgot about you when I started to live my life as an Einherjar." The blonde beauty didn't reply and simply continued to sleep, while William lightly brushed her hair with his hands. Although his touch was a bit cold, she could feel the warmth in his voice as he talked to her about the past. "Also, during my last moments, I'm glad that I was able to see you again," William stated. "Dying in your arms as Asgard burned around us was something I will never forget. Thank you for coming to see me one last time. If you didn't do that, you might not have died with me back then." Aestia didn't reply, but her hair moved to form a hand, which lightly patted William's head, as if telling him that she was fine with dying by his side. "Sometimes I wonder," William muttered, "if Trukuin didn't hit me back then when I was about to choose a world to reincarnate to, would I still have met all of you again?" On the way to the Silvermoon continent, William had a few days to think about random thoughts, and the one thing that particularly caught his attention was when he was born in Hestia. If Trukuin didn't appear, he would have definitely stepped into the silver portal, which would have taken him to a different world. If he had reincarnated in that place, the chances of meeting Wendy, Ash, Chiffon, Princess Ayla, and Aestia would have not been possible. Everything started at that point in time. Perhaps, fate played a crucial role in making him meet his past wives and lovers in a world that was quite different from the one he expected it to be. Aestia didn't know who Trukuin was, or what William was mumbling about. All she knew was that the black-haired teenager had come to find her, and it made her feel warm inside. William stopped talking, and simply pampered the blonde beauty that was sleeping peacefully by his side. After a while, he felt like teasing her, so he lightly tickled her elven ears, trying to get a reaction from her. As if annoyed by what he was doing, Aestia opened her eyes and glared at the half-elf, which forced William to stop teasing her. "Fine," William said as he placed his right hand on the back of Acedia's head before he stopped floating on top of the water. A few seconds later, William was once again standing on the ground as he held the blonde beauty in his arms. William then lowered his head and kissed Acedia's lips, which made the latter close her eyes once more. The half-elf kissed her softly. It wasn't the strong and passionate kiss in which he intertwined his tongue with hers. It was just a kiss on the lips, which conveyed his pent-up feelings for her. Aestia gladly accepted William's kiss, and kissed him back, albeit it was a bit clumsy. Peck after peck, the two kissed until William reluctantly pulled back. However, Aestia still hadn't had enough and used her hair to hold the back of the black-haired teenager's head, and pulled him down to kiss her again. "You're hopeless?" William said helplessly as he kissed the sleeping beauty, who refused to let him go. 5 minutes later, the half-elf pulled back and kissed Acedia's forehead one last time before holding her in place. "Aestia, I have a favor to ask," William stated. "Did you know that Ash, Sydney, and Chiffon died?" Aestia opened her eyes and lightly shook her head. After sacrificing the homunculus vessel that Arwen had made for her in the demon realm, she had fallen into a deep sleep, and only woken up a day ago. "Ahriman killed them," William said. "In order to preserve their bodies, Ella encased them in blocks of ice. However, that will not be enough. The wounds they received from the god of darkness and chaos contain his vile powers, which will slowly corrupt their bodies, turning them into shadow warriors. In order to prevent that, I will need the power of the spring of life to cleanse the corruption, as well as nourish their bodies. Will you watch over them in the springs of life, while I handle some matters on the surface?" Aestia didn't hesitate and nodded her head. She knew how much William loved his wives, so she would look after their bodies while he was away. "Thank you," William replied. As soon as he received Acedia's permission, William summoned the 3 blocks of ice from his 1,000-beast domain. He then pressed his hands on the block of ice that imprisoned his wife, Ash, and broke it apart with his powers. Soon, Ash's body, which still had a gaping wound in her chest, fell into William's embrace. The half-elf then gently placed her on the surface of the spring of life and kissed her lips, before letting her submerge fully into the water. The corruption of her wound, that was tainted with a black color, slowly dissipated in the spring waters, until it disappeared completely. The wound in Ash's chest also recovered at an incredible rate, proving how strong the regeneration ability of the spring of life was. After 2 minutes, Ash's body laid at the bottom of the spring, as if she was just sleeping. A faint light shone in the black obsidian gem on William's chest, and the black-haired teenager then felt a sadness that he thought that he had completely forgotten. The next one he placed on the spring's waters was Chiffon. His pink-haired wife, who liked to be cuddled every night, lay stiffly in his arms. The sadness that William felt made his heart ache as he kissed her adorable lips, which were now colder than his own. He watched as her small and delicate body was submerged into the water. The wounds on her chest also regenerated, as her body was nourished by the spring. Last but not the least, William held his wife, Princess Sydney, the most beautiful lady in the southern continent, who had asked him to give her his babies, had a pained look on her face. Clearly, before she died, she was subjected to intense pain, which made her have this kind of expression. William kissed her lips and lightly caressed the side of his face as he slowly submerged her in the spring waters. A moment later, the pained expression disappeared, and was replaced by a calmness that he rarely saw on the beautiful princess face. "I'll protect them." The black-haired teenager raised his head to look at Astia, who had stood up from the water. She gazed down on the 3 ladies that William had married with a tender gaze. "Thank you," William replied. He knew that Astia would truly protect his wives' bodies with her life. William then walked towards Astia and hugged her. "I have to go," William whispered as he hugged her tighter. "I will come back later." "Okay," Astia replied as she rose on tiptoes to kiss William's lips. The kiss did not last more than 5 seconds, but it was enough for the blonde beauty to assure William that everything would be fine. "Smile," Astia smiled as he cupped William's face. "The world is not ending just yet." William smiled faintly as he nodded his head. "Good night, Astia." William kissed her lips one last time before he gently placed her in the water to sleep beside his wives. A minute later, William stared at the 4 beautiful ladies that were lying in the spring of life. Each one of them loved him, and he loved them just as much. "I'll be back soon," William said as he turned to walk back towards the entrance. He didn't look back because he was afraid that if he did, he might not be able to bear parting with his wives. The part of his soul that was still free from corruption was making him feel a great sadness that he was unable to brush away, even if he was now the Prince of Darkness. Soon, the glow in the obsidian gem on William's chest faded. The pain also slowly disappeared, and was replaced by a coldness that permeated William's entire body. Now that the bodies of his wives were in safe hands, he could now focus on his revenge against the heir of darkness, who had started his invasion of the central continent. The moment William returned to the surface, Arwen took him to a small clearing within the sacred grove where the important people of the Silver Moon continent gathered. You see that no-good, middle-aged elf over there?" Arwen asked as she pointed to the elf that was seated closest to them at the round table. "That is your grandfather, Inarian. He was the head of the Elven Council till an hour ago before he resigned from his position. Don't mind him too much, he's not too important, and is just about good enough to be a side character." Inarian, who heard his own daughter disparage him, didn't know if he should laugh or cry at Arwen's audacity. For the time being, he just smiled and waved at William, which the latter acknowledged with a nod. "Mother, even side characters have roles to play," William replied. "Don't belittle grandfather even if he is just a side character. Relax, even if he is a side character, he is still family. I won't treat him any less even though he is a no-good grandfather. As expected of my son, you really inherited all my good genes." MMM. The Elven King, as well as the other important elves in the Silvermoon continent, glanced at Inarion, who was doing his best to keep the smile on his face. The mother and son pair had made sure to say that he was just a side character thrice, which made his heart weep bitter tears. William scanned the faces of everyone in the clearing before making a gesture for Charmaine to come to his side. The pretty elf, who also served as William's personal maid, obediently followed her master's orders and stood beside him. "Charmaine, if you wish to speak to your sister, you can do it. I don't mind," William whispered. "There is also a chance that she might accompany us in our journey, so it would be best to patch up your relationship with her. In the end, Pearl is still your sister. Just like me. She is still part of your family." "Understood, Master," Charmaine replied as she bowed her head respectfully to William. "I will talk to my sister, and do my best to brainwash her to become Master's concubine as well." William blinked in confusion because Charmaine's response wasn't the one he was expecting. "That is not what I am asking you to do," William said. However, before William could even continue his words, Charmaine cut him off and immediately told him about her plans. "Don't worry, Master," Charmaine replied with words filled with assurance. "I will be discreet and apply aphrodisiac to her food and drinks before tying her up with a red ribbon and tossing her in the Master's room to be enjoyed at a later time." Arwen, who was listening to the side, reached out to hold Charmaine's arm as she looked at her with a serious expression on her face. "Young lady, my son is not a vicious wolf who will eat any young lady he sees," Arwen said with a look of disapproval. "But, seeing how pretty your sister is, I will make an exception. Make sure to strip your sister butt naked before tossing her into my son's bed. Men are weak to beautiful, naked ladies. I know because my husband is the same. He was unable to take his eyes off me when he peeked at me while I was taking a bath." Charmaine held Arwen's hand firmly as she looked at the saintess with respect and admiration. "Mother-in-law, allow me to introduce myself again to you. My name is Charmaine, and I am now Lord Williams's concubine," Charmaine said with a blush. "I will do my best to give birth to your grandchildren. How many do you want to have?" Arwen lightly squeezed Charmaine's hand as she looked at the pretty elf with a fervent gaze. "Girl, you are good. I expect you to give me 2 to 3 healthy grandkids after a few years. Don't let me down. Okay?" "Why, yes. I will do my best, mother-in-law. MMM. Now go get your sister. The more the merrier." "As you wish, my lady." William pretended that he didn't hear the two ladies' conversation as he walked towards the seat of honor, which was on a raised platform, overlooking the other officials of the Silvermoon continent. Truth be told, the seat of honor was where his mother would sit during conferences. Within the sacred grove, her authority was higher than the Elven King's, as well as the head of the councils. This proved how important the saintess was to the elves, and through her, they would be able to communicate with the world tree that granted its blessings to their entire race. The moment William appeared in the clearing, all the elves that were seated stood up. They watched as he walked with steady steps towards Arwen's chair that held the seat of authority within the sacred grove. Even after the black-haired teenager sat on the chair, all of them remained standing. William was radiating an authority that was no less than the Elven King, which made the high-ranking officials feel anxious. "Everyone, please sit," William ordered after looking at the elves who were looking at him with grim faces. "Relax, I don't bite. I just kill people when I'm annoyed." William smiled as he crossed his right leg over his left leg and rested the side of his face on his closed fist. The elves sat one by one as they stared at the Prince of Darkness, who was said to be the one to cover the entire world in darkness. "So, why are all of you here?" William asked in a teasing tone. "Surely, all of you didn't come here to just look at my handsome face, right?" Inarion smiled because his grandson's dominating presence reminded him of the dungeon conqueror who had asked for his daughter's hand in marriage almost 2 decades ago. Rydell, the king of the elves, stood up and stared at William with a calm gaze. "On behalf of my people, I have come to ask what His Excellency wished to do in the Silvermoon continent," Rydell said. "If it is something that we can do, then we are willing to offer you our assistance." William smirked as he gazed at the Elven King, who was looking at him with a calm expression on his face. "The heir of darkness and I cannot coexist under the same sky," William replied. "What I want from all of you is to fight him with all of your hearts. Can you do that?" Rydell nodded his head. "Actually, before His Excellency even came to our lands, we were already planning to do just that. We even sent over 1,000 elite elven warriors to the Amberfang fortress to resist the demon's invasion." "I know," William replied. "But your response is pretty lukewarm. Only over 1,000 elite warriors? The other kingdoms and empires have sent hundreds of thousands of soldiers to support the Amberfang fortress, as well as the Alliance's main army in the central continent. Well, not that it really mattered since Felix had used a backdoor to appear in the southwestern regions of the central continent anyway. The Alliance is now moving their forces to stop his advance, even as we speak." Rydell wasn't able to refute William's words because what he said was correct. In order to show that the Silvermoon continent was on the same page as the Alliance, he had sent around 2,000 troops to help defend the Amberfang fortress from the demon invasion. Most of the elven elites were still in the Silvermoon continent and manning their borders. Their goal was to fight against the heir and the Prince of Darkness and prevent them from advancing deep into the elven lands. However, for some reason, William was able to sneak past their defenses without their notice, which led to the current situation, making the king as well as the Elven Council feel helpless. "We will put more effort in assisting His Excellency to win against the heir of darkness," Rydell said as he slightly bowed his head. "This time, we will give it our best and not hold back." William chuckled after hearing Rydell's response. He knew that the king only meant half of what he said. The black-haired teenager knew what the king and the Elven Council were thinking. They would watch as he and Felix fought against each other until their forces had diminished, giving them the opportunity to go for the kill. Unfortunately for them, William wasn't stupid, and had already formed a plan in order to make all of the elves submit to his will. "As it should be," William said in a teasing tone. "All of you will do your best and fight for me, right?" "Of course, Your Excellency. As long as we all fight side by side, that heir of darkness is not a match against us. He is just a pig waiting to be slaughtered." "Agreed. This war is as good as won." One by one, all the elven elders showed their support to William's cause, which made the half-elf chuckle internally. "I am very happy to see that all of you are very enthusiastic," William commented. "By the way, all of you look good in black." Rydell and the rest of the elves frowned because they didn't understand what the half-elf was saying. A moment later, a loud scream broke everyone out of their daze. All the elves looked in the direction of one of the elf women who was part of the Elven Council. "No, don't look at me," the woman cried out in fear as she tried to cover her face with her hands. Rydell, Inarian, as well as the rest of the Elven Council shuddered when they saw that the elf woman's skin color had turned completely black. But it was not just her. It took a few more seconds for everyone to realize that every one of their skin's color had turned completely black, and their hair had changed to a silver color. "Drows," Rydell gasped as he looked at his hands, which were now as black as coal. "Why, Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this?" William, who was watching the scene in front of him with a devilish smile on his face, only chuckled after hearing Rydell's question. "Don't worry. Those who seriously fight for my cause will have their skin color reverted to what it once was," William said casually. The half-elf knew that elves prided themselves for their bloodline and the superiority of their race. They hated the drows because they thought of them as their complete opposite. Cruel, sadistic, and treacherous. These were the qualities that the elves hated the most. For them to become the very existence that they hated had given a great blow to their pride, which made them feel fearful. It was at that moment when William's voice spread across the entire Silvermoon continent as he made an announcement. "Those who will fight for me will return to their original appearances, and those who don't will remain drows for eternity," William declared. "Don't worry, I am not that evil and spared the young from this fate. However, that can still change depending on my mood. So, if you don't want your children, the next generation of Silvermoon elves, to become drows, you better fight with everything you have." William had left a brand of darkness on the world tree so that he could communicate directly to Maxwell. His father had told him that his preparation was complete and was only waiting for the black-haired teenager to give him the signal to start. After the half-elf gave the go-ahead, the transformation of all the elves in the Silvermoon continent had begun. Of course, there were a few exceptions. Astia, Arwen, Inarian, Princess Eowyn, Pearl, the children, as well as William's family in the Silvermoon continent were unaffected by the change. They had retained their essences as elves, while the rest of the population slowly transformed into drows. Screams of panic and fear reverberated in many places across the Silvermoon continent as the elves looked at the changes that were happening to their bodies. You only have one chance at salvation. William's words spread across the entire land as if he was offering them an olive branch to turn the entire situation around. Fight for me, and I will give you salvation. Defy me, and I will make you regret it for eternity. I have given all of you a choice. If you don't like it, then all of you can just stay drows forever. The black-haired teenager then raised his hand, compelling all the newly transformed drows in the sacred grove to stand. He then placed his hand down, and everyone knelt in front of him without even uttering a word of complaint. Rydell and the elders of the council knew that William was dead serious. With such an overbearing method to compel them to fight for this side, they didn't have any leeway to take the matter lightly. Either way, all of them were doomed to follow his orders, or suffer damnation for eternity. In the end, they had no other choice but to swear their allegiance to him. All the elves knew that once William gave the order to march to war, there would be no turning back for any of them. Surprisingly, Arwen's expression remained calm even after he saw the transformation of the elves around her. She had recognized the 3 drows that escorted William to the sacred grove, and knew that they were once part of the Elven Council. The Saintess already understood that her son didn't come to the Silvermoon continent just to see her. Arwen knew that no elf could escape the curse that William had unleashed upon them until this war between him and the Heir of Darkness was over. And so it begins, Arwen muttered as she sighed in her heart. In the end, people will not be judged by the darkness they lived in, but by the light they rejected. The entire Silvermoon continent was in upheaval as everyone, with the exception of those who were below the age of 18, all turned into drows. William didn't even spare the members of the royal family, with the exception of Princess Eowyn and her protector, Pearl. Only those that were important to him, like his family on his mother's side, Astia, his Valkyries, and the elves who were stationed in the Amberfang fortress were spared of the curse that William had placed on the elven race. As William sat in the seat of honor, a smirk appeared on his face as he gazed at the panicked expressions of the high-ranking elves in front of him. He knew that this was something that they would want to reverse at all costs, so they had no choice but to submit to him or risk eternal damnation. Your Majesty, make sure to send your messengers to every corner of the Silvermoon continent to pass on my message, William ordered. I will give all of you exactly 1 month to make preparations for war. Those who choose not to participate in this fight can forget about reverting back to their true forms. They will stay as drows forever. Everyone? Rydell asked in surprise. Even the non-combatants? Yes, William replied with a smile. Even the non-combatants have their uses. For example, they can help carry the army's supplies or help the wounded. They can also be in charge of kitchen duties, as well as other miscellaneous chores that the army needs done. In short, I want all able-bodied men and women to prepare for war. There will be no exceptions. Of course, they can remain here if they want. I will not force them, but you already know what that means, right? William's cold and domineering voice reverberated in the surroundings, making some of the elven patriarchs shudder. To then, what about the children? Rydell asked. Who will care for them while everyone is away? William sneered. What about them? When the southern continent was invaded, and all the adults were turned into crystal statues, what do you think happened to the children they left behind? Actually, you guys are lucky. When the war started in my homeland, it happened suddenly without any warnings. No one was able to prepare for the calamity that followed. Many children died of starvation, in addition to being subjected to the merciless killing of the elven race. Don't you think I am being very merciful enough, Your Majesty? I even gave you a month to ensure that your children will be able to survive even while their parents are away. The half-elf then shifted his attention to Princess Ioan, whose face had turned pale the moment William made eye contact with her. How about you delegate Princess Ioan to be the person in charge to take care of the elf children? William smiled mischievously. I'm sure that she gained plenty of experience while in the southern continent. She will be able to do it just fine. In truth, this was also part of William's plan. Even without the king's orders, he would assign Princess Ioan as the leader of the young generation and have her take care of the elves that were left behind. He couldn't be too cruel with the treatment of the young elves because his mother and Aestia were still elves. For their sake, he was willing to compromise and not damn the entire race to oblivion. The king as well as the elders stared hatefully at William, but none of them dared to berate him out loud. Seeing their reactions, the half-elf couldn't help but chuckle, because these were the just desserts that they deserved for turning a blind eye on what happened in the southern continent. Arwen kept silent the entire time. Although she didn't like what William did to her race, this was not the right time and place to confront him about it. She would definitely talk to him and complain in private. Something she would never do in front of the other elves, in case they thought that they could use her to oppose the black-haired teenager who was hell-bent on getting his revenge. I am a busy person, so if you will excuse me, I will take my leave, William said as he stood up from his chair. Also, feel free to collude with Felix and overthrow me. The moment you do, I will burn the world tree to the ground, and make all of you understand what it means to taste true despair. The black-haired teenager walked away without giving the king, or his entourage, a backward glance. Arwen followed behind him while Charmaine stayed behind. She still planned to talk to Pearl because her master had told her that Pearl might be joining them soon. Since that was the case, she would make sure that her sister had a smooth transition in her allegiance. Just like her master said, Pearl was still her sister. What William didn't know was that Charmaine and Pearl no longer had parents and had to rely on each other to survive. However, after meeting William, Charmaine no longer felt like she lacked anything in her life. She had food, shelter, friends, as well as a master who treated her kindly. If possible, she wanted her sister to understand this. But, knowing Pearl, it would still take some time for her to accept that William was the ideal person to serve under the heavens. Sister, we meet again, Charmaine said as she walked towards her sister, who was beside Princess Ioan. William's personal maid didn't even bow to the Elven King, and completely ignored his existence. In her mind, even Rydell had no choice but to bow to her master. Since that was the case, she didn't find any reason to go out of her way to show respect to the Elven King, whose current status was lower than hers. Charmaine. Pearl looked at her sister with a complicated gaze. What do you want? I just want to talk in private. Do you have time? Is it important? Charmaine crossed her hands over her chest as she looked at her older sister with amusement. Is talking to your sister not important? Charmaine asked back with a smile. Or, do you not think of me as a sister anymore? Of course I still think of you as a sister, even though you've been brainwashed by that bastard. Oh, that's true. I have indeed been brainwashed by him. Charmaine nodded in acknowledgement, which made Pearl look at her in shock. Why, you know that you've been brainwashed? Pearl asked with a serious expression on her face. Yes, Charmaine answered. I've recovered all of my memories. Perhaps out of guilt, William had told Charmaine, along with the other elves, that they had been brainwashed several months ago. The half-elf even showed them the memories that had been sealed away by the arcane spectral lich in order to make them submit to the half-elf whom they hated. When Charmaine and the other elves regained their true memories, in addition to their feelings, they felt angry. Although they held a grudge against William, it wasn't as intense as the hate they felt towards the arcane spectral lich that had taken their precious memories away from them. In the end, William had given them the option to return to their homelands. Since all of them were still chaste maidens, they could start anew and live their lives without being looked down upon by their race as William's used goods. Surprisingly, all of them decided to stay with William in the Thousand Beast domain. They still remembered how William cared for them and treated them with respect. Aside from drinking their blood, the half-elf hadn't done anything else. Also, they had already gotten used to their current lifestyle. After serving William for a few years, they finally understood the kind of person that had been able to defeat them back in the southern continent. "Here is a communication crystal," Charmaine said as she handed Pearl a red gem that William had given her. "You can talk to me directly using this artifact. Just remember that I may or may not reply if I am busy doing my duties. Also, it was nice to see you again, big sister." Charmaine smiled before turning around to follow her master. She knew that Pearl would contact her sooner or later. "Sister, I am doing this for your sake," Charmaine said as a portal opened in front of her. "I just hope that you think twice before it is too late." "Don't you think you went too far?" Arwen asked as she sat in front of William. "No," William replied. "I can always do something worse." Arwen sighed as she sipped the tea that Charmaine had prepared for her. They were currently inside Arwen's personal villa within the sacred grove. This was where she stayed whenever she wasn't doing her duties as the Saintess of the World Tree. "Did you already have this idea in mind when you talked to your father earlier?" "No. Actually, this was Father's idea. I even tried to convince him that this wasn't the best course of action. But he insisted on doing it. It's not my fault." "That damn bastard!" Arwen angrily slapped the armrest of her chair. "I'm going to give him a good nagging later." "Yes, please give him a good nagging. He actually dared to think of such a diabolical scheme? I couldn't even think of something this vile." "Mother, it's all Father's fault. Don't worry, Will. I will seek justice for your sake." William nodded as if to agree with his mother's words. If not for the fact that Maxwell was currently in a deep sleep after lending his aid to his son, the ex-dungeon conqueror would have definitely used one of the roots of the world tree to slap his son for being a big, fat liar. The half-elf chuckled in his heart as he imagined how his father would receive a tongue lashing from his mother without even getting the opportunity to explain his side of the story. "Mother, Princess Eowyn will not be able to handle the task of taking care of the children on her own," William said. "As the Saintess, you should also lend your hand in calming them. Is this your payback for me not having wiped your bum when you were young?" Arwen inquired as she looked at William with a face filled with injustice. "You're leaving me to clean up this mess for you?" "Yes," William answered with a smile. "Please do your best, Mother. I plan to leave a lot of messes." Arwen snorted. "The only mess that I will accept you leaving are my grandchildren. Astia is always sleeping. She's so lazy that even making her talk is a Herculean task. However, I'm sure that even in her laziness, she would be an ideal candidate to conceive your child. No? Her body is also being nourished by the world tree and is always fertile. You just need to do it once, and I'll take care of the rest." William sipped his tea before placing it on top of the table. "You want me to get that lazy bum pregnant?" "Yes. Even if she's asleep, my grandchild would still grow in her belly. She didn't even need to eat because the spring of life provides her body with the nutrients she needs. Between the two of us, I'm sure that the child that would grow in her belly would have a very powerful life force. Perhaps he or she will even become a prominent figure like a priest or an oracle when they grow up." "I'll think about it." For some reason, Arwen's words sounded quite convincing. Since all Astia did was sleep all day long, letting her give birth to his child might be a good idea. "Well, I'll just ask her later," William thought as he finished drinking his tea. "If she doesn't reject the idea, then I guess we can have Mother perform our wedding." Arwen was the Saintess of the World Tree, and had enough authority to conduct weddings. However, she didn't do it for everyone, and only those whom she deemed worthy of her blessings would be given the opportunity to have her as the master of ceremony. "Let's put aside the talk about my grandchildren for the time being," Arwen said as she changed the topic of their discussion. "Tell me about your plans here in the Silvermoon continent." William nodded as he placed his cup on top of the table. "Mother, do you know about me being the dungeon conqueror?" William inquired. Arwen didn't answer right away, as if she was organizing her thoughts before giving William an answer. "I had a hunch that Maxwell would pass the profession to you one way or the other," Arwen said after a few minutes had passed. However, I didn't have the evidence to back it up. The power of the dungeon conqueror was something that many coveted. It is a power that could potentially overthrow any ruling faction, not only in the Silvermoon continent, but in the entire world. The Saintess then looked at her son with a complicated gaze because she now understood how the black-haired teenager was able to have pseudogods serving by his side. Her husband, Maxwell, had once told her that his greatest wish was to capture the dungeons that were found inside the Forbidden Grounds. No dungeon conquerors had been able to conquer these forbidden domains, even though they already had armies of monsters that were more than enough to conquer any empire they wanted. It was every conqueror's dream to conquer the unconquerable. Maxwell, as well as the former dungeon conquerors, had set the Forbidden Grounds as their final conquest during their lifetime. "Will, are you planning to go to Hyperborea?" Arwen asked. Her gaze never left her son's face, as if looking for any traces of hesitation in his eyes. William nodded. Yes. He had no intention of lying to his mother because he needed her help to take care of the matters in the Silvermoon continent while he was busy conquering the forbidden domain of Hyperborea. "When are you going to leave?" 2 days from now. Arwen nodded as she stood up to give William a hug. "Be careful." "I will, Mother," William replied. "Also, while I am away, please look after the bodies of my wives. I left them in Acedia's care in the spring of life." Arwen immediately pulled back as she looked at William in surprise. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Arwen immediately walked towards the door as if she was in a hurry. "I have to see my daughter-in-laws at all costs. Astia may be lazy, but this is the first time that she's had company. Who knows what she might have done to those poor girls. I hope she didn't tie them up to one of the roots of the world tree." William stared at his hurrying mother with a frown. "Astia wouldn't do something as childish as that, right?" William muttered as he lifted the cup of tea on the table, but paused midway. On second thought, she might just do that. William stood up as he also left the villa in order to check on the bodies of his wives. Although she trusted Astia, the sleepy elf had a bad habit of playing pranks whenever she had the chance, when they were still together in the lands of Alfheim. Charmaine watched her master go with a smile. Although William had a calm expression on his face, she had seen the faint trace of worry in his eyes, which made the pretty elf feel warmth inside her heart. "Master, your heart is still alive," Charmaine mused as the door closed in front of her. William might act cold and aloof in front of others, but behind closed doors, he would do his best to make them happy, despite the coldness that permeated from his entire body. During those times, Charmaine felt how deeply he cared about the woman that loved him, and found herself blessed that she was now one of those women whom William cherished with his darkness-stained heart. When William and Arwen arrived at the Springs of Life, they saw the lazy bum hugging a pink-haired girl in her arms, using her as a hug pillow. Arwen pressed her hand over her forehead while muttering, "I knew it," while the half-elf looked at this scene with a calm expression on her face. Seeing the peaceful sleeping Astia with his wife, Chiffon in her arms, reminded him of the time when his wives were still alive. Princess Sydney and Ash would usually do the same because Chiffon's body was so soft and small, which makes her the ideal hug pillow. The pink-haired girl didn't mind being treated this way because she liked to be hugged and cuddled. It was as if she longed for this kind of skinship with girls her age, and treated William's wives and lovers as her sisters. William was also guilty of doing the same on several occasions. Chiffon was simply too adorable, and too hard to resist, so every night she would always be hugged by either him or one of his wives. "Astia, let go of my daughter-in-law," Arwen pleaded as she walked into the waist-deep water to approach the girl that was sleeping underwater. "Don't you know that I am also doing my best to make you my daughter-in-law? William might not like you if you treat his wives as your hug pillow." I don't particularly mind," William commented. "But I do." Arwen looked at the adorable pink-haired girl and felt her heart breaking due to the fact that she had died saving William. "Oh, I wish I had met you sooner. I would have loved to hold you in my arms." William smirked when he saw that even his own mother wasn't able to resist Chiffon's cuteness. He watched as the Saintess tried to gently peel Acedia's hold off her daughter-in-law, but the latter refused to budge. In the end, The half-elf had no choice to assure his mother that this was a normal thing in his household, so she shouldn't worry about Acedia's treatment of his wife. I'm sure that if Chiffon was alive, she wouldn't mind being held by Aestia as well, William said. It's fine, mother. Let her hold her for a bit. I'm sure that she's just feeling lonely. Are you sure about this? MMM. After seeing that her son was really fine with how Aestia was treating his wife, Arwen no longer made a fuss and walked towards her other daughter-in-laws to take a closer look at them. I have to give it to you, Will, you have great taste in women. Arwen nodded her head in satisfaction as she looked at the two beautiful ladies who were submerged at the bottom of the spring. The Saintess then glanced at the lazy bum who was still hugging Chiffon before shifting her gaze to her son, who was calmly looking at Aestia. Will, Aestia is asleep most of the time, so she won't notice if you make babies with her, Arwen said with a smile. Well then, I'll leave the two of you alone for now, so make sure to let me see my grandchildren a year from now, okay? The Saintess then winked at her son before leaving the spring of life with a light chuckle. She didn't notice that the face of the blonde beauty, who was submerged under water, had turned red after Arwen declared that William should make babies with her. Clearly, Arwen did that on purpose to tell Aestia that she got her seal of approval. William could only shake his head as he watched his mother leave the spring in a good mood. A few minutes later, when he was sure that Arwen was no longer around, he walked towards Aestia. A while later, William crouched down and submerged himself in the water. Breathing underwater was not a problem with him, and he didn't mind getting his clothes wet. The black-haired teenager was a firm believer that handsome men were not afraid to get wet. You heard her, William said as he laid beside Aestia and hugged her from behind. Mother has been telling me since a while ago that since you are a good-for-nothing that only knows how to sleep, should I just embrace you so that you can raise my child in your tummy, while I am away? What do you think? Acedia's long hair moved and wrapped itself around William's body before throwing him out of the spring of life. The half-elf gracefully landed on the ground and smiled at the blonde beauty's reaction to baby-making. I will leave in 2 days, William stated as he placed both of his hands behind his back. I don't know when I'll be back, but it should be in around a week or so. I'll come back as soon as I conquer Hyperborea. Until then, keep yourself and everyone safe. William then turned around to leave, but before he could even take 3 steps, a band of long, blonde hair wrapped itself around his waist and gently pulled. The half-elf didn't resist and allowed Aestia to pull him back to the water. When the half-elf was submerged on the water, Aestia opened his eyes slightly as she turned her head to look at William. The black-haired teenager lowered his head and kissed Acedia's lips, because he was sure that this was why she had pulled him back into the water. The two kissed and kissed some more. Finally, after 10 minutes, the hair that wrapped itself around William's body brought him back to the shore. The half-elf glanced at the blushing beauty under the water before waving his hand to bid her goodbye. He knew that Aestia would protect his wives' bodies, so he could leave the spring of life without any worries. Well then, I guess I should have a long talk with the guardians of the Silvermoon continent before I leave this place, William muttered as he walked towards the surface. The guardians might have been intimidated by him, so they decided not to fight him. However, they were still tied to the Silvermoon continent, so they wouldn't turn a blind eye to what William had done to the elves. The black-haired teenager knew that he needed to sort things out with them, so that they could be added to his legion. Having a few demigods and 2 pseudogods added to his roster would certainly create a deterrence that would make Felix, as well as the armies of the central continent, think twice before dealing with him. What? The Prince of Darkness is in the Silvermoon continent. Why do you look so happy, Lyra? The virtuous Lady of Temperance immediately removed the smile on her face and replaced it with a serious one. You got it wrong, Lyra replied. I've been dying to get revenge on that bastard, but no one knew where he was. Now that I know his location, I'm going there to give him a piece of my mind. Oi, calm down. The virtuous Lady of Charity, Cherry, said as she held Lyra's hand and looked up at her with upturned eyes. Since she was just a little girl, she treated every one of the 7 virtues as her big sister, and everyone treated her like their little sister as well, including Celeste, who usually didn't mingle with the other virtues. You're right. I need to calm down. Lyra breathed deeply as she tried to calm her senses. I need to go to the Silver Moon continent in order to calm down. Knowing that the bastard is there doesn't put me at ease. The virtuous lady of faith, Melody, heaved a long and deep sigh as she looked at Lyra, who was seriously planning to go to the Silver Moon continent in order to meet the one that had captured her. Lyra, did you forget? We have a non-aggression pact treaty with him, Melody said. If you break the rules, we will become his slaves. I don't want to be that filthy man's slave. Lyra glared at Melody, which made the latter winced. For some reason, hearing her sister call William filthy ruffled her feathers. See, calm down, okay? How about I go with you, so we can beat him up together? Melody stuttered after being subjected to Lyra's hate-filled glare. Wow, that's one scary glare. She must really hate that half-elf so much for her to stare at me as if she wanted to kill me. Ephemera, who was watching this scene from the side, could only shake her head helplessly. She knew that the reason why Lyra was glaring at Melody was because the latter had unknowingly touched her reverse scale, which made her look at her with killing intent. Okay, everyone calm down. Ephemera decided to break up the tension in the air before Lyra did something stupid and blow her cover. Melody is right. We signed a non-aggression pact with the Dark Prince, so we shouldn't antagonize him, or we might just end up becoming his slaves. Lyra, if you really wish to go to the Silver Moon continent, I'm coming with you. But only if you promise to not make a scene. Lyra nodded. Okay, I agree with your proposal. Just as the two were about to head out, they heard a strict voice, which almost made all the ladies jump up in fright. And who said the two of you could go? The four virtuous lady turned to their heads to look at the Pope of the Holy Order walk in their direction with a solemn expression on her face. The heir of darkness has already taken control of the kingdom of Zabia and is moving to conquer the nearby territories, the Pope stated. The Alliance has asked that we send our forces to the southwestern region of the continent in order to contain their advance. It would be unwise to have the two of you leave when the heir of darkness is still at large. Lyra understood what the Pope was trying to say, but she still wanted to see William. Because of this, she decided to try her luck and ask the Pope a question. Then what about the Silver Moon continent? Lyra asked. The kingdom of Zabia is only a small kingdom. If you compare that to the entirety of the Silver Moon continent, then it is just like a drop in a bucket. Aren't we going to make any moves towards the Prince of Darkness? The Pope frowned after hearing Lyra's words. However, she still stood her ground and gave her an answer. The territory of the Alliance is in the central continent, the Pope replied. None of them have the spare manpower to deal with the Prince of Darkness, who is a continent away. Aside from having a non-aggression treaty with that half-elf, we also know that he hates the heir of darkness more than anyone in the world. For now, the best plan is to let the two of them duke it out with each other. It will not be too late to deal with whoever remains between the two of them. Lyra nodded her head in understanding, but deep inside, she was cursing the Pope for even thinking of trying to take advantage of her prince. Fortunately, William didn't shoot his seed inside her ears, so her brain was still working properly. The virtuous lady of temperance knew what she should and should not do in regards to dealing with the matters of the Alliance. Naturally, she was on William's side, and would be more than happy to fight the heir of darkness for his sake. So, when will we make our move? Lyra asked as she clenched her fist. She was itching to decimate as many demons as she could to ensure that William would have the upper hand when he fought against Felix. The Pope gave the brown-haired beauty a knowing glance before giving her reply. Soon. So, none of you are allowed to leave the Palace of Light. The four virtuous lady watched the Pope walk away with various emotions swirling inside their heads. Ephemera, who was the most observant among all of the virtues, felt a nagging feeling at the back of her mind. It can't be possible, right? Ephemera thought as she looked at the back of the Pope that was moving farther away. If the Pope really wished to end the war sooner, she would have definitely mobilized all the forces of the Holy Order of Light, including the four pseudo-gods that had arrived from the heavens. Ephemera hoped that she was just overthinking things as she tossed the idea to the back of her mind. For some reason, she felt that the Pope wasn't that serious when it came to blocking Felix's advance in the central continent. It was as if she was planning to let the heir of darkness conquer more lands before they made a move. That way, their order could easily replace the various royal families that Felix killed during his conquest, and put one of their men in to act as their new ruler. By doing this, the influence of the Holy Order would expand, and they would obtain a bigger territory that would not be possible if the heir of darkness hadn't started his invasion on the lands in the central continent. On the outskirts of the sacred grove, William sat on a black throne with 3 beautiful ladies by his side. A flaming black bird was perched on top of the throne's backboard, and it eyed the guardians with a complicated expression in its eyes. Separan was once the strongest guardian of the Silver Moon continent. But now it was just the black-haired teenager's subordinate, and it was fine with that. After knowing that there was a heaven above the heavens, it finally understood how laughable it was for thinking that it was the strongest existence in the world of Hestia. Now that it had the power that exceeded its previous strength, it decided to swear its allegiance to William, who was treated as a special existence by its mistress. "Where is Drowham?" William asked as he looked at the guardians that he had summoned to meet with him. Mirender sighed as he stared at the half-elf who was determined to make his comrades suffer. "Drowham doesn't want to meet with you currently," Mirender replied. "But I will make sure that he knows about whatever happens in this meeting of ours." William smiled and nodded his head. Although his plan to make things difficult for the ancient golem was put on hold for the time being, he was still satisfied with having all the guardians assembled before him. "As you may already know, I am now the supreme overlord of the Silver Moon continent," William replied. "I'm sure that all of you have an idea why I gathered you here today, but in order to make things clear, I will tell you why so that there will be no misunderstandings in the future." The half-elf paused in order to give the guardians a breather before he continued his proposal. "Help me fight against Felix," William stated. "If you do that, I will drop my petty grudge, and no longer bother with any of you again. Also, after we win the war, I will remove the curse I placed on all the elves, and we can all call it quits." Mirender rubbed its chin as it gazed at the black-haired teenager who sat confidently on his black throne. Although it knew that going against William was a bad idea, it still thought that the half-elf's proposal was too one-sided. "You admitted that your grudge is petty, and yet you expect us to fight for you just because you said so," Mirender said. "Don't you think that's a bit too much?" William eyed the Ent King with a smile. He already expected that they would reject his proposal, so he wasn't surprised by Mirender's reaction. "Okay, then tell me, what is it that you want in return for your servitude?" William asked. Mirender quieted down after hearing William's reply. It didn't expect that the half-elf would take a step back in their discussion. He had expected that the black-haired teenager would not take no for an answer, and force them to become his subordinates by using threats or other methods to make them submit to him. "What's wrong?" William asked after 5 minutes had passed after he asked his question. "I am asking what you want in order to serve me faithfully." Mirender glanced at his comrades before looking back at the half-elf who was waiting for his answer. "You already know that we don't want to submit to you," Mirender replied. "Even if you ask us what we want, we have no answer to give you at the moment." William nodded before shifting his gaze to the other guardians who were eyeing him with a critical gaze. "Does he speak for all of you?" William asked. "Is there really nothing that you guys want to have in exchange for serving me faithfully?" None of the guardians answered because, just like Mirender, they couldn't think of anything that they wanted on the spot. Seeing all of their reactions, William decided to proceed with the plan B he had in mind as a compromise. He knew that Mirender would rather die than serve under him. Although he could kill the Ent King and corrupt its corpse afterwards to become his subordinate, he decided not to do that. He was looking at a bigger picture, and the Silver Moon continent was just a part of the goal he had in mind. "Okay, then let's compromise," William said. 2 days from now, I will be heading to the forbidden realm of Hyperborea. While I am away, all of you can think of what you want in return for serving me. I'm sure that all of you are aware that I can forcefully corrupt all of you to become my loyal slaves, but I have no intention of doing that. My mother is still the saintess of the world tree, and I'm sure that all of you have protected her in some form over the past few years. I admire that, so I've decided to respect your wishes and not forcefully turn you into mindless pawns. So here is what we're going to do. While I am away, use that time to think of what you want to obtain. Although I am certain that Felix won't sneak attack the Silvermoon continent, while I am away, there is still a possibility, so I ask you to continue to carry out your duties to protect your domain. Lastly, you will prevent any members from the Holy Order of Light from entering the Sacred Grove, as well as the capital city of Morninthias. That is all I will ask of you for now. Mirender and the rest of the Guardians all looked at William with surprise after hearing what he had to say. They could understand why they should protect their domain from the heir of darkness, but they didn't understand why he specifically asked them to stop the entrance of the members of the Holy Order into the Sacred Grove, as well as the capital city of the Elves. Why should we stop the members of the Holy Order from coming to the Sacred Grove, as well as the capital city? Mirender asked. They are our allies in the fight against the heir of darkness. William smirked as he lightly tapped the armrest of his throne. Mirender, you are already so ancient, and yet you still don't understand the hearts of people, William replied. The heir of darkness and me may be the greatest threats right now, but this also makes us the perfect camouflage for anything bad that happens at this period of time. I don't understand. Mirender shook his head. What do you mean by that? It means that Felix and I are convenient pawns to be used when a certain organization causes trouble from the shadows, William answered. Since Felix and I are painted as black and evil, it will be very easy to frame us for everything. Tell me, Mirender, do you really believe that the Holy Order is so righteous? I'm sure that for them, the current war is an ideal way to destabilize the current status quo of the Central Continent. William stood up from his throne and sneered at the Ent King, who was now starting to understand what he was trying to say. The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it, William commented as Astrape and Bronte held his arms. Mirender, make sure that none of those hypocrites step foot in the Silvermoon continent while I am away, or the deal is off. I will no longer hold back and make sure that all of you understand what it means to fight against the Prince of Darkness. All of you don't want that to happen, right? The four pseudo-gods on William's side finally unleashed their auras in full, which made the Guardians, aside from Mirender, feel great discomfort. Very well. I will agree to your condition, Mirender replied. Before you return, the members of the Holy Order will be barred from entering the Silvermoon continent. William snorted before walking away. He had already said everything that needed to be said. The half-elf had compromised enough, and allowed the Guardians to keep their free will. But that didn't mean that he would not change his mind if they did something funny behind his back. The moment he returned from the lands of Hyperborea, the sooner he would start the final phase of his plan. There was one more dungeon that he needed to conquer before he fought against the heir of darkness, in addition to preparing an insurance for fighting against the Holy Order of Light. Atlantis. William thought as he stood on top of the Black Phoenix which flew in the direction of the Sacred Grove. He had long wanted to conquer this dungeon, but didn't have the necessary strength to do it. The final battlefield for the pseudogod that could be found on its last floor was under the deepest parts of the ocean. Even with the four demigods by his side, he was still not confident that he could beat it. Sephiron was useless underwater, and although water would be a great conductor to lightning, the half-elf had a feeling that it wouldn't amount to much when facing against the final boss of the dungeon. Titania could probably assist everyone to fight to a stalemate, but a stalemate wasn't what William wanted. The black-haired teenager needed a power that would tilt the battle in his favor, and to do that, he needed to go to Hyperborea, the mythical land located beyond the North Wind. A week after Felix had conquered the capital city of the Zabia kingdom, "This is the life," Felix said as he sat on the throne of the king of Zabia. He had a very relaxed expression on his face, while his hands rested on top of the heads of the two beautiful princesses who were busy servicing him. They were the previous king's daughters, who had been captured by his subordinates. The princes had all been killed because Felix had no need for them. The princesses were spared because they were suitable bed warmers, while his forces continued to spread outwards. The two girls had already been soiled by Felix's darkness, and were already on the path of corruption. William could have easily done the same to Lyra and Ephemera, But he chose not to and allowed both the virtuous ladies to return to the Palace of Light in order to fight against Felix's forces that were currently expanding his foothold in the central continent. A moment later, Felix grunted, and the two princesses were showered with his seed. They look at the green-haired demon in a daze as his essence covered their faces. A moment later, they lowered their heads and started to clean his shaft, in preparation for what was next to come. However, before Felix could proceed to embrace the two princesses, who had just finished cleaning his member, the doors of the throne room opened. "Your Excellency, the last resistance of the Zabia kingdom has fallen. This kingdom now belongs to you," Felix's right-hand man reported. He kept his head bowed and didn't even spare a glance to the two ladies who were currently licking each other's face to clean the green-haired demon's mark from their faces. "Very good," Felix replied. "Where are the Bull Demon King and Princess Ironfan?" The two of them headed to the nearby Slovel Kingdom in order to kill the reigning king, as well as the male members of the royal family. "Perfect. I am in need of new bed warmers." Felix smirked as one of the princesses hugged his neck and straddled him, while the other princess took his right hand and used it to play with herself. Soon, the sound of depravity echoed within the throne room, while Felix's right-hand man remained kneeling with his head bowed. After seeing this scene over the past few days, he had already gotten used to it and no longer paid any mind to his master's new hobby. "Where is the high priestess now? Is she still in the demon realm?" Felix asked. Ahriman had prevented Eve from participating in the bloody conquest of the Zabia kingdom and allowed her to remain in the demon continent, just a few miles away from the Amberfong fortress. The six-eared macaque, as well as the two demigods, El Sibin and Mapinguari, guarded her. With such a lineup, Josh, the Black Dragon, didn't dare to sneak attack the part of the demon army that chose to remain to protect their high priestess. "The high priestess is still in the demon realm," the right-hand man reported. "The main temple in this city is being cleaned up in preparation for her arrival." Felix snorted, but he didn't say anything else. Ahriman doted on Eve and allowed her to do as she pleased, on the condition that she didn't leave the demon army. Although he didn't want to admit it, the heir of darkness was quite jealous of the treatment that was being given to Eve. Still, he made no move to make things difficult for her because he knew that he would only be antagonizing not just one god, but two gods who had made the red-haired girl their priestess. "Any movement from the Alliance?" Felix asked. Although he was confident that his current forces could overcome the disparity of numbers because of the pseudo-gods, he knew that he might still get pushed back if the full might of the central continent were to be pitted against him. Felix's right-hand man nodded his head. "Their forces are now headed in our direction in an attempt to contain our expansion. However, because of the distance, it will take them at least a month before their main force reaches this kingdom." A sneer appeared on Felix's face after hearing his subordinate's report. A month was still a very long time, and if his forces continued to expand till that time, then it was possible to annex 3 more kingdoms and possibly an empire as well. "Have our spies said anything about the Holy Order?" Felix inquired. "They should have made their move by now." Felix's subordinate didn't answer right away because he was still organizing his thoughts on how to properly answer his master. The heir of darkness didn't mind waiting as he used his right hand to squeeze the breast of the princess that was using his hand to make herself feel good, until her face winced in pain. Eventually, Felix eased his hold on the tender breast that had now reddened due to his touch. "Master, we still don't have any leads on where the Palace of Light is located," Felix's right-hand man answered after a few minutes. "There have also been no sightings of any movements from the Templars of Light or their flying ships. We simply can't track their movements because their forces are covered in mystery." "I see," Felix replied as he used his palm to slap the backside of the princess riding his lap and pulled her closer to him. "Tell the spies to be alert and report to me immediately if there are any changes in the Alliance's movements. Also, tell them to pay extra attention to any sightings of the flying ships of the Holy Order. If they see even one of them, make sure to report to me as quickly as possible. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Your Excellency. You may go and pass my orders to everyone." Felix's right-hand man nodded his head as he left the throne room. He had been given complete authority when it came to the management of the lands that they had captured, while his superior enjoyed the spoils of war that were presented to him. Not long after the doors closed, the princess that was straddling Felix's body shuddered as the green-haired demon's darkness shot inside her. A moment later, she fainted, and was immediately dragged away by the second princess, who was waiting patiently for her turn. Soon, a lovely sigh escaped her lips, as she felt Felix's member push deep inside her. To think that you were just a chaste maiden 2 days ago, and now you're nothing more than a slut. Felix chuckled as he indulged himself in the pleasures of the flesh. The princess didn't reply as she moved her hips desperately in order to sate the heat that was burning her from inside out. Felix smirked as he allowed the beautiful girl to have her way with him, while he fantasized about the new batch of beauties that would soon be soiled in his depraved quest for power. It's quite unfortunate that my bride escaped, Felix mused as he held the princess' waist and started to move his hips faster, making her cry out loud in pain and pleasure. If only she was here, I would definitely have plenty of fun with her. The green-haired demon regretted not being able to embrace his prophesied bride, because Celine was truly a beauty. No matter, Felix thought as he felt the heat from his loins rising up to the surface, while fantasizing about the beautiful elf, whose body he hadn't been able to taste. Her sister is still here, and holds the virtue of chastity. I'll make sure to capture her alive, and enjoy stripping her virtue away from her. Isn't she William's prophesied bride? I'd love to see the look on his face after I make Celeste my woman. Felix grunted as the woman in his arms shuddered nonstop as his seeds of corruption seeped deep inside her body. A few seconds later, the princess slumped limply in Felix's arms, as the latter immersed himself in the pleasure that had yet to subside. More than anything else, Felix wanted to make William suffer, and one of the ways to do that was to corrupt the women that were important to the half-elf and mark them as his own. Felix still had no idea that William had over the Silvermoon continent. Only Byron, as well as the Pope of the Holy Order, knew that the Dark Prince had already taken hold of the ancestral lands of the elves. If the Heir of Darkness only knew that his rival had already captured territories that far surpassed the lands that he had conquered, he would definitely order his army to hasten their pace in order to conquer more lands. Fortunately, he didn't know, so he just focused on succumbing to the pleasures of the flesh, while he waited with great anticipation for the next batch of beautiful ladies that would soon come his way. While Felix's expansion was happening in the central continent, William had already left the elven capital and headed to the forbidden ground of Hyperborea. He knew that time wouldn't wait for anyone, so after tying up some loose ends, he set off without another word. The journey towards his destination wasn't that troublesome. At least that was what he originally thought. However, before he could enter the forbidden grounds, he would need to cross the Rhipaean Mountains, where the guardian of Hyperborea, Boreas, was located. Only by getting past his trials would someone be able to enter the land beyond the North Wind, which was also called the Eternal Garden of Apollon, where an eternal spring could be found. This was the resting place, and the last hurdle before they finally reached the forbidden ground of Hyperborea. The lands of Hyperborea were considered a myth by the elves because only one of the hundreds of thousands of elves that had tried to find the mysterious domain had returned. After the survivor told of his hardships in finding the forbidden ground, the most that he had managed to reach was the Gardens of Apollon, which was the last sanctuary before entering the lands of Hyperborea. Out of grief and fear, the last survivor decided to return to the elven lands, never again to step foot in the realm that had harvested countless lives. Even though many elves tried to encourage him, and even assured him that he would be well protected if he served as their guide, he didn't budge and lived a life similar to a hermit, away from elven society. Arwen had told William about this tale before he left the sacred grove. Although his mother tried to persuade him, the half-elf had already made his decision, and had left Soleil in his mother's hands for safekeeping, so he could return to her side the moment he had finished his task. In truth, Hyperborea was similar to Atlantis. Finding the dungeon under the vast ocean was like finding a specific grain of sand on a beach. The famed underwater city had never been found in the past, and William had only stepped foot in it due to the power of the Ring of Conquest, which had randomly sent him to the legendary city, whose whereabouts was a complete mystery. "We're finally here," William muttered as he stared at the barren lands filled with snow and ice. In the distance, a lone mountain could be seen. No matter how much the half-elf tried to look, he was unable to see the peak because some kind of divinity protected its secrets and prevented anyone from scrying through the mists that blocked their vision. "Master, why don't you just stay here?" Astrape inquired. "I'm sure that the four of us can easily pass Boreas' trial. There's no need for you to endanger yourself in this expedition." "My sister is right, Master," Bronte replied. "It will be better if you leave this matter to us." Sepharon and Titania both nodded their heads in approval because they had a feeling that this forbidden ground wasn't as simple as it looked. They were already pseudo-gods, and they could feel something dangerous lurking within the mists that made them feel wary. "It's fine," William replied. "I will also take Boreas' test. I'm quite curious why no one has ever managed to step foot inside Hyperborea. Maybe this discovery would help me in one way or the other." After seeing that William didn't want to budge, the four pseudo-gods had no choice but to stay close to him to ensure his safety as they passed through the white mists that hovered near the peak and the base of the Riphean Mountains. As soon as William and his entourage stepped inside the mists, visibility had dropped to 0. They were unable to see even their own bodies. But none of them felt anxious or afraid of what was happening around them. They simply walked forward in order to get away from the white mists as soon as possible, so that they could make the long trek towards the peak of the mountain to see Boreas. As William walked steadily, he soon found out that the mists around him were no longer as thick as they used to be, and he could faintly see a light in the distance. He had already been walking for what seemed to be an hour, and he could now see the light at the end of the tunnel. As the black-haired Tianger stepped out of the white mists, he found himself on a cliff overlooking a town in the distance. William frowned because although he hadn't seen this place for thousands of years, he was certain that he knew what he was looking at. Although he had lost his memories when he had become an Einherjar, those same memories returned after he had stepped out of the fog that blocked his way. Camelot. William's frown deepened as he looked at the place where he was born in Midgard. This is probably just an illusion. William wasn't stupid. There was simply no way for this place to exist, since Asgard had fallen thousands of years ago. Also, how could he possibly reach the City of Kings just by trying to pass the mists that would allow him to arrive at the base of the Riphean Mountains? It was simply impossible, and the half-elf was aware of this too. In the end, he just thought that his test had started, and stared hatefully at the castle in the distance. "Is this Boreas' trial?" William clicked his tongue. "Quite a tasteless bastard he is. Sure. I'll play along with this little farce of yours." A faint trace of killing intent flashed through the half-elf's eyes as he walked towards the city in which he had many painful memories. It had been thousands of years, but the feeling towards the city had remained, which made William want to summon his legion and turn the place inside out. Growing up, he had suffered a lot because he was the bastard son of the king that sat on the throne at that time, but he was never recognized as one of his sons. Instead, he was sent away to Tintagel Castle when he was 14, and banned from returning to Camelot in any manner or form. "I don't know if I can trust my memories," William thought as he neared the gates of the city. "But if I were to base the looks of this place from the one in my head, nothing has changed much since I've left." The current William wished nothing more than to burn the legendary castle and its city from the face of the world. But since he is in some kind of trial, he decided to endure it all until he found out why he was brought to this place by Boreas, who was sometimes referred to as the North Wind. Just as he was walking towards the gate as if he owned the place, a guard that had his sword drawn blocked his path. "Why have you returned, boy?" the guard asked. "The king had already decreed that you will never step inside Camelot again. So, you better go back to the countryside and spend your life rearing goats and sheep like a shepherd." The guard smirked, and the rest of the guards manning the gates laughed and cheered at their comrade who was making fun of the black-haired teenager, who had planned to walk through their city gates right under their noses. Suddenly, the guard that blocked William's path smashed through the closed steel gate, before falling down on the ground like a puppet that had its strings cut. The guards stopped laughing and had all drawn their weapons at the same time. They all looked at William in disbelief because their comrade was only following the order of their king. "Why you? Are you planning to rebel? One of the guards shouted in anger. You are no longer welcome here in Camelot. William chuckled evilly as he looked at the pitiful guards that dared to block his path. I originally planned to just go sightseeing, but since all of you are dumb enough to try to stop me, I guess I'll just have to force my way in. William flashed the guards a devilish smile that made them feel a cold, tingling sensation pass through their spines. Black flames erupted around William's body, making the temperature soar. The guards, who were all full of themselves a while ago, were now screaming in panic as the black flames slowly made their way towards their direction. Since all of you wish to die, then I'll be more than happy to send you all off to the afterlife. The black-haired teenager was already annoyed that he was brought to a place that he hated. But the guards further annoyed him, which brought another painful memory inside his head to the surface. Just as the black flames were about to devour the guards and burn them to a crisp, the gates opened and a powerful gust of wind blew the flames back to where it came from. William casually waved his hand and made the black flames disappear as he eyed the familiar face that had appeared before him. So, you have returned, William? An old man holding a staff said as he looked at the black-haired teenager in front of him. Why have you returned? You already know you are not welcomed here. What makes you think that I want to return here? William asked back with contempt. The old man arched an eyebrow. Then what are you doing here? Maybe the gods wanted your city to be destroyed? William replied. I'm not gonna lie. I am very tempted to make it happen. Very funny. After not seeing you for a few years, you already know how to bluff. The old man commented. You plan to destroy Camelot? You and what army? William laughed. This was the first time he ever laughed since he became the Prince of Darkness. It seemed that the question, you and what army? Tickled even his black-stained heart, and the half-elf was very tempted to show the old man in front of him just what kind of army he was able to command. Just as William was about to show the old man whether he was bluffing or not, he sensed something in the distance. William turned his head to look behind him and saw a procession of knights headed in his direction. At the very front of the formation was a handsome, middle-aged man flanked by several high-ranking knights that the half-elf used to look up to. But now they no longer amounted to anything in his eyes. That young bastard that was sent away, because he would tarnish the king's family name, died long ago. Whatever wishes he had in the past to make his father recognize him as one of his sons was irrelevant to the current William. Seeing a suspicious person at the gate, the knights spread out and encircled the half-elf, who was looking at his father with an amused expression on his face. Why are you here? The king asked. Didn't I banish you from this place? That's the third time I've been asked that question, William replied. And it doesn't get less annoying every time someone does. How about I ask you a question instead? Are you ready to die? He has come to assassinate the king. Men to arms. Protect his majesty. Kill him. Several magical barriers surrounded the king of Camelot, while William simply crossed his arms over his chest. Black flames erupted around him and spread out towards the knights. This time, he didn't hold back and truly unleashed the power that would kill everyone in the surroundings. I will not let you have your way, you fiend. Golden radiance met William's dark flames and the two collided in blazing glory. A minute later, both attacks were cancelled, but the half-elf was still standing at ease, while the person who blocked his attack was panting heavily as he kneeled on the ground. As expected of you, Gawain, William commented as he looked up at the sun that was currently at its zenith. The night that is said to be invincible under the sun. I seem to have formed some kind of karma with people belonging to the sun faction. The half-elf chuckled as he remembered the sun god, Luff, whom he had fought in the celestial realm in the past. That was when he discovered that the people who had been blessed by the sun god were like cockroaches. They were very hard to kill. Everyone step aside, the king ordered. None of you are a match against him. Gawain sighed as he backed away while glaring at William. The sword, gelatin, trembled in his hands as if it no longer wanted to clash with the black-haired teenager a second time. I'll ask again. Why? If you continue your question, I will guarantee that you, as well as your knights, will die here today. Do not annoy me any further. I will be the one asking questions and you will answer them. Do I make myself clear? The king gazed at the young man before shifting his gaze at the old man in the distance. The old man shook his head as if telling the king to not provoke the black-haired teenager whose power he could not fathom. Fine, the king answered. Ask your questions. The half-elf stared at the king for a full minute before asking his question. How many years have I been exiled from this city? William asked. 6 years, the king replied. The last time I heard about you is when you joined the warriors of Tintagel Castle to drive out the invaders that had stepped into the mainland. No survivors from the castle returned, and your corpse was found among the dead. Are you back to haunt us for not giving you a proper burial? You didn't give my corpse a proper burial? All those who died were given a proper burial because they died as heroes protecting the realm. As for your corpse, the Lady of the Lake asked for it. I do not know why she did that, but since I didn't feel any ill intention coming from her, I allowed her to take your corpse back with her into the lake. William pinched the bridge of his nose as he thought of Ash's past life. Back then, he didn't know that the lady whom everyone revered in Camelot was smitten with him. During his teenage years, he only had eyes for Aestia after making a vow that he would spend his life caring for her after he returned to Alfheim. Okay, then has anything unusual happened as of late? William inquired. He was very tempted to go to the lake and see what Ash had done with his corpse. However, his instincts were telling him that he shouldn't do that. The black-haired teenager felt that if he went to see Ash right now, he might discover something that would make things awkward when he finally found a way to revive her. So, in order to keep the future peace in his family, he decided to let bygones be bygones, and let the Lady of the Lake do whatever she wanted with his corpse. The king was looking at the black-haired Tianger with a serious expression on his face. He could feel that the boy that was in front of him was no longer the teary-eyed boy whom he had banished from his city 6 years ago. 3 demons appeared, and are wreaking havoc in the northwest regions of the kingdom, the king replied. All 3 are beautiful women, but their magic far surpasses the magic that we knew. One could control the power of lightning, while her twin screams thunderous roars that could shatter the eardrums of those who were close enough to hear her screams. The last one was a fairy-like being with long red hair. She had golden butterfly wings behind her back. Although she wasn't as aggressive as the other 2 demons, she was still capable of charming people, making them fight against each other. We just came back from our crusade against them. Unfortunately, they were simply too strong, so we decided to retreat. With such vivid descriptions, William could easily guess the identity of the 3 demons that the king was talking about. So they're also here, William thought with great interest. I thought that all of us would have individual trials, so I guess I was wrong. The half-elf then looked at the northern regions as his entire body was shrouded with lightning. A second later, a crisp, kze sound reached everyone's ears before the black-haired Tianger vanished from where he stood. Now that he knew where his comrades were, William decided to reunite with his subordinates first. Something had been bothering him since the king answered his questions. 6 years since I left Camelot, William mused as he made calculations inside his head. Isn't that the same time when Asgard fell? Could this just be a coincidence? The half-elf didn't know the answer to his questions. All he knew was that he needed to find a way to clear the trial before he snapped, and return to Camelot to start killing people. Master! Astrape exclaimed as soon as she felt William's presence headed in their direction. She and Bronte had been blaming themselves for losing sight of him inside the fog. Titania, on the other hand, still had a calm expression on her face, but she felt more relaxed now after sensing William's presence as well. A few seconds later, a lightning bolt descended a few meters away from the 3 pseudo-gods that had sent Camelot's king packing. As soon as William appeared in front of them, Astrape immediately gave him a hug and squeezed him tight. Bronte did the same, and soon the half-elf was sandwiched between the 2 beautiful deities, while Titania watched from the side with contemplation. Part of her wanted to join the fun, while the latter half just wanted to observe how her master would react to the 2 overeager ladies, who were treating him like a burger patty. After a few minutes, the 2 deities finally had their fill, and allowed the black-haired teenager to get a breather. "Master, we've been looking for you for almost a month," Bronte reported. "Although I tried to assure my sister that you might be in a different domain doing your trial, she still wouldn't listen and almost started a one-sided genocide with the mortals of this plane." Astrape pretended that she didn't hear her sister's words and busied herself looking at the clouds in the sky, as if they held the answers to the mysteries of life. William was shocked by this discovery. He had only been in this world for nearly an hour, while his subordinates had already been there for almost a month already, which was insane. It was also at that moment when the half-elf noticed that the Black Phoenix was nowhere to be found. "Where is Sepharin?" William asked after looking around. "Is he not with the three of you?" This time it was Titania's turn to reply. "We originally thought that Sepharin was with you, so we weren't too worried about him. Besides, he is already a pseudo-god. No one on this plane of existence can threaten his life." William arched an eyebrow as he listened to the Fairy Queen's report. "What do you mean by plane of existence?" William inquired. Bronte and Titania had both used the word plane as well, so he wanted to confirm whether his hunch was correct. "Master, this world is half real and half illusion," Astrape answered before the Fairy Queen could even reply. "It is true in a sense because it is following a certain timeline, and half illusion because we all know that this isn't real. Although it might sound contradictory, this world is trying to portray something that had already happened. But it is stuck in an infinite loop." Titania then interjected on Astrape's explanation as she told William the conclusion that she had formed. "Master, in short, this world repeats a continuous cycle of death and rebirth," Titania replied. "I'm guessing that our trial is about letting the time of this world continue to move forward, instead of rewinding itself." William was still trying to comprehend their situation, but he was starting to understand the gist of it. "So, in short, we just need to find a way to let time flow forward again, right?" William asked. "That way, the infinite time loop will be broken." Astrape, Bronte, and Titania all nodded their heads in unison. Although they didn't know what was causing the world to always revert back to a fixed moment in time, they believed that as long as they all worked together to solve the mystery, all of them would be able to pass Boreas' trial with flying colors. "But it is strange," Bronte frowned. "I don't think we are in Hestia. At least, I don't feel any connection with Hestia at the moment. Could that fog have some kind of trick to it?" Astrape inquired. "I've stayed inside the dungeon all my life. This is something very new to me." "Indeed," Titania nodded her head in agreement. "As the Fairy Queen, I would sometimes venture out of Tir Na Nog when I was bored. Although I'm not 100% certain, every forbidden domain had its quirks. Anyone who enters Tir Na Nog stops aging, but the moment they leave its boundaries, their age catches up to them. Several mortals who pursued eternal life would often try their luck in my domain. However, they could only get what they wanted if they survived long enough to enjoy their long lives." Titania chuckled with amusement because he had seen countless humans die in Tir Na Nog due to their wish for eternal life. However, instead of longevity, what they found in Tir Na Nog was a long and painful way to die. "When I was in the seventh sanctum, I fell into the river of samsara and was sent into a world that wanders in the void," William said after a few minutes of silence. "It was the place where those who had temporarily escaped the cycle of death and rebirth gathered." Maybe Titania is right. This may indeed be one of the unique features of this domain that bars people from reaching Hyperborea. The three ladies looked at their master with serious expressions on their faces. They didn't want to get stuck in an infinite loop, so they decided to tell William everything that they had experienced so far. "So 3 days ago, you found yourselves standing in the same location after you stepped out of the fog," William muttered as he rubbed his chin. "During the time that you were here, all of you explored in different directions in order to try and find me, but your search didn't come up with any results. You also didn't find Sepharin. So all of you thought that he was with me." The three ladies nodded in confirmation. "So, did you find anything interesting when all of you were frantically trying to find me?" William inquired. The three ladies exchanged a glance at each other before nodding their heads. "There were a few places of interest," Titania replied. However, we all deemed that these places would take us to a different planes of existence, so we didn't dare to enter them casually. Getting stuck in an infinite loop may be bad, but getting stuck somewhere permanently is something I don't want to happen, Astrape commented from the side. This was why we decided to just continue searching for you, Master, before we made any decisions about whether we should try these places or not. William closed his eyes as he pondered their next course of action. For some weird reason, he had a nagging feeling that those places of interest that the three ladies were talking about were similar to the great oak tree that led to Alfheim, where Aestia and the elves resided. After some internal struggle, the half-elf finally decided that nothing would change if he didn't take a chance. So he gazed at his subordinates with a serious expression on his face before giving his reply. "Take me to those places," William ordered. "We will decide what to do after I have seen them for myself." "By your wish, Master." "Here is one of those places, Master," Astrape said as she stood beside her master. William sighed in his heart because he already had a hunch that Astrape would take him to this place. It was none other than the old oak tree that connected Midgard to Alfheim, the lands of the elves. Back then, there was a specific condition that needed to be met in order to cross between the two worlds, but now the half-elf knew that, if he wished for it, he could open the portal and step into the elven lands anytime. "Are we going to enter it, Master?" Titania asked. "I can feel the strong power of nature on the other side of this doorway to another realm." William shook his head. "No. Take me to the other places that are similar to this. I will decide once I have inspected all of them." "Understood," Astrape said as she held onto William's right hand. "If you'll excuse me." William nodded his head in understanding. A moment later, all four of them were enveloped with a lightning bolt and streaked towards the sky, and headed to another location. A few seconds later, they arrived on a cliff overlooking a deep ravine, whose bottom couldn't be seen. "This is the second place, Master," Astrape reported. William narrowed his gaze because he could feel a strong attraction coming from the bottomless pit in front of him. "This feeling is similar to the oak tree that led to Alfheim," William mused. "This probably leads to a different plane, but I have no idea where it is." After carefully observing the ravine for a while, he once again ordered Astrape to take him to the places where they had felt the same kind of uniqueness within Midgard. All in all, they found 8 locations that signified that they could visit 8 different places. William didn't know if this was just a coincidence, but something was telling him that he already had an idea of where those places would lead him. According to Astrape, the time loop would happen every 3 weeks. This infinite loop would continue until they found a way to allow the stuck time to move forward. This is quite troublesome, William thought as he pondered his next course of action. If my hunch is right, these pathways lead to the other 8 realms. In order for time to push forward, I need to find the reason why the time loop happens in the first place. Only by understanding the cause will I be able to find a solution to this problem. The black-haired teenager then discussed his plan to his subordinates, and the 3 ladies had no objection to it. They were also thinking of the same thing. "So, where should we go first, Master?" Titania asked. "Should we stay here on this plane and wait out the 3 weeks before we move to the next location?" William frowned. He knew that by staying in Midgard for 3 weeks, they would be spending a lot of time trying to look for the reason for the time loop. However, if all of them separated, it would be difficult for one person to traverse the entire realm, searching for clues if they were alone. Also, the people on the other planes of existence would not ignore their presence. The half-elf was quite worried that if Astrape, Bronte, and Titania were to appear in places like Asgard, Vanaheim, Jotunheim, and Muspelheim, they would be attacked by the powerful beings whose strength may even surpass their own. After pondering for a few minutes, William decided to play it safe and have everyone stick together for the time being. That way, they would be able to cover more ground and report their findings to each other. It would also allow them to spot the probable causes of the time loop if they all brainstorm together. "We'll stay here on this plane for now," William ordered. "The 3 of you spread out in different directions and look for clues. You can report to me in this city." The black-haired teenager placed his fingertip at the 3 ladies' forehead to make them know Camelot's location. Although he didn't like the city where he was raised until his early teens, He knew more about its surroundings compared to the three deities, who were still unfamiliar with this world. "Meet up with me 3 days before the time loop happens," William ordered. "Now go." "Yes, master." 3 streaks of light flew in different directions as they obeyed William's command. The half-elf then sighed before using his lighting strider skill to return to Camelot, in order to solve the mystery of the infinite loop that plagued this plane of existence. At the gates of Camelot, the guards stared anxiously the moment the black-haired teenager appeared in front of them. He walked through the gate unhindered because none of the guards had the courage to block his way. They had seen how William had dealt with the Knight Gawain, and knew that ordinary people like them were not a match for his dark magic. "This place is still as lively as ever," William muttered as he walked towards the city's center. Many people were strolling the streets with smiles on their faces. They called out to each other as they had known each other for years, which was a very common thing within the walls of Camelot. As the black-haired teenager wandered aimlessly along the streets, several people looked at him with curious gazes. However, none of them called out to him and simply saw him as one of those foreigners that came from distant lands. William was aware that he was being followed, but he paid no attention to the people that were sent by either his father or the wizard who served as the country's court magician. Just as the half-elf was walking past his past haunts, that he used to go to when he was still a gullible child who only wanted to get his father's recognition, a cloaked figure appeared several meters away from him. They were inside an alley, so no one else was there aside from them. Although the cloak blocked the person's face, it didn't hide the long strands of silver hair that peeked through it. "Welcome back, Will," the cloaked figure said with tenderness and affection. "I missed you." William didn't answer and simply stared at the person who had secretly treated him with love and care when he was still in Camelot. Back then, she introduced herself as his godmother when he was young, but after growing up, he found out her real identity, which she had kept hidden for reasons only she knew. "It has been a while, Auntie," William replied. "Surprisingly, I don't feel the same way as you do." "Don't say hurtful things, Will. Have you forgotten how I cared for you when you were still a child? How much I loved you? If you really loved me, then you should have told who you really are. It's too late to play the mother role, Auntie." A sigh escaped the lady's lips before she took off the hood that was covering her face. A moment later, a beautiful lady, whose blue eyes and silver hair could easily charm men whose will was weaker than hers, was laid bare in front of his eyes. She was none other than the enchanting fairy and sorceress Morgan Le Fay, who was also William's birth mother, who had given birth to him in Midgard. William sat facing the silver-haired fairy in front of him in one of the most famous inns in the city of Camelot. Right now, he needed to gather information, and there was no better individual to ask than the person in front of him right now. In the past, the beautiful enchantress had played a big role in his life. She was there when he was lonely. She was there when he felt sad. But she wasn't there when his father exiled him from Camelot and sent him to Tintagel Castle to live out the remainder of his life. "Do you still hold a grudge about what happened back then?" Morgane asked. "There was simply nothing I could do about it, Will. I'm sorry, but my hands were tied back then." "It no longer matters," William replied. "The person you cared for died long ago. His corpse is with the Lady of the Lake. The person standing in front of you today is a different person. I would appreciate it if you don't call my name so fondly." Morgane shook her head in disappointment before looking at the black-haired teenager, whose golden eyes radiated with power. "What you say is true," Morgane replied. "My son has already died in battle, but even if you have taken that form, there is no mistake that you were the one that I gave birth to. Am I right? Our connection was cut the moment your son died. I now have a different mother, in a different space and time. You say some very interesting things. Very well, since you don't want me to call you fondly, I will just refer to you as William. Will that be fine?" The half-elf nodded. If he was still the William that hadn't been corrupted by darkness, he might have still been polite to Morgane, who had raised him as a godmother, instead of a mother. But now, these things were now in the past, and he no longer wished to dwell on the painful memories that he had forgotten when Wendy had taken his soul to Asgard. "I have a question," William said. Are you aware of the time loop that is happening in this plane? What time loop are you talking about? Morgane frowned. Looking at her expression, William was sure that she really didn't know about the infinite time loop that was happening in the world. I guess she really isn't the real Morgane, William thought. Everyone in this world are simply avatars that play their role according to the rules of this world. They are unaware that they are stuck in a time loop and just live their lives in the same vicious cycle. For some reason, William felt pity for the woman who was once his birth mother, and was considered to be one of the most powerful beings in Midgard. Seeing the pitiful gaze that the black-haired teenager was giving her, the frown on Morgane's face deepened, as she tried to figure out what the half-elf was trying to say. However, before she could delve deeper in his earlier words, William asked her another question that made her put aside the matter of the time loop for the time being. Has there been anything out of place lately? William inquired. Something that you've never noticed in this realm before? Morgane nodded. There is. What is it? You. This time it was William's turn to frown. It then made him realize that he had phrased the question wrongly, so he decided to give it another try. Aside from me and the 3 demons that appeared recently, is there anything else that is different? William inquired. Any kind of abnormalities that looked wrong to you? Morgane tapped the top of the table with her fingertip as she gazed at William with great curiosity. She no longer gazed at him with tenderness and affection, but as a sorceress who was looking at some rare artifact or ingredient that she had come across accidentally. There are several places where I sensed a different kind of power, Morgane replied. I went to one of them a day ago and discovered something interesting. The silver-haired enchantress stared at William's face as if waiting for any changes to appear in his expression. I found the entrances to different worlds, Morgane stated after seeing William's indifference, hoping that it would trigger some kind of reaction in him. Have you heard about the 9 realms? William nodded. I know it. Well, those pathways lead to those very same realms, Morgane explained. I had visited Alfheim in the past, as well as Vanaheim. But looking at you, it seems that you have already been there as well, haven't you? Yes. How interesting. Morgane's expression suddenly became serious as she looked at the direction of the castle of Camelot. William also turned in the direction of the castle at the same time she did. Both of them were powerful individuals, and could easily sense any magical fluctuations in their surroundings. Currently, inside the castle, a great magical formation was starting to go out of control. If it wasn't stopped or controlled soon, it could lead to the complete and utter destruction of the castle of Camelot. What is the old fool Merlin doing at this time? Morgane frowned as she stood up in haste. Let's talk later, William. I better check things out before this place is turned to ashes. A moment later, the enchantress turned into an owl and flew straight towards the castle in the distance. After a brief internal struggle, William decided to follow her as well. Right now, he was looking for clues that would allow him to stop the recurring time loop, and any abnormality could be a clue that would give him the answers he was looking for. Just as both the owl and the half-elf were about to reach the castle, the two were blown away by a powerful shockwave that erupted from the sky above the castle. At the very last minute, Merlin had sent the out-of-control formation towards the heavens in order to spare the people and the city from complete and utter destruction. After the incident with Merlin, Morgane invited William to come with her to the villa that was located in the eastern side of the city. Since the half-elf had nothing better to do, he decided to accept her invitation. Right now my priority should be to gather information, William thought as he flew behind the owl that was slowly descending towards the ground. Might as well see what this enchantress is planning. Morgane returned to her original form after she landed near the gate of a residence. The black-haired teenager looked at the villa with a curious gaze. He was confident that he hadn't been to this place before. But, since he didn't feel any evil intentions from the beautiful sorceress who had once been his mother, he decided to trust her once and accept her invitation. As soon as they entered the gates, the sound of a determined shout reached both of their ears. In the distance, a young boy with blonde hair was swinging a wooden sword, while an old knight stood beside him. It was fairly easy to tell that the knight was teaching the young boy on how to properly use his sword. Morgaine smiled and grabbed William's hand before leading him towards the young boy, who was still focused on his practice swings. The knight had already noticed Morgaine and gave her a brief nod before taking a few steps back. The black-haired teenager watched as the young boy practiced with a determined look on his young face. The boy's face was already flushed, and sweat trickled down on his forehead as swung, and shouted at the same time. "Isn't he good?" Morgaine asked in a volume that only William could hear. "He will definitely be a great knight someday." "Perhaps," William replied in a casual manner. "Or maybe he will die before he becomes one." Morgaine pouted as he lightly pushed William to show her displeasure. But the half-elf didn't even budge after being pushed by the enchanting fairy, who could ensnare any man to devote his life to her. Perhaps hearing William's words, the boy turned his head to the side. His flushed expression immediately beamed up when he saw Morgaine and hurriedly ran in her direction. "Mother!" the young boy shouted as he spread his arms wide. Morgaine smiled as she picked up the young boy and held him firmly in his embrace. It was at that moment when he saw that the boy had gray eyes, similar to the color of his eyes when he was still in Midgard. Although the hair color of the boy was blonde, and his was silver, he had no doubt that the young boy in Morgaine's arms was his never-before-seen little brother. "How old is he?" William asked. Morgaine smiled. 9. The boy looked at his mother before shifting his attention to the black-haired teenager that he had seen for the first time. "Mother, who is he?" the boy asked. "Him? He is none other than your big bro." Morgaine stopped herself in time before correcting herself. "His name is William. If you like, you can call him Big Brother." "William, this is Modred, my son." "Big Brother," Modred called out to William with a smile. However, the half-elf ignored the boy and stared at Morgaine, as if demanding an explanation. The smile on Morgaine's face stiffened when she saw William's penetrating gaze. "You go back to training, little one," Morgaine said as she kissed Modred's cheeks. "William and I have a few things to talk about." Modred kissed his mother back before running towards his mentor to continue his sword training. Morgaine looked at her son with affectionate eyes before making a gesture for William to follow her. The two walked silently in the hallways of the villa until they reached the second floor. "Modred is also his son," Morgaine said softly, as if to change the current atmosphere between her and William. "Since the queen was still unable to give him an heir, I seduced him a second time and Modred was born. However, unlike you, the king decided to recognize him as his adopted son. That was done to let the queen keep her dignity." "Some kind of dignity," William snorted. "Just be honest, you just want to rub salt in the queen's face that she can't give birth to a child." "How rude. That was never my intention." "So what was your intention? You just did it to scratch an itch?" Morgaine sighed because William didn't hold back his words as he made his opinion known. "Even if you don't admit it, you still carry a grudge," Morgaine stated. "Is it because I lied and didn't tell you that I was your mother? Or was it because your father kept you at arm's length? That is also why you clashed with him at the gates." "No." William shook his head. "The past me didn't carry a grudge against you or him. The me back then was stupid and believed in happy endings. He thought that if he worked hard enough and gained enough merits, the man sitting on the throne would praise him and recognize him as his son. Thinking back on it now, I felt disgusted with myself on how stupid I was. No, my past self didn't carry a grudge against you or my father. The one who carries a grudge is the current me." Morgaine didn't say anything and simply raised her hands to cup William's handsome face. "You are deeply hurt," Morgaine said. "I know that it may be too late to say anything, but I am sorry. I should have told you who I really am. I should have cared for you more. I am sorry for hurting you." William closed his eyes. 2 minutes later, he gently pried the soft and delicate hands that were touching his face away. "Fine, I will accept your apology," William replied. "But our relationship ends here. You will no longer think of me as your son, and I will no longer think of you as my mother. Like I said earlier, the William you knew is already dead." Morgaine sighed before nodding her head in understanding. Understood. Now let's talk about your reason for coming here. Are you planning to get revenge on your father for banishing you from Camelot? William shrugged. That will depend on my mood. Morgane frowned as she and William arrived at the balcony of her residence. Earlier you said something about a time loop, Morgane said. Can you elaborate? The corner of William's lips curled up into a smile. He was half tempted to tell the beautiful enchantress that this world that she was living in was not real, but only a fragment of a world that belonged to a distant past. Why not? William said in a teasing manner as he sat without any invitation on the chair that was overlooking the garden of the villa. I will also need your opinion on this topic, so you might as well sit down. William's teasing words made Morgane feel that the black-haired teenager was making fun of her. Even so, her curiosity had won her over, so she decided to listen to what he had to say. She was a powerful sorceress, and anything related to magical phenomena was a topic that she couldn't resist. The half-elf watched with amusement as the fairy enchantress sat across from him to listen to what he had to say. In his heart, he wondered how the real Morgane would react once she discovered that she, as well as the people in her world, only existed to become part of William's trial to reach the forbidden domain of Hyperborea. Let me get this straight, your friends are trapped in some kind of domain and they need to find the key that will prevent the world from returning to a specific point in time, Morgane stated. Hence the time loop. William nodded. Right? Then what are you doing here? Because the key to fix that time loop is on this plane of existence. The frown on Morgane's brows deepened as he listened to William's answer. After a few minutes of silence, the fairy enchantress shook her head and leaned back in her chair. I find your story hard to believe, Morgane stated. How can the key be here in Midgard? Maybe you should go to Asgard or Vanaheim. The gods may hold the answer to your problem. I plan to do that at a later time, William replied. For now, I've decided to stay here in Midgard and investigate. Can I use your home as my base for the time being? I don't mind, but on one condition. Morgane smiled mischievously. I want you to play with Madrid once a day. No thanks. Then the deal is off. William smirked before standing up. He just said that he planned to stay in Morgane's residence on a whim, but that didn't mean that he didn't have other options. Seeing that the black-haired teenager was planning to leave, Morgane hurriedly stopped him by holding onto his arm. Please just play with him for 3 days, Morgane replied. After 3 days, the night tournament will be held in the castle, and Madrid will be taken to the castle to be raised by Queen Guinevere. Oh? She doesn't mind raising a child that wasn't raised in her womb. William arched an eyebrow. The queen sure is benevolent. Morgane shook his head. This is just a compromise between both parties. Since she is childless, the king thought that it would be a good idea if Madrid were to be raised by her since I am not always in Camelot. You already know that I can't stay in the human realm for long periods of time. I didn't know, William replied. You never told me that. Yes, it's my fault. I am sorry for being a no-good mother. At least you know your mistakes. William turned to look at the fairy enchantress with a serious expression on his face. You said that the night tournament will happen 3 days from now? Morgane nodded. This tournament is held every 3 years, and the champion will become one of the knights of the Round Table. It just so happens that this is the 3rd year since the last tournament was held. The enchanting fairy's face then suddenly had a realization as she looked at William with a devilish smile. I can still remember that. Back then, you were training hard in order to enter the night tournament to become its champion, right? If I can go back to the past, I would have kicked my old self and told him to stop being stupid and live his life for himself, and not for the man that sits on that stupid throne, who thinks that he is the center of the world. Morgane chuckled. But he is the center of the world. At least in this country his words are law. Everyone's livelihood will rise and fall depending on his whim. The sorceress' laughter immediately stopped when she saw the smirk that was plastered on William's face. Wait. Don't tell me that you are planning to join the tournament, Morgane asked with a shocked look on her face. Why not? William replied. Just think of it as allowing my past self to realize his stupid dream. Also, the champion will gain the privilege of challenging one of the knights in a one-on-one duel. Right? A chill ran down Morgaine's spine as he looked at William's golden eyes that glowed maliciously. Clearly, the half-elf planned to gatecrash in the tournament to create trouble for everyone. Unfortunately for her, there was nothing she could do to stop him. The next day, "Big brother, mother said that you are good at handling a sword," Modred said as he looked up to the black-haired Tianger who was watching him from a distance. "Can you teach me?" "No," William replied. "You already have a mentor. You should ask him to teach you. But today is his day off." "Not my problem." Modred pouted as he swung his wooden sword a few times to change his mood. "Say, big brother, are you married?" Modred asked. William arched an eyebrow because he didn't expect that the little brat would ask him this kind of question. "Yes," William replied. "Why?" "It's because you are good-looking like my father," Modred stated. "I'm sure that your daughters will be exceptionally beautiful as well. I have a great idea. How about I marry your daughters when I grow up?" "Big brother." The memories of Rizel, as well as his adorable daughters, Maple and Cinnamon, flashed in front of William's eyes. The mere thought of the blonde brat in front of him marrying his daughters made him want to give Modred a good spanking. A moment later, a devilish smile appeared on William's face as he summoned his wooden staff that he hadn't used for a very long time, appeared on his hand. "I changed my mind," William said. "I am going to teach you how to become a knight." "Really?" Modred asked as he looked at William with anticipation. William nodded like a good big brother, whose hands were itching to beat up a certain someone who was thinking of marrying his precious and adorable daughters. "Of course," William answered. "But a knight only learns about actual combat. If you want to learn, you must fight and learn from experience." Modred nodded his head in understanding. "Actually, I already told my mentor that I have grown bored of practice swings. I wanted to experience a real battle, but he said that I was still too young for it." "What a bunch of utter nonsense. True men learn from the battlefield. Those who swing their wooden swords in sheltered villas are considered garbage." "Big brother, you understand me." William flashed a smile that would put toothpaste models to shame. "Of course. Now, let's start your lesson." Modred took a stance before charging at the half-elf, whose hands were itching to beat the crap out of the underage little playboy who dared to target his daughters. A minute later, pained cries similar to a pig being slaughtered resounded inside the residence. The half-elf repeatedly whacked the blonde brat's bum until it became swollen. That night, Morgaine cursed the black-haired teenager as she applied some healing potions to her son's swollen backside. She never thought that William would stoop so low as to bully a child. The half-elf's defense for himself was that he was just teaching Modred the reality of battles, so that he wouldn't be stupid enough to challenge someone that was leagues above his current strength. Naturally, Morgaine didn't buy William's bullshit and kicked him out of the villa. The half-elf only chuckled as he walked away from the residence. He never thought that he would interact with his past life's little brother in such a way. "Well then, I guess I'll kill some time while waiting for the night tournament to start," William thought with a smile. His past self had once wanted to be the last man standing in the tournament and earn the recognition of his father. Now that a perfect opportunity had arisen, William thought that it would not be a bad idea to join the fun. There was someone that he had wanted to challenge for a very long time, and this was the perfect opportunity to do it. "Don't worry, past self of mine," William said as he disappeared in the darkness of the night. "I will settle our old scores, not only for your sake, but for mine as well." 2 days just outside the city of Camelot, in a vast open field, thousands of people gathered to watch the night competition that was held every 3 years. This had been one of the most anticipated events within Camelot because, among the hundreds of aspiring knights, one of them would become one of the king's personal knights who served directly under him. The Knights of the Round Table. That was what they were called, and anyone who bore that title was respected all across the land, not only because of their skill, but because of the symbol they represented. They were the king's knights, and through them the peace of the realm was ensured. Since there were too many participants, Everyone was divided into 8 groups. Each group had 100 participants, and only one of those 100 would proceed to the semi-finals. Morgaine and Madrid watched the qualifiers from one of the best seats among the king's retinue. Although they were quite far away from the king, the place where they sat was within the VIP area that was allocated for the high-ranking nobles, as well as officials of Camelot. "Mother, there are so many knights," Madrid said with excitement. "I can't wait to participate in the next knight's competition." "Silly child, you're still too young for that," Morgaine replied. "Just wait 6 to 9 more years before you join the tournament. By then, your skills with the sword will be unmatched, and no one would be able to defeat you in battle." "I can't wait that long," Madrid pouted. "I'll join the next competition." Morgaine sighed, and decided to talk to her son again when the competition was over. Right now, Madrid's excitement was through the roof, and it would be counterproductive to talk him out of joining the next night's competition with his current mood. Suddenly, the crowds cheered when a black knight disarmed one of the aspiring knights in battle. The black knight then placed the tip of the blade on his opponent's neck, forcing the latter to concede and admit defeat. "Wow!" Madrid raised his fist. "So cool. Isn't he amazing, mother?" Morgaine nodded as she eyed the black knight in the distance. She, and the knights of the Round Table, had deemed the mysterious knight as the dark horse of the tournament. Although he didn't show all of his strength, his ability to wield the sword was almost that of a master. "Mother, how about we hire that black knight to be my tutor if he becomes the champion?" Madrid asked. "Can we? Please." "That might be a bit difficult, but it's not impossible," Morgaine replied. "I will need to ask your father about it, but only if he wins this tournament." "Okay, I'm sure that he will win this tournament." "Really? How do you know?" "I just know." Morgaine chuckled as she lightly patted her son's head, who was looking at the Black Knight as if he had found his idol. Several hours passed, and the number of participants dwindled at a rapid rate. Finally, after sunset, only 400 of the original 800 remained. The qualifiers would continue the next day until only one participant remained in each division. The moment that the tournament was over for the day, the Black Knight casually left the field to return to his lodgings. Several people stalked him from the shadows because they were all curious about his true identity. Even the subordinates of the Knights of the Round Table were asked to find out where the Black Knight was staying. When the Black Knight turned into an alley, his pursuers followed. However, after peeking into the alley, they discovered that their target was no longer there. It was as if the Black Knight had vanished into thin air, and it forced the pursuers to spread out in order to find his whereabouts. 5 minutes later, as expected, they were unable to keep their curiosity in check. William shook his head helplessly before taking off the helmet that covered his face. The half-elf had entered the tournament and used the alias, Bruce Dwayne, and called himself the Dark Knight. Usually, knights had several titles like Knight of the Lion, Knight of the Wolves, and the most popular of all, Knight of the Round Table. It was simply impossible for a normal mortal to defeat William in swordsmanship even if it wasn't his specialty. Even in his past life, William's favored weapon was the spear. Of course, he also knew the basics of swordsmanship, and was a decent swordsman in his past life. Even so, his basic swordsmanship looked like it belonged to an expert due to how strong he currently was. The half-elf also made sure to match his strength with that of a normal warrior, so no one would know his identity. "To think I would be joining the tournament in this matter." William chuckled as the armor on his body disappeared and was replaced by casual clothes. The night tournament was held over the course of 5 days, and he still had 4 more days remaining before he gained the right to challenge the person he wanted to fight. "Just to be on the safe side, I'll ask Astrape to return to me tomorrow night, so I can drink her blood," William thought. "I don't want to drink the blood of anyone here in the city because it may raise suspicions." The half-elf knew that things would get complicated if he was caught drinking the blood of others. Since that was the case, he needed to drink blood discreetly without alerting anyone else. Earlier in the tournament, William felt several inquiring eyes upon his body, and among them were Morgaine and Merlin. Both were powerful sorcerers, so he played it safe and acted within the reasonable bounds of the tournament. In order for his plan to succeed, He needed to act like an ordinary mortal for the next few days until he became the champion. After that, he could drop all pretenses and go all out. Since his subordinates were already looking for clues on how to stop the time loop from recurring in Midgard, he had all the time in the world to enjoy this perfect opportunity to get his revenge upon those that were responsible for getting him exiled from Camelot, as well as the person that had given the decree to make that happen. Wash your neck, William thought as he stared at the castle in the distance. It's payback time. While William was inside Boreas' trial, the drows in the Silvermoon continent had started to prepare for the war that they had no choice but to participate in. Princess Eowyn had been tasked to become the leader of the younger generation and care for the children that would be left behind by their parents. Although she had some experience in this matter when he was still in the southern continent, she was still overwhelmed by the sheer number of elves that would have to fend for themselves when their parents left for battle. Did the human children also feel this helpless back then? Princess Eowyn thought as she watched the elf children enter the makeshift shelters that the royal family and the Elven Council had prepared for them. No. Princess Eowyn shook her head. They had it worse. When the adults had been turned into crystals, the children were left to fend for themselves. This was very different from the situation of the elves where William had given them 1 month to prepare. 1 week had passed since the half-elf had given his decree, and all the drows worked hand in hand in order to safeguard the well-being of their next generation. Unlike humans, elves couldn't reproduce rapidly. This was why the king, the Elven Council, and the rest of the adults went to great lengths to ensure their survival. Well, this is better than I thought. An amused voice sounded from behind Princess Eowyn. The elf princess guards and maidservants all glared at the newcomer, who walked in their direction in a carefree manner. Good morning, Charmaine. Princess Eowyn greeted the pretty elf who also served as William's personal maid. Good morning, Your Highness, Charmaine replied. Are those circles under your eyes that I see? That's no good. You should take better care of yourself. If you become sick, what would become of these children? Pearl, who was standing beside Princess Eowyn, couldn't take it anymore and glared at her sister. Although Charmaine was the only remaining member of her family, she still couldn't get used to the change in character that her sister had undergone since she had been captured in the southern continent. Sister, why are you glaring at me? Charmaine asked with a pout. I'm just worried about the princess, you know? Sir William gave her an important duty, and if she becomes sick, no one will be able to take her place. Just as Pearl was about to answer back to her sister's nonchalant statements, Princess Eowyn placed her right hand over Pearl's shoulder in order to calm her down. She then looked back at the pretty elf who was looking at the elf children with an amused expression on her face. Thank you for the concern, Charmaine, Princess Eowyn stated. I will take heed of your words and take better care of myself. Charmaine smiled as she nodded her head in satisfaction. That is for the best, Your Highness, Charmaine commented. Sometimes we only see things clearly when we are subjected to the same scenario. Back then, we treated the human children as slaves, livestock, and toys. Just like everyone, I am also guilty for doing such atrocious crimes. This was why I wanted to atone for my wrongdoings. Charmaine then paused before glancing at the elf princess who had been given a great responsibility by the black-haired teenager who was currently not in the elven capital at the moment. You see things in a different light when the same slave collar you placed on others suddenly find itself on your own neck, Charmaine stated. She was no longer looking at the elf princess, but at the children who were being herded to the grand shelters that the elves had built for emergencies. Now I understand why Lord William always wore the slave collar on his neck back then. Charmaine's words trailed off as if she was reminiscing a wonderful memory. Perhaps it was to remind himself that enslaving others is not the right thing to do. It is quite unfortunate that he is now a changed man. Even so, I still love him the way he is. Charmaine smiled sweetly before giving her sister, Pearl, a glance. Sister, have you thought about the proposal that I gave you after our talk a few days ago? Charmaine asked. Yes, Pearl replied. The answer is no. Really? Such a shame. You're missing out on a great opportunity. Opportunity to become what? A slave? No thank you. Charmaine chuckled after hearing her sister's words, as if they were the most laughable things she had heard in her life. Sister, You may not be wearing a collar right now, but I know that you can feel it, Charmaine said as he walked towards her older sister with a smile. Even without a collar binding your will, you already know that you can't defy Lord William. The only reason why you're still not a drow is because of his mercy. Charmaine smirked before patting Princess Owen's shoulder as if they were the best of friends. Just to make sure that you don't get the wrong idea, Lord William is not interested in you, Your Highness, Charmaine stated before looking at her sister Pearl with a thoughtful gaze. He is only interested in my sister, for reasons that I don't know about. One thing that I know is that he had no intention of making her his concubine or lover. He just wants her to be by his side. Like a part of a collection, perhaps. Pearl glared at her sister because she had no interest in becoming part of William's collection. Seeing her hateful glare, Charmaine could only shake her head before walking away. However, after taking a few steps, the pretty elf stopped and turned her head to look at Pearl, who was still glaring at her. Sister, let me tell you just one thing, Charmaine said as the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. Even in his corrupted state, Lord William is a good person. I don't want to see the day when his patience ends, and he turns you into a mindless puppet. I am only telling you this because I still care for you as my remaining family member. I am willing to do anything for him, but I will never do anything to harm you. So, take my advice with a grain of salt if you will, but know that this possibility exists. Charmaine no longer said anything and left her sister, and the rest of the elves that were guarding Princess Owen, behind. She still had important duties to do, like taking care of William's mother and keeping an eye on the sleeping beauty in the spring of life. Charmaine was also tasked to observe if the black-haired teenager's orders were being carried out, and everyone in the elf capital treated her like a plague that they didn't want knocking on their doors. Even the elf king wasn't comfortable being around Charmaine, which made the pretty elf laugh with amusement in her heart. Master, everything is proceeding as you planned, Charmaine thought as she looked in the direction of the northern side of the Silver Moon continent. Please, be safe, and return victorious in your conquest of the lands of Hyperborea. The next day of the tournament, the Dark Knight's prestige grew by leaps and bounds. Each battle he fought was watched by many, and garnered a lot of attention from even the high-ranking nobles of Camelot. Suddenly, the cheer of the crowd erupted as the Dark Knight's opponent surrendered after getting pinned down on the ground by a foot, and a sword tip placed on his chest. I think he is going to be the representative of his division, Gawain said as he rubbed his chin. Although his swordsmanship isn't that refined, I have to admit that he is still better than the rest of the aspiring knights who want to join our rank. What do you think, Lancelot? A handsome, yet sharp-eyed looking man gave the Dark Knight a sidelong glance before shifting his attention on the other candidates. He will only be worthy of my notice once he arrives in the semifinals, Lancelot replied. That is the true proof of his strength. The other knights agreed and nodded their heads. Only Gawain felt that his friend's standards were too high. For him, the Dark Knight's performance was already worthy of being noticed. I guess I'll just have to wait until the qualifiers end today, Gawain thought. But I don't see anyone giving him any trouble in this competition, maybe except for the 3 apprentice knights that have been trained by my colleagues for this very day. Several of the knights of the Round Table had apprentices that served as their squires. Naturally, they mentored these young saplings in the hope that they would be recognized as future knights through the Knight Tournament of Camelot. A few hours later, the final 8 combatants from each division were announced. Just as Gawain, and a few others expected, the Dark Knight emerged victorious and represented the 7th Division to fight in the last leg of the tourney. Anyone who won their next match would reach the semifinals, and that was where everything would get interesting. Just like always, the Dark Knight left the venue in a casual manner. Even when the number of those stalking him had increased, he wasn't too worried. After all, how could they possibly hope to catch the Prince of Darkness? Half an hour later, William managed to shake off his pursuers as he entered the new inn that he had rented. He decided to switch accommodations every day to prevent others from finding his lodgings. He had only taken off his helmet when he noticed a person standing at the corner of his room. After giving the unexpected visitor a glance, He removed his armor as if the person that had snuck inside his room was of no importance. What do you hope to achieve by joining the tournament? That's none of your business, old man. Just go back to conducting your experiments in the castle. Merlin, the Grand Archmage who served the king, frowned as he glanced at the black-haired teenager who didn't hide his dislike for him. The night tournament is an important occasion for the aspiring knights. Are you planning to do something during the competition? Merlin asked. Yes, I do, William answered. I plan to win. So, if you have nothing else to say, then go away. I'm tired and I want to sleep early. You got tired from fighting mere mortals? Is that supposed to be a joke? Yes. Why aren't you laughing? Is it not funny enough? Magic power crackled on the tip of Merlin's staff as he pointed it at William. He knew how dangerous the black-haired teenager was, so he had no intention of letting his guard down. I will ask again. What is your purpose for joining the tournament? Merlin asked. Depending on your answer, I might have no choice but to take things into my own hands. William chuckled as he walked towards the bed and lay down. You are the wisest mage in this world, and you still ask me why I joined? William asked back in a teasing manner. Can't you figure it out on your own, old man? Merlin didn't reply and simply stared at the teenager whose carefree manner made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. You're here for revenge, am I right? Merlin inquired after several minutes of silence. Is it because you were banished from Camelot and were forced to die on the battlefield? William snorted. You can think of whatever convenient reason you can think of to answer your question. However, I advise you to not get in my way. Do you still not understand, Merlin? I am no longer the brat that you people kicked out of Camelot just because you could. This time I am the one kicking people. So, if you don't want me to kick you out, make sure to leave peacefully while I'm still being nice. Old man, believe me when I say that you won't like it when I get angry. Merlin ignored William's words as the magic power on the tip of his staff glowed brighter. Just tell me one thing, are you planning to kill the king? Merlin inquired. You think too much, Merlin, William replied. If and when he dies, you can rest assured that it will not be by my hands. Somewhere out there will carry out that deed. It just will not be me. Now go. I want to rest, and your presence annoys me. Merlin stared at the black-haired teenager for a full minute before vanishing in a brilliant light. A moment later, the room descended into darkness. William closed his eyes and rested. He didn't lie when he said that the king's death had nothing to do with him. That was not his role. Right now, there was only one thing he wanted to do, and that was to right the wrongs that had been done to him in the past. The first one I'll get revenge on is Lancelot, William mused as he allowed himself to be embraced by Lady Sleep. After that, it will be your turn, Arthur Pendragon. You sorry excuse for a father. In the past, the silver-haired William had no power to defy his fate. He couldn't fight the flow of the river and was forced to be carried away by the raging waters, until he met his death. Upon stepping into this plane of existence, William had regained the memories he lost when he became an Einherjar in Asgard. He remembered the unwillingness he felt as he drew his last breath. Until the moment his heart stopped beating, his only regret was not being able to be recognized by his own father, which made the black-haired teenager feel disgusted by how pathetic his past self was. This was why he also wanted to get back to those people that had ridiculed him in the past and show them what it was like to grovel under one's feet. Castle of Camelot. Merlin reappeared inside his room with a sigh. He already suspected that the Dark Knight was William, and he had come to find him in order to ask him if he planned to kill King Arthur. Although the black-haired teenager denied his allegations, the Grand Archmage couldn't sit still and informed the king about his discovery. In the end, the king only thanked Merlin and told the Archmage that he would be careful. After the old mage left the king's quarters, an owl flew through the window and landed on the king's bed. A moment later, a beautiful enchantress appeared with a serious expression on her face. Merlin beat me to it, but I guess this is only natural, Morgaine said. You better be careful. William will definitely challenge you tomorrow. I know, King Arthur replied, but I am not worried. He will not be able to beat me. Morgane snorted as she once again took the form of the owl and flew out the window. However, she left a trail of words that made the king of Camelot frown. There's no fool like an old fool. Morgane knew that even though the king was protected by the holy sword, Excalibur, the one he would be fighting against was no pushover. In the end, she decided to leave because she understood that the king would not listen to any of the words that she was going to say. "William, beat the crap of that fool for me," Morgane cursed under her breath. "That will teach him that he is only human, and not a perfect being who thinks that the world revolves around him." The third day of the tournament started and the final 8 participants appeared in the venue, decked with their armor. All of them were hopeful that they would become the champion and serve the king, except for one particular knight, who stood straight with his arms crossed over his chest. Merlin and Morgane stared at the Dark Knight with serious faces, while Modred looked at him with a flushed look on his face. "Mother, I told you that the Dark Knight is strong," Modred said. "Exactly. He will definitely be the champion of this tournament." "Indeed, he is strong," Morgane replied. The enchantress no longer said anything and simply waited for the final matches to start. William was paired off with the knight that was called the Knight of the Sparrow. The young knight served as an apprentice knight for Sir Geraint, and was personally being taught by him. As the two faced off with each other, the young knight raised his visor and looked at his opponent with admiration and respect. "I am Miles Aldous, the Knight of the Sparrow. It is an honor to do battle with you," Miles stated. "May I know your exalted name?" The Dark Knight briefly nodded his head before his charming voice reached everyone's ears. "I am the Dark Knight," William replied. "Bruce Dwayne." Miles nodded as he lowered his visor. "May the best knight win." "Likewise." After the referee deemed that both fighters were ready, he raised his hand and declared the start of the battle. Immediately, Miles charged at his opponent and unleashed a sword thrust that was as swift as a sparrow, and as deadly as the talons of a hawk. The Dark Knight casually deflected the sword thrust to the side, and counterattacked with a sword thrust of his own. However, Miles had already anticipated this move, so he hurriedly used the crossguard of his sword to deflect the sword thrust that was aimed at his chest. Succeeding in his attempt, Miles took a step forward in order to forcefully push his opponent away and pin him down to the ground. His plan was perfect, and he had also practiced this move so many times in the past that he was confident that he would be able to neutralize his opponent in 3 moves. However, just as he was about to carry out his plan, the Dark Knight's knee rose and collided with the side of his waist, breaking Miles' momentum. Due to his armor, the kick didn't hurt that much, but it was still enough to break Miles' concentration, allowing his opponent to counterattack. The Dark Knight twisted his body to the side and used his arm to ram Miles' chest, which sent him skidding backwards. The blow was strong enough, and Miles felt as if he had been kicked by a horse. He found it hard to breathe, as if all the air in his lungs were expelled by his opponent's blow. The young knight desperately tried to raise his guard and recover his bearings, but his opponent didn't give him that opportunity. 2 strong hands grabbed his shoulders and held him in place. The next thing Miles knew, the opponent's helmet was closing in on his face. A moment later, a resounding clanging sound spread in the surroundings as the Dark Knight headbutted his opponent, which sent the latter taking a step back before falling under one knee. "You did well, but you faced the wrong opponent," the Dark Knight said as he took the sword that he had stabbed on the ground beside him and placed the blade on Miles' neck. "Checkmate." Miles could only smile bitterly behind the visor of his helmet as he raised both hands in surrender. The crowd cheered for the victor and for showing them an amazing battle that was quite different from the one they were expecting. In the end, the Dark Knight extended his hand to help Miles stand up as a sign of sportsmanship, which earned him applause and well wishes from the spectators. Even Sir Geraint stood up from his seat and clapped both of his hands together to applaud the 2 knights that had just finished their duel. "The winner, the Dark Knight Bruce Dwayne," the referee shouted. Since William had already declared his alias, the referee decided that it was safe to call him by his name. The people chatted as they asked each other if they knew anyone by that name. Only 3 people, namely the king, Merlin, and Morgane, knew of William's true identity, but they kept their silence and only watched from the stands. The other 3 matches also proceeded as normal, and finally the last 4 semifinalists were declared. Since all the semifinalists didn't receive any serious injuries, the Knights decided to hold the semifinal on that same day, leaving the championship match the next day. The 4 Knights agreed to the change in schedule, and once again faced each other. This time, William was faced with another Knight apprentice. However, just like before, he performed well during the battle, and even gave the Knight enough airtime, so he wouldn't lose too badly in front of the people. William even went out of his way to show that he was being pushed back, and only managed to reverse the situation due to a lucky opportunity that was presented to him. Morgane, who was watching from the stands, rubbed her face with both hands because she felt embarrassed by William's acting that could get him nominated for the Oscars. Madrid, who was seated beside her, cheered loudly as he supported his new idol, who just happened to be his big brother who had died in battle a few years ago. The enchanting fairy felt conflicted about this turn of events, but she couldn't do anything about it except smile and clap her hands like everyone around her. In the end, the last 2 fighters were announced for the championship battle that would be held the next day. The Dark Knight, Bruce Dwayne, and Isaac Bricot, the Relentless Knight. They were the 2 champions that would fight for the chance to become the next Knight of the Round Table, and become one of the honored warriors of the realm. From under his visor, William looked at the strongest Knight of the Round Table, Lancelot, who was also looking at him like a hawk. A sneer appeared on the half-elf's face as he gazed at the person that teased him for being a loser when he was still in Camelot. The strongest Knight of the realm, Lancelot, who was known for his skill with the sword and the untold number of ladies he wooed. He was someone that the old William aspired to be, and yet that same person kicked him when he was down. The knight even mocked him as he was being taken away by the king's servants when the decree of his exile had been passed down. If there was someone that William hated aside from his father, it was none other than Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart. The person that secretly had a crush on Queen Guinevere, and was hoping to make her his woman. William found out about this and even told his father his discovery. But instead of praise, the only thing he got was exile, and Lancelot's ridicule-filled words as he was dragged away. Now that his target was in front of him, William endured the itch that was spreading across the palm of his hand. He couldn't wait for the next day to come, so that he could have his revenge on the righteous knight who turned his happy and peaceful life upside down. That night, William didn't return to the inn. He went to a mountain overlooking Camelot, and looked at the setting sun, while seated on his black throne. Looking at this familiar world, the half-elf was feeling a sense of nostalgia. Back then, he had died at a very young age before he could even realize his dreams, and keep the promises he made. As the darkness slowly crept across the land, and the last embers of sunlight illuminated the western skies, a streak of lightning descended from the sky and landed a few meters away from William. Astrape, the deity of lightning, appeared kneeling in front of her new master, who seemed to be deep in thought. She didn't disturb the black-haired teenager and continued kneeling, like a knight waiting for her king's permission to rise. Fortunately, only a minute passed before William turned his head and made a gesture for Astrape to come to him. He then lightly patted his lap, making Astrape blush in understanding. A moment later, the beautiful deity sat on William's lap and rested her head on the half-elf's shoulder. William in turn held her waist and secured her in place. "Did you discover anything?" William asked. "No, master," Astrape replied. "Aside from warring kingdoms on the other side of the sea, I didn't see anything unusual during my journey." William nodded his head in understanding. It was truly difficult to look for something unusual if you didn't really know what you were looking for. Right now, they were still trying to understand why the time loop that Astrape, Bronte, and Titania experienced had happened in the first place. "Did you sense anything that was similar to the doorways to the other worlds during your journey?" "No. It seems that the pathways to the other planes are exclusive in this particular land, master. I found no such doorways during my exploration." "How peculiar," William muttered. The portals that led to the different worlds were discovered within the domains ruled by King Arthur. The half-elf didn't know if this was just a coincidence or not, but he would have to wait for Bronte's and Titania's reports before he came to a conclusion. There were still so many things that they didn't understand about the world they were in right now. Coming to a conclusion without doing any investigation would lead them to nowhere. Astrape, I called you here because I need your help, William said after a few minutes. I can't open my 1000-beast domain here, so I am unable to summon the elves to drink their blood. Although I can randomly capture any of the ladies in the city to drink their blood, I don't know if that is a good idea or not. In order to play it safe, I decided to drink your blood instead. Of course, I will not force you to do it. I give you permission to reject my request if you don't feel like doing it. Astrape looked at William with a smile. Master, I will do anything if it will be of help to you. I will gladly fight your enemies for you, let alone letting you drink my blood. Please, drink until you are satisfied. Thank you. William smiled back as he lightly caressed Astrape's right cheek before kissing her lips for a brief moment. The deity of lightning then parted her hair and moved it to the side to show her slender and captivating neck to her master who wanted her blood. A moment later, a prickling pain assaulted her senses, which lasted for only a few seconds. Soon, Astrape felt her body tingling due to the feeling of pleasure that was washing over her for the first time in her life. William, who was drinking Astrape's blood, immediately felt a difference between drinking her blood and drinking the blood of his wives, lovers, and the elves. The beautiful lady sitting on his lap was a pseudo-god. Her blood was very rich in magical powers, and it immediately sated the black-haired teenager's bloodthirst, after only drinking around a mouthful of blood. Originally, William thought that he would need to call Bronte and Titania as well because Astrape's blood might not be enough for him. To his surprise, his bloodthirst was quenched so easily, which had never happened before. I think I will need to drink Bronte's and Titania's blood to conclude whether this is merely a coincidence or not, William thought as he kissed the wound of Astrape's neck to heal it completely. Astrape, who was still basking in the afterglow of pleasure, didn't know what was happening around her. The black-haired teenager simply pulled her close to him and rested the beautiful lady's head on his shoulder. Only after 10 minutes had passed did Astrape snap out of her daze and realize that she had returned to her previous position before her master drank her blood. Thank you, Astrape, William said softly. You're welcome, master, Astrape replied. Part of her wanted to tell William that if he needed to drink more of her blood, he should just call for her any time. However, the other half of herself was feeling embarrassed to say those things to the black-haired teenager because he might think that she was overstepping her bounds. When the darkness deepened and the countless stars shone above the heavens, William finally told Astrape that he would be returning to Camelot, and she should return to her investigations. The lightning deity nodded her head in understanding before reluctantly standing up from William's lap. She bowed to her master one last time before turning into a lightning bolt that flew into the heavens. The half-elf watched her disappear in the night sky before flying towards the city. However, halfway in his journey, he decided to just spend the night outside. He had a feeling that the moment he stepped inside the city, Merlin and probably Morgaine would confront him and ask him a multitude of questions that he didn't want to be bothered with. Several hours later, the bell at the center of the city rang, telling everyone that the championship match of the night tournament would begin in an hour. William had arrived at the venue already wearing his black armor, and was just waiting for the battle to start. What he didn't know was that his opponent had been called into the castle of Camelot, while William was spending some quality time with Astrape. Knowing who he really was, Merlin, as well as Arthur, decided to even things out and loaned the relentless knight, Isaac Bricot, some equipment that would allow him to increase his performance against his opponent. At first, Isaac felt that the king and Merlin were asking him to break the rules. However, after the Grand Archmage insisted that William was someone who had come to threaten Camelot, the young knight finally agreed to receive some items that would boost his strength during the final battle. Just as the two men faced each other, Isaac reached out to shake William's hand, which the latter accepted. I was told that you came here to endanger the lives of His Majesty and his entourage. Is that true? Isaac asked. It's true, William admitted. I will not lose to you, Bruce Dwayne. That's what losers say, Isaac. Make sure to not repeat the same mistake again in the future. The two teenagers ended their handshake and moved to their respective places. When Isaac drew his blade, William noticed that this was not the blade that the young knight used in his previous battles. The half-elf then gave Merlin a sidelong glance before returning his attention to his opponent. "Since you want to play, let's play." The corner of William's lips curled up into a smirk. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a weapon descended from the heavens and landed beside the half-elf. Since he couldn't magically pull out a weapon out of thin air, he decided to play a little trick to make it look like the heavens were on his side, as he summoned the first weapon that he had bought from the god shop to assist him in battle. It was none other than the lance that shines at the end of the world, Reincarnation. The moment William held the handle of the spear and pointed its tip at the heavens, King Arthur's, Merlin's, and Morgaine's expressions, as well as the expressions of the Knights of the Round Table, changed completely. How could they possibly not recognize the spear that the Dark Knight was wielding at the moment? It was the spear that once belonged to Arthur Pendragon's father, Uther Pendragon, who was the supreme king before Arthur took over his position as the new king of Camelot. William wanted to laugh out loud after seeing the King Arthur's, Merlin's, and the knights' faces. All of them seemed to have eaten a fly, which made the half-elf nod in satisfaction because he chose the right weapon to get back at them for their dirty tricks. Who was William? He was someone who literally threw shit at people. He was not afraid of playing dirty. The people that were in the venue all gasped in shock when the shining spear descended from the sky. It was as if the heavens had taken the Dark Knight's side and presented him with a weapon that would allow him to win the tournament. The moment William raised the weapon and pointed its tip towards the sky, the people cheered because they thought that the Dark Knight was paying his tribute to the gods that had bestowed upon him a majestic spear that they were seeing for the first time. "Referee, I think it is about time to start the battle," William said as he pointed his spear towards Isaac, who stood rooted on the ground. "The gods are watching over this duel. Please, don't keep them waiting." The referee as well as the people of that era were quite superstitious. They didn't doubt William's words, and the referee raised his hand to declare the start of the match, without even asking for the king's permission. Duel start. As soon as the signal for the battle started, Isaac broke out of his daze and firmly held Clarent in his hands. This was King Arthur's other sword, that were on par with Excel. Merlin and Morgaine chanted and a blue dome surrounded the battlegrounds, keeping the two combatants inside. Both sorcerers knew that this wouldn't be an ordinary battle, and they needed to ensure that the people that were watching the tournament would be safe from the attacks of the two young knights, who were both wielding magical weapons. "His Excellency was right," Isaac said with gritted teeth. "You threaten the peace of this kingdom." "You believe that old fool?" William asked in a teasing tone. "He can't even spell his own name right, and you think he is right? Very funny." Morgaine and the other knights all glanced at Merlin, as if asking him if what the Dark Knight was saying was the truth. "Don't believe his hubris," Merlin roared. "Who's stupid enough to not know how to spell their own name?" The Knights of the Round Table averted their gazes. Although they were all intellectual individuals, some of them weren't good when it came to writing things, especially writing their names. However, none of them would admit it, especially in front of their king. A gust of wind blew across the battleground as the sword in Isaac's hands hummed. Clarent, which was a sword that King Arthur used, glowed blood red as magical powers were gathered into its blade. William smiled as the tip of Reincarnation radiated in a golden light. He was prepared to meet Isaac's strongest attack head-on. The half-elf was constantly observing Clarent's power, so he could match it with the same strength. He was afraid that he might accidentally kill Isaac in their duel, which was something he didn't plan on doing because it would lead to complications later on. "Enact justice upon the guilty," Isaac shouted. "Lay waste to my enemies, Clarent." At the same time, the magical sword unleashed several crimson wind blades in William's direction. "Illuminate the world," William roared. "Reincarnation." Two powerful attacks collided with each other, which ended up in a powerful explosion sending dirt and rubble flying in every direction. The crowds gasped in shock because this was the first time they were seeing such an incredible display of abilities. Fortunately, the barrier that protected them from William's and Isaac's combined attacks held firm, and kept them safe from harm. A moment later, the sound of weapons clashing rang within the dust cloud that blocked everyone's sight. With each blow, Isaac could feel his body getting stronger due to the power that was being supplied to him by Clarent. Even so, his opponent was casually dodging, blocking, deflecting his attacks even though he was currently in a trance-like state that allowed him to surpass his limits. Why are my attacks not landing? Isaac felt anxious because something was telling him that no matter how strong he became in this battle, he would still not be able to even graze his opponent's armor due to the difference in strength. When the dust cloud receded, everyone gasped in shock when they saw that Isaac was already kneeling on the ground, unable to raise his sword. The young knight's hands were numb after unleashing a barrage of powerful blows that didn't even land on his opponent. William, on the other hand, just stood a few meters away from Isaac with his weapon lowered to the ground. It was as if he was letting his opponent catch his breath, so that the two of them could fight again. "Have you rested enough?" William asked after 5 minutes had passed. "You can surrender now if you don't want to continue." Isaac didn't answer. Instead, he forced himself to stand by using Clarent to support his body. "I'm not done yet," Isaac said in a hoarse voice. "I will protect His Majesty. I will protect this kingdom." "Okay," William replied as he walked towards Isaac in a carefree manner. "You can sleep now." Without another word, William tapped the side of Isaac's head with his spear, making the young knight lose consciousness. The referee ran towards the collapsed knight and checked if he was in any mortal danger. After seeing that the teenager just lost consciousness, the referee announced William's victory, making the crowd cheer in unison. Madrid, who was right beside his mother, shouted in joy as his favorite knight won the tournament. When the shouting and cheering receded, William then walked towards the VIP stands and pointed his hand at a knight who was seated just below the king's throne. "I want to challenge the strongest knight of the kingdom," William declared. "Sir Lancelot, do you dare to fight me?" The faint trace of ridicule didn't escape the knight's ears, and it made Lancelot smile at the young knight who dared to challenge him. The strongest knight of the realm emptied his wine cup before standing up from his seat. "Are you prepared for the consequences in challenging me, boy?" Lancelot asked. "Yes," William replied in a teasing tone. "Come, I have prepared a special wooden stick just for you." William smiled and walked towards the audience who was watching him fight. After the Dark Knight left the barrier, a boy with freckles on his face handed him a wooden staff with a fawning look. "Sir Bruce, I made sure to keep this wooden staff safe," the boy replied. "My friends tried to take it from me, but I made sure that they didn't even get to touch it." "Good." William patted the boy's shoulder, which made the latter become ecstatic. "You are bound to become a great person someday. Someone who doesn't shy away from duties has the makings of a knight." The children who saw this scene became jealous as William lightly patted the boy's head before he walked back to the battleground, carrying his wooden staff. "This staff is very effective against idiots," William declared. "Let me test it on you, Sir Lancelot. I just want to know if you are an idiot or not." Lancelot's smile remained on his face, but in his eyes, a trace of killing intent was oozing out. No one in Camelot dared to challenge his name and authority, and because of this, he planned to teach the young knight a painful lesson that he would not forget in his lifetime. "I just want to know if you are an idiot or not." This sentence, that was spoken in a teasing manner, spread across the venue, making all the spectators wonder if they heard the young knight's words properly. Lancelot was the strongest knight of the Round Table, and was even said to be on par with King Arthur himself. However, the Dark Knight had chosen to challenge him, and his weapon of choice was a wooden staff. This made the people scratch their heads in confusion. But, since the young knight was already the champion of the tournament, they thought that this was just a simple exhibition match done for everyone's entertainment. William stood in a carefree manner while the wooden staff rested on his shoulder. He had already challenged Lancelot, and if the latter were to reject his challenge, that would make him a killjoy. No one liked killjoys, not even during medieval times. Lancelot didn't even bother to don his armor and only carried his sword, Arondite, to the battleground. Merlin and Morgaine exchanged a glance before nodding at the same time. They once again cast a barrier spell in order to reinforce the protective array that they had placed earlier. Now that Lancelot had accepted William's duel, this battle could no longer be considered child's play. "Protect the people," King Arthur ordered. "Make sure none of my subjects get hurt." The knights of the Round Table stood up from their seats and hurried to where the spectators were watching. All of them were carrying their magical artifacts, and would not hesitate to use them to ensure the safety of the innocent. William and Lancelot stood facing each other, but neither of them moved. They allowed the knights to position themselves just outside the barrier to prepare for any incidents. "Are both knights ready?" King Arthur asked as he raised his hand to signal that the battle would start after his command. William and Lancelot nodded their heads. Both fighters then took a fighting stance at the same time, waiting for King Arthur's prompt to start. Seeing that both fighters were ready, he no longer wasted any time and shouted, "Duel start!" A second later, a crisp, cracking sound reverberated in the arena as Lancelot drew his blade. It was as if the very air was cut in half the moment when Aurondite was unsheathed from its scabbard. Aurondite, the sword which was said to be indestructible when attacked by any mortal weapon, was only given to the strongest of knights in the current era. The fact that Lancelot held this sword in his hands meant that the sword had recognized him as the one true knight that was capable of wielding him. William also knew Aurondite's power, so he didn't use Rhongomyniad to fight against it. Since it was a sword that couldn't be defeated by a weapon forged by mortals, then a wooden staff that belonged to a god was the perfect counter for it. The moment Lancelot took his first step, it was as if the entire world flickered for a brief moment. The next second, the fairy blade was only a few inches away from William's neck, and was only kept at bay by the wooden staff in his hands. "Not bad," William said. "You didn't even hesitate to go for the kill on your first strike." "Shut up," Lancelot replied. "Words are not needed during duels. I didn't come here to chat with you." William smirked. "Well said." He no longer said anything and instead unleashed a kick towards Lancelot's groin. To his surprise, Lancelot moved his body to the side, allowing Lux's kick to pass harmlessly to his side. Using the moment of his turn, Lancelot used his elbow to attack William's face that was covered by his visor without holding back. The half-elf took a step back and deftly used his wooden staff to block Lancelot's strike, while raising his left knee to counterattack. Just like what he did earlier, Lancelot moved his body once again to evade the Dark Knight's attack, as if he was dancing. These exchanges only happened in the span of a few seconds, and yet all the spectators could see was a blur. Both fighters were moving too fast for their eyes to follow. Only the king, Merlin, Morgaine, and the knights of the Round Table could see the incredible scene that was happening in front of their eyes. Suddenly, the ground shook and a meter-deep fissure appeared on the arena. But it didn't end there. With every strike Lancelot unleashed, more fissures appeared on the ground. However, no matter how much he tried to land a hit on William, none of his attacks landed. This was very similar to what happened when he was fighting against Isaac. For William, unless Lancelot used the full power of Aurondite, his ordinary attacks didn't pose a threat to him. After a minute of evading, William no longer stayed passive and moved in for a strike. He had lowered his strength to match Lancelot's because fighting the knight as a demigod would be too boring for him. The moment William crossed the gap between them, Lancelot knew that his opponent had finally decided to fight seriously. However, just as he was about to unleash a sword strike at his opponent, he felt that something was amiss the moment William pointed the tip of his wooden staff in his direction at close range. "Quick shot war art second form." William's words reached Lancelot's ear, which made the knight raise his weapon in a defensive position. "Shotgun." Immediately Lancelot's body skid on the ground after receiving William's unexpected blow. However, the half-elf wasn't done with his attack just yet. "Quick shot war art fourth form," William declared. "Grand bazooka." The attack was shot at almost point-blank range. A second later, Lancelot's body flew several meters in the air, as if he was hit by a speeding truck. William then moved his hand on the handle of his wooden staff as if he was reloading a shotgun. As Lancelot propped himself up the ground, His body jerked several times as invisible bullets smashed on his body, making him take a few steps back every 2 seconds. After using a rondite to block the invisible bullets from hitting his body, the strongest knight was finally able to take a breather. Lancelot's mouth was filled with the salty taste of his own blood, and knew that he could no longer take his opponent lightly. "Can you still fight?" William asked as he twirled the wooden staff in his hands. "You can concede any time you want, you know?" Lancelot ignored William's taunt and wiped away the blood that flowed out from the corner of his lips with the back of his hand. "Cut through the firmament," Lancelot declared as dark clouds covered the heavens. "Raise the world, a rondite." The sword in Lancelot's hand turned purplish in color as the power of the world revolved around it. Clearly, he finally decided to stop holding back and just wanted to kill the person in front of him. Seeing that the worst-case scenario had happened, Merlin threw a ball made of crystal at the arena. The moment the ball hit the ground, William and Lancelot were sent to a domain, where they could not kill any innocent during their no-holds-barred battle. William smiled after seeing the full power of the fairy sword, a rondite. Even in his demigod form, Lancelot's sword could still kill him if it landed cleanly on his body. "Say, we've been together for a very long time," William said as he held onto the wooden staff firmly in his hand. "I know that the current me doesn't have the qualifications to order you around, but just this once, lend me the power that I need, so I can put an end to this chapter of my past life." The wooden staff in William's hand vibrated as if agreeing to his request. William had carried the wooden staff since he was a baby, and it had protected him when he was about to be killed by a goblin. Although he hadn't used it for quite some time, this was a weapon that had been entrusted to him by the god of shepherds himself. A moment later, a steady and determined voice echoed within Merlin's domain, where the two combatants were facing each other. "I am a marvel to see and know, for no one has ever been able to see and grip me, and never will, no matter how large his hand, except one man alone. And this man will surpass in skill all those who have come before him, and all who will follow afterward." A thunderous clap resounded in the heavens as the voice continued to utter the words that made the very fiber of the world tremble. "The man who will carry me must be more valiant and confident than any other if he is to carry me as purely as he should. I cannot be taken to any vile or sinful place. He who would put me in such a place will be the first to regret it, but if he takes proper care of me, he can go everywhere safely." The wooden staff in William's hand glowed like the sun, and he watched with amazement as the wood on the staff was stripped away, similar to an apple being peeled in a circular motion. "In your current state, you are unable to wield me. However, just this once, I will lend you my aid." The weapon in William's hand hummed as the weapon that had never been seen before appeared in the closed-off domain. It was the sword that belonged to a king. It was a sword that belonged to a god. "Strike with all the power of the virtues of the world," William ordered as he raised the sword towards the sky. "Cut through time and space, sword of eternal radiance." On the first day, God said, "Let there be light." And by his words, the world that belonged to Merlin was covered in light, before it was split in half. In the venue where the tournament was held, Merlin cried out in pain before collapsing on the ground unconscious. Just before King Arthur could come to his aid, a loud cracking sound was heard in the arena. The crystal ball that the Grand Archmage had thrown earlier split in half, and the light that shot towards the heavens from the crystal ball made everyone who witnessed it kneel on the ground. Even King Arthur wasn't spared from this effect, and even though he tried hard to resist the overwhelming pressure that was coming from the light, it was futile. For the first time since he became the King of Camelot, Arthur Pendragon knelt on the ground. No matter how much he resisted it, in front of that holy light that illuminated the entire world, no one had the strength nor ability to remain standing. The people who saw it didn't feel any overwhelming pressure to make them go down on their knees, like Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table did. The common folk simply felt that it was a sacred light and, out of habit, they began to worship it as they had done with many supernatural things that happened in their world. To their credit, the light didn't harm them. In fact, everyone who was suffering from disease or illness and who saw the light felt their ailments and pains melting out of their bodies. Such was the effect when the power of the 8 virtues of the world was unleashed in full. "Mother, what is that light?" Modred asked as he kneeled beside his mother and looked at the dazzling light that parted the dark clouds that hung in the sky. "It is divine light," Morgaine replied subconsciously. "This is the first time I've seen it with this much intensity, but I am certain that what we're seeing is divine light." When the light finally receded after a full minute, the clear blue sky once again appeared above their heads. The sunlight shone down on everyone. It wasn't hot but warm and, to a certain extent, very gentle. The wind blew past everyone, giving them a refreshing feeling as if taking their remaining ailments and woes away. When the pressure forcing King Arthur and all his knights to kneel disappeared, all of them stood up at once. The first thing the king did was check to see if Merlin was fine. But thanks to the divine light that had shot towards the heavens, the injuries that the Grand Archmage received had healed completely. He was just feeling so refreshed that he felt that lying on the floor didn't seem that bad. It had been a while since he had taken a proper rest, and he was very tempted to just sleep on the ground and wake up a few hours later. "Just 5 more minutes. Okay?" Merlin said as Arthur shook his body. "No, make that 10 minutes. I deserve the extra 5 minutes due to working overtime yesterday." King Arthur was very tempted to slap the old man because he had completely forgotten what had transpired earlier. However, before he could even do that, Merlin's eyes opened wide after he remembered what happened to his precious portable domain. "That damn brat!" Merlin stood up enraged. "He destroyed my domain." As if calling the devil's name, 2 figures reappeared in the battleground. On the ground, Lancelot lay with several wounds on his body. His sword arm was bent at a weird angle, which signified that his arm was broken. The strongest knight's clothes were in tatters, and were similar to a shredded rag. The proud knight was nowhere to be seen. In his place, a person who was writhing in pain could be seen. William walked towards the fallen knight and looked down on him. A second later, he casually kicked him until Lancelot's body turned over, with his face facing the ground. William crouched down and raised his hand. A resounding clap echoed in the venue, followed by Lancelot's pained howl. William spanked the strongest knight on the bum a second time, as if he was disciplining a child that had done bad things. "Stop this at once," King Arthur shouted, as William was about to slap Lancelot's bum for a third time. The Dark Knight gave the king a sidelong glance before slapping the proud knight's backside for the third time. The people, including the knights of the Round Table, couldn't believe what they saw. Someone actually defied the order of their king. This had never happened in the past, and it made King Arthur feel that his face had been slapped as well. After slapping Lancelot's bum 13 times, William finally stood up and faced the King of Camelot. When everyone's eyes were on him, the Dark Knight snuck in a kick to the knight lying beside his feet, turning his body over so that it faced the sky. A gasp escaped everyone's lips because they never thought that William would be so shameless as to openly sneak attack the fallen knight under their gazes. "Why you?" King Arthur was doing his best to not make a scene in front of his subjects, but William's repeated acts of violence were challenging his authority. "You're not worthy of being a knight." William's reply was to take off the helmet that covered his face. Long silver hair that reached his shoulders appeared in front of everyone. William's gray eyes stared at the king with a mischievous glint in them, as if he was looking at something very funny. "I know, right?" William replied in a carefree manner. "I was never meant to be a knight, nor I was meant to be your son. The only thing that was meant to happen to me in this world was to die. So fuck you, father. You're nothing but a fucking piece of shit." William then laughed after hurling insults at the king, whose face had gone livid out of anger. The half-elf ignored him as he looked towards the clear blue sky. Although it was a lifetime ago, he felt as if all the frustrations and the grudges he kept in his heart melted away like snow on a sunny day. For the first time since he was tainted by darkness, William felt so peaceful. He then closed his eyes and allowed the wonderful feeling to wash over his body. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a peaceful and beautiful world, where the sea under his feet reflected the clear blue sky on the heavens. Standing in front of him was the silver-haired William, who had a smile on his face. "Thank you," the silver-haired William said. "You're welcome," William replied. "But this is just the first step, right?" The silver-haired William nodded with a smile on his face. "I have so many regrets in my lifetime," the silver-haired William stated. "Promises that I was not able to keep. What you did to Lancelot and to our father felt great. That was the most amazing feeling ever. Well, aside from making love to our wives." William gave his other half a knowing smile. How could slapping Lancelot's backside even come close to slapping Lilith's bubble bum? Remembering the Amazon princess that was waiting for him on the floor of Asgard made William's cold heart feel warm. "There are still grudges that we need to settle," the silver-haired William said as he patted William's shoulder. "And promises that we need to keep," William replied as he patted the silver-haired William's shoulder. "Don't worry, I got this. I'll make sure to do it right this time." The silver-haired William smirked before turning into particles of light and merging with William's body. He now understood how to break the time loop that plagued the world. It was not the world whose time had stopped, but it was his time that had stopped. After defeating Lancelot and giving an invisible slap to his father's face, William understood that the key to this world was himself. Now that his grudges against Lancelot and his father were settled, it was now time to move to the next place and keep the promise he made to the pitiful lady that held him until he drew his last breath. "Although it is several lifetimes late, it is time for me to keep the promise I made," William said softly before turning his back to the king, who once played an important role in his life. The color of William's hair changed from silver to black, and his gray eyes turned golden in color. The armor he was wearing disappeared and was replaced by a princely robe that enhanced his handsome features. Soon he disappeared from the venue and reappeared on the mountain where he had drunk Astrape's blood several hours ago. "Astrape, Bronte, Titania, return to me," William ordered. "There's no need to look for clues anymore. I know where we should go next." "As you command, master." William summoned his throne and sat on it. He then rested the side of his face on his closed fist before closing his eyes. Memories that he had once lost in Asgard flooded his mind. Memories that he had managed to regain in his current lifetime. William stared at the fantasy-like scenery as he stood on top of a mountain. After the three beautiful deities returned to his side, the half-elf left Midgard with them and went to his next destination, Alfheim. "The three of you, take a tour of this realm and see if there are any interesting things in it," William ordered. "Do not come to find me. I will call for you when the time comes. At most, we will stay in this plane for 4 to 5 days before we move to the next place." "As you wish, master." The three ladies bowed in unison before taking off towards the skies. Although William's order was basically telling them to go sightseeing, they didn't find anything wrong with it because his orders were absolute. As the three disappeared into the horizon, William's body turned into a lightning bolt and flew towards the place where someone had been waiting for him for the past thousands of years. It didn't take long for the black-haired teenager to arrive at his destination. He hovered in the sky as he used his ability to gaze at the scenery that had played an important role in his life when he was still William Pendragon. "It's still the same as I remember," William thought as he looked at the garden which housed the lazy elf whom he had escorted from the forest where she had been staying previously. After looking at the nostalgic scenery, William used his abilities to zoom in on a wooden cottage in the distance. Bypassing its walls, he saw a lady with long blonde hair, curled up in a fetal position. She was holding onto a robe and treated it like a hug pillow. Tear stains could be seen on her beautiful face, as she wept for the person that she hadn't seen for a long time. After seeing this scene, William felt a pang of ache in his heart because he knew full well the reason for her tears. Taking a step forward, the half-elf traversed the great distance and appeared several meters from the door of the cottage. Suddenly, a commotion sounded inside the wooden cottage before the door burst open. The blonde elf, who usually spent her time sleeping, cried out as she ran towards William with outstretched arms. Her long blonde hair that was dozens of meters long fluttered behind her as if it was weightless. Out of reflex, William spread his arms wide and caught the crying beauty in his arms. Aestia, the elf who carried the sin of sloth, wailed in William's arms, while the latter held her tight. He didn't expect their reunion to happen like this, and the black-haired teenager could feel the sadness that the beautiful elf had endured for the several years that he was gone. "It's fine. I am here," William said softly as he lightly patted the head of the crying elf who was holding him so tightly. "I'm back, Astia." Astia didn't reply because she was crying like a child. It was as if she had forgotten how to talk, and was only using her raw instincts to tell William how sad she was. The two stayed in each other's arms for a long period of time. The half-elf knew that Astia was pouring out all of the sadness and loneliness that she had bottled up inside her over the past few years, and William allowed her to do that. Finally, the beautiful elf looked up at William and cupped his face. "WWL, come, be back," Astia said hoarsely. Clearly, she hadn't talked for a very long time, and she was having trouble saying the words she wanted to say. A moment later, the beautiful elf's body slackened, as if she had lost her strength on her legs. Her eyes were slowly drooping, and yet, she was fighting it with everything she had. Astia was afraid that she was just dreaming, and her beloved would disappear the moment she woke up. Because of this, she bit her lips until blood gushed out of them, alarming the black-haired teenager that was holding on to her. "Don't hurt yourself," William said sternly. "I'm not going away. I'll still be here when you wake up." Astia stubbornly shook her head. It took William a full minute to calm her down, so he could use healing magic to cure the injury she had inflicted on herself. In the end, Astia grabbed onto William's clothes and held it in a vice grip before she fell asleep, while being held by the man she had waited for a very long time. The half-elf looked at the beauty in his arms and wiped away the tears that were still spilling from her eyes. One of the greatest regrets in his life was not being able to keep his promise to Astia. Now that he was given a chance to do so, he would make sure that the pitiful and lonely girl, who was exiled by her own race, would once again feel the warmth of someone being by her side. In the distance, Astrape, Bronte, and Titania looked at this scene with great interest. They didn't know who the lady in their master's arms was, but they were very curious to know who she was. However, before they could continue watching, they saw William turn into their direction and gave them the "Have you watched enough?" glare, which scared the three deities silly. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania were like wild ducks that flew in different directions after hearing a gunshot. They knew that they had seen something they shouldn't have, and William caught them red-handed. Since none of them wanted to face William's anger, they decided to make themselves scarce and leave the half-elf and his beautiful lover alone till their master called for them to return to him. William snorted before carrying the sleeping elf back inside their cottage. The main reason he had ordered the three deities to go sightseeing was to prevent them from sticking around him, while he reunited with Astia. Although the lazy elf had a carefree personality, she could be quite impish at times, especially when William did something that she didn't like. In order to prevent Astia from feeling jealous, he wanted the three deities to be as far away from him as possible. That was the only way to ensure that the lady in his arms wouldn't have an excuse to wrap William in her hair and hang him upside down due to lack of delicacy. Several hours passed before the beauty in William's arms stirred. When Astia opened her eyes, she looked sleepily at William for a few seconds, which the half-elf found amusing. This was not the first time that he had seen her in this manner, which made him remember of the times they spent together in the past. Since the half-elf was in the mood to tease her, William kissed her on the lips, making the beautiful elf's eyes open wide like saucers. The kiss didn't last long, and when William pulled back he smiled at the blonde beauty, whose eyes were still staring at him in disbelief. "Good afternoon," William said. "Did you have a nice nap?" "Will," Astia muttered as she stared at William's golden eyes that were very different from the ones she remembered. "Sorry. Should I revert back to my old appearance?" William asked. Astia then shook her head before hugging her beloved. Will, Astia replied. "Nothing will change." William just smiled. He didn't want to refute Asedia's words, because that would not do any good. Instead of replying, he just kissed her again. This time, Astia returned his kiss. Soft pecks slowly grew in intensity as they transformed into passionate kisses that lit a fire in their hearts. After 5 minutes, William was the first to pull back from Acedia's advances. It seemed that being separated for a very long time had made the lazy elf more bold when it came to exchanging kisses with him. "I missed you, Aestia," William said softly. "I'm sorry that I arrived late." Aestia shook her head before hugging William. No words were needed because she was already feeling very happy that he had returned to her side. A few hours later, the two left the wooden cottage and wandered around the violet Evergarden like they had done in the past. In order to not tire Aestia, William decided to carry her like a princess as he took a stroll around the familiar paths that they had both taken when he was still with her. The two of them chatted as they did, making the stroll a lively one. Soon Aestia was talking better. Her usual cheekiness returned, and she even made sure to complain to William because he had made her wait for a long time. "Sorry, I should have come sooner, but things got out of hand in Midgard," William apologized. "In return for making you wait, you can ask me for anything. Whatever it is that you ask, I will do it without fail." "Are you sure?" Aestia asked back. "You're not allowed to take back your words later, you know?" William chuckled. "Don't worry. I won't take back my words. Just tell me what you want, and I'll make it happen." Aestia closed her eyes as if she was seriously pondering what to ask the black-haired teenager who was carrying her around like a princess. The half-elf didn't disturb her and allowed her to think. In truth, William was very curious about what Aestia wanted. When they were together, aside from returning to her side, the Sleeping Beauty didn't ask him for anything. Now that she was given the chance, Aestia took the matter seriously and didn't hurry to give William an answer. Finally, after a good amount of time had passed, the Sleeping Beauty opened her eyes and told William what she really wanted. "Ljoselfamer," Aestia said. "I want to see the capital city of the elves." Ljoselfamer. "Okay." William nodded. "Do you know where it is located?" Aestia nodded before shaking her head. "I haven't been there before," Aestia explained. "But I was told that the elven capital is near where the sun rises in the east." "I see," William commented. "Then we'll go there tomorrow." "Will you really take me there?" "Didn't I just say that we will go there tomorrow? You should have more faith in me." Aestia stared at William with a doubtful look on her face. Clearly, she didn't believe that William could take her to the capital city of the elves, which she had never seen before. Seeing her reaction, William decided to punish the lazy bum who had no faith in him. A few moments later, Aestia found herself squirming and laughing at the same time as she was tickled relentlessly by the black-haired teenager until she begged him to stop. Naturally, William didn't make things difficult for her and stopped his naughty hands from punishing the elven beauty further. As William carried his lover towards their wooden cottage, he ordered Astrape to head east and see if she could find the elven capital before morning came. His loyal servant answered his call and did his bidding. Among the 3 deities serving under him, Astrape was the fastest of them all since she wielded the power of lightning. He believed that it wouldn't take long for Astrape to find the elven capital that was hidden within the eastern regions of Alfheim. Just like Aestia, the black-haired teenager didn't have the opportunity to visit other places in the elven world, aside from the violet Evergarden. He was also very curious as to why Aestia was exiled by her people. That night, William embraced his eager lover, who didn't resist his advances. Acedia's sighs filled with pleasure echoed within the walls of the cottage. It had been too long since she and William had made love with each other. The passion that they had been holding back lasted until midnight. After their lovemaking ended, both held each other tightly as they closed their eyes to sleep. When morning came, they would leave their small home for a short period of time and travel towards the elven capital. For some reason, William felt that this time around, the one that needed to get closure in their life was Aestia and not him. However, he didn't mind it. As long as he could make the Sleeping Beauty happy, he didn't mind taking her to the ends of the world and back. William covered his lover's delicate body with a blanket and kissed her forehead, just like he did before he left her back then. Words couldn't convey how guilty he felt after he had died in Midgard, and was spirited away to Asgard. He had repeatedly tried to return to Midgard, in order to be with her again, but it was simply impossible. In time, his memories of her slowly disappeared from his head, until he had forgotten about her completely. "This time I won't forget," William said softly as he gently pulled the sleeping elf to his side. "This time, I will keep my promise to you." As if hearing his words, Aestia made a humming sound before snuggling up against his chest. William smiled before closing his eyes to rest a little longer as well, using the beautiful elf as a hug pillow. This was his payback for what Aestia was doing to his wife, Chiffon, back in the springs of life. For some reason, he found her body quite comfortable to hug, and decided to do the same when he returned to the sacred grove, once his expedition to conquer Hyperborea was done. Ljoselfamer, the capital city of the elves, which was hailed to be one of the most beautiful cities within the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. William and Aestia looked at it from a distance. Even the half-elf had to admit that those words weren't enough to give the majestic elven city justice. However, when he looked at the beautiful elf beside him, all he could see was a sadness that permeated her entire being. "What's wrong?" William asked. "Are you not happy to be here?" Aestia shook her head before lightly squeezing William's hand. "I was exiled from Ljoselfamer when I was 12, Aestia said softly. "They said that if I stayed in the city, I would only endanger everyone because of the curse in my body. Since I was an orphan, no one really cared whether I was sent away or not. I do not know who my parents were, because the orphanage didn't find any written letter on my body. They only found a name embroidered on the cloth that covered me inside the basket." Aestia paused before looking at William with a bitter smile. It was a beautiful smile, and yet, the pain she felt could be seen in her eyes. "Aestia," Aestia stated. "That was the name that was embroidered on that piece of cloth, and thus, it became my name." William frowned when he heard this, and wondered how a 12-year-old was able to survive alone in that place where he had found her. As if reading his mind, Aestia leaned on his body as she looked at the elven capital with longing. She stayed like this for a few minutes as William held her in his embrace. "For some reason, I don't need to eat or drink," Aestia stated. "This uniqueness of mine allowed me to live alone in that cold and lonely place. The wild animals didn't come near me, and even if they did, I was not afraid of them. All I did was sleep, sleep, and sleep more. This routine continued until the day you came into my world." A sigh then escaped her lips as she looked up at the black-haired teenager, whose eyes had locked onto hers. Aestia could see how much the half-elf cared for her, and it allowed her to say the things that came from her heart. "Thank you for coming to my world," Aestia said. "I was very lonely. I thought that I was going to die alone in that place. But when you came and I thought that, maybe, a different fate was waiting for me." William wanted to say something, but he held it back. In actual history, Aestia had lived alone in Violet Evergarden, still waiting for his return. However, since he had died in Midgard, his promise to return was never completed. He spent his life in Asgard, while protecting the 9 realms from the threats that came from the giants of Jotunheim and Muspelheim. When the Great War, Ragnarok, threatened everyone in existence, he, alongside the gods, fought with everything they had. Unfortunately, their best wasn't good enough as they fell one by one. As he was about to take his last breath, after failing to stop the army of destruction led by Searcher, Aestia appeared in front of him and held him close. She was there when the fires of Searcher descended upon the world, until both of their bodies turned into ashes. Only in his last moments did he remember her face, and his unkept promise to her. As the black-haired teenager looked into her eyes, these distant memories resurfaced inside his head. His hand then wrapped around her body and pulled her close to him until their faces were only inches apart. "I'm sorry," William said with tenderness. "I returned late." He was feeling really guilty about leaving her alone in that lonely place, with only his clothes to remind her of him. William knew with every fiber of his being that Aestia had held on to his belongings, as she slept through the years, waiting for his return. "It's fine," Aestia replied. "You're now with me, and that is the most important thing. Thank you, Will. Thank you for keeping your promise to me." Aestia placed her hands over William's shoulders and rose on her tiptoes to kiss him on the lips. The kiss lasted for a few seconds before Astia pulled back with a smile. Suddenly, her body started to glow. "It's time for you to continue your journey," Astia said as she cupped William's face with her delicate hands. "I will wait for you in the roots of the world tree." After saying her parting words, Astia smiled before her body turned into particles of light and flew towards the sky. Their reunion and parting was like the fleeting breeze that came suddenly and disappeared just as fast. Even though William knew that she had now been reincarnated and was currently waiting for him back in the sacred grove, the feelings that she had kept in her heart finally reached him. The time that had stopped in Alfheim now moved, and William knew that his time in the elven world had also come to an end. However, before he left, he summoned Astrape, Bronte, and Titania to his side. Together with the three deities, he razed Ljoselfamer to the ground, until it too disappeared from the face of the world. Although he knew that doing this would accomplish nothing, his heart demanded that he make the elves pay their dues for abandoning a 12-year-old girl, alone in that cold and lonely place that was far away from her home. Only when the last embers died down did William turn around to leave the destroyed city behind him. The three ladies accompanying him didn't even give the elven capital a second glance as they followed behind the black-haired teenager, whose bad mood had finally settled. After a few minutes had passed, Titania gathered her courage to ask William, who was flying in front of them, the question that hovered on her lips. Since he hadn't asked Astrape to transform all of them into a lightning bolt to head to their next destination, Titania decided that William was still reminiscing about the beautiful elf, who was no longer by his side. "Master, where are we going?" Titania asked. "Vanaheim," William replied as he stopped mid-flight to turn around and face the deities who were currently serving under him. "Tell me, have any of you fought gods before?" Astrape, Bronte, and Titania shook their heads. They had stayed inside the forbidden grounds for a very long time, and never had the opportunity to meet a god during their long lifetime. "Well, you girls are in for a treat," William stated in a voice that had a trace of killing intent. "You'll be fighting a few of them soon, somewhere in the central continent." A month had passed ever since Felix led the demons to conquer the southwestern regions of the central continent. In that span of time, the demon army under the Bull Demon King, as well as Princess Ironfan, managed to conquer 2 additional kingdoms and an empire, and place them under the banner of the Heir of Darkness, before their advance was stopped by the United Army of the Alliance. The Holy Order of Light had sent 3 of their 4 pseudo-gods, as well as 4 demigods to stop the demon army's rampage. Knowing that they could no longer push forward, the Bull Demon King ordered his army to hold onto the territories that they had acquired, as they waited for Ahriman's next orders. Felix, who had indulged himself in ravaging the princesses and the noble ladies of the vanquished lands, finally decided to make his appearance. His powers had grown through his use of the demon realm's unique method of dual cultivation. This method allowed him to harness the magical powers of the ladies that he had bedded, until their powers had almost disappeared completely. The terror of this ability was that it allowed him to use the different powers that he had taken from those same ladies, who had been turned into his slaves. With this, Felix had gained the power to wield all the elements of the world, in addition to other unique abilities that were considered to be bloodline legacies, exclusive to those influential families that belonged to the lands that he had conquered. Even Bull Demon King and Princess Ironfan had to admit that the green-haired demon was starting to become the prophesied prince that would bring the world to ruin. "What is the Alliance doing right now?" Felix asked. "Have they started to reclaim the territories that we conquered?" The Bull Demon King shook his head. "I don't know what the Holy Order of Light is playing at, but the pseudo-gods under their command are only preventing us from spreading outwards. Without them, the generals of the Alliance didn't dare to send their armies forward to become cannon fodder, which has resulted in the current stalemate." "I see." Felix nodded as he looked at the big map in front of him. Several chess-like pieces stood over the map, which represented their armies and the armies of the Alliance. When the Bull Demon King and Princess Ironfan attacked the nearby kingdoms and empire, they did as little damage as they could to the defending armies. Their only goal was to kill the reigning king, as well as capture the members of the royal families in order to use them as hostages. This prevented the generals of the various kingdoms and empire from doing something reckless, in the fear that the lives of the heirs would be endangered. In truth, Felix had ordered that all the male members of the royal families be killed in secrecy, leaving only the ladies behind. This was to ensure that none of them would be able to gather the army to rebel against him. In the end, through Ahriman's powers, the Bull Demon King was able to forcefully enslave the armies of the lands that were now under their banner. This was why the Alliance was reluctant to send their troops to battle, because Felix's army had grown by leaps and bounds since he had stepped into the central continent. "I guess we are stuck," Felix said with a smile. "At least, that is what they are thinking." The Bull Demon King, as well as Princess Ironfan, smirked because this was exactly what they wanted the Alliance to believe. Ahriman had built many hidden teleportation gates across the central continent during the era of the gods. He knew that the gods would unite to bring him down, so he decided to secretly build these teleportation gates to escape their pursuit. Unfortunately, he had been outwitted by them and sealed away in the northern regions of the demon continent. Even so, the teleportation gates that he had left were still very much active. All Ahriman needed to do was use his power to open these gates to allow Felix's army to bypass the blockade that the Alliance had made. "Any news of William?" Felix asked. "You should have heard of something by now, right?" The Bull Demon King and Princess Ironfan shook their heads. "Although we have captured several high-ranking members of the Alliance, as well as some of their generals, no one knows where he is," the Bull Demon King reported. "Even the members of the Holy Order that we tortured were clueless when it came to his whereabouts." "Strange," Felix rubbed his chin. "I'm sure that he would have made his move by now. Any word from our spies in the Silver Moon continent?" "Our spies said that nothing has changed in the Silver Moon continent. They are still preparing for the arrival of the heir or the Prince of Darkness." "Really? Now this is odd. Just where did that half-elf go? Did he perhaps hide himself under a rock because he knows that he is unable to defeat me?" Felix chuckled because he sincerely felt that this was the case. Although William had exceeded his expectations and nearly killed him back in the demon continent, the green-haired demon treated this as something that was no longer important. He was not the same demon whom William had fought back then. He believed that with the powers that he had acquired, from the ladies whom he had slept with, the half-elf didn't even stand a chance, even if he had 100 lives. "For now, tell our demon army to retreat to the Zabia kingdom," Felix ordered. "Make the armies of the vanquished nations protect the border. We will use them as cannon fodder and as a diversion to hide our next move." The Bull Demon King nodded because he very much agreed with this plan. Since they could no longer advance, it was time to change locations and terrorize the undefended areas of the central continent. They would repeat this process in order to help Felix's power grow, until he reached the stage where no one under the realm of demigod would be his match. Ahriman secretly told the Bull Demon King that in order for Felix to step into the rank of pseudogod, he must first establish himself as someone worthy of being worshipped in Hestia. Only through the power of faith would one manage to break free from the demigod realm and become a pseudogod. Also, there was one last requirement for Felix's ascension, and that was to kill William and eat his heart. Demons could also grow by eating the hearts of powerful opponents, and William's heart was the most important ingredient for Felix to solidify his rule. "After we gather our forces in the kingdom of Zabia, where are we going next?" the Bull Demon King asked. Felix smiled as he pointed at the southeastern region of the central continent where a city was located. "Our next target is the trade city of Alabaster," Felix declared. "That will also be our gateway to the Silver Moon continent. After we conquer the nearby territories, we will then set sail towards the Elven continent and temporarily leave the central continent behind. I'm sure that after we're done with that city and its nearby territories, I will be tired of human girls. It's time to change the menu and dine on elf beauties next." Felix looked at the distant Elven continent with anticipation. Since the Silver Moon continent was prophesied to fall into darkness, he wanted to be the one to make that happen. "I guess you're not a big deal after all, William von Ainsworth." Felix chuckled internally as he remembered the black-haired teenager that declared that he would have his vengeance when he was still in the demon continent. Felix was already looking forward to burning the tree of life that the elves hailed as sacred. By doing so, not only would he fulfill the prophecy, but he would also accomplish the one thing that his father, Lucille, had failed to do in his lifetime. "Don't worry, father," Felix mused as he thought of his father, who was currently locked up in the prisons of the Zabia kingdom. "I will let you witness the fall of the elven nation that you failed to conquer. By then, you will realize that you were not only a failure as a father, but a failure as the demon lord as well." Felix had once aspired to become his father, but after he had gained the power to make Lucille kneel in front of him, his desire to make his father suffer for life had become his second goal in his life. His first goal, of course, was to capture William and make him suffer by forcing him to watch while everything he held dear was destroyed right in front of his eyes. Somewhere in Vanaheim, William and the three ladies beside him watched from a distance as a silver-haired Einherjar and a purple-haired beauty made love on a sea of flowers under the light of moonlight. The black-haired teenager as well as his entourage arrived at this spot, and it just so happened that the two lovebirds were busy enjoying each other's warmth after they reunited. The three ladies beside William didn't say anything and simply watched the scene in front of them, all the while giving side glances to their master, who had a calm expression on his face. Astrea, Bronte, and Titania recognized the girl as the angelic-looking princess that they often saw inside William's villa in the Thousand Beast domain. They were aware of how many women there were in William's life, but the half-elf had never made his move on Princess Ayla, and only called for her whenever he needed his soul to be stabilized. The three ladies knew that there was a time and place for everything, so they decided to not ask any questions as they continued to simply watch the sensuous scene in front of them. The black-haired teenager's memories were recovering at a fast rate as he looked at his past self and past lover. Ayla had erased all of William's memories of her when he was caught by her elders and subjected to torture. Since she didn't want him to suffer, she chose to just let their relationship end, so that he could return to Asgard safely. As the memories of the time he spent in Vanaheim was compiled inside his head, he realized that this particular scene was the prelude to William's suffering. The day after Ayla and him made love, the elders captured him and brought him to the Silver City of Verdure, where he was imprisoned and tortured. The half-elf sighed internally as he thought of how miserable he had been in the past. Tortured by the Vaners, and his memory erased by his lover so she could save him. He was so pitiful back then that it wasn't even funny. If not for the fact that he was a captain of the Einherjar, and the Vanir didn't want to have conflicts with the Asgardians over him, they would have long killed him in order to end the problem once and for all. Truth be told, he no longer held any attachments to this distant memory, since everything about his time in Vanaheim had been erased from his memories by Ayla. His feelings for her weren't as strong as the ones he had for his other lovers like Wendy, Ash, Chiffon, and Astia. "Let's go," William said when the love-making session had ended. "I hope that the three of you were well entertained at my expense." The three ladies didn't say anything and just followed William with their heads lowered. When they came to this particular world, their master had told them that they should be ready to fight against gods. This was something that confused them, but after seeing the purple-haired lady, they felt a strong divinity inside her body, which made them understand what their master was trying to tell them. The next day, William watched as his past self was dragged away by the elders of the Vanir, despite Ayla's pleading to let him go. The one that ratted William to the law enforcers of Vanaheim was none other than her best friend, Nas. The lady with long blonde hair and purple eyes was holding Ayla back as the authorities took William away so he could be imprisoned in the Silver City of Verdure. The black-haired teenager had no intention of interfering at this point in time. For some reason, he wanted to see his past self suffering, in order to fuel the rage that had been lit inside his chest. A few days passed, and the scene that ended everything finally arrived. William was brought to the altar of the city, where Ayla and Nas waited for him. "Ayla, it is better to put an end to his suffering." Nas, the seductive beauty with long blonde hair and purple eyes, said with a smile, "Your relationship with him will never be recognized by anyone. If you resist, the elders will just continue to torture him until you agree to end this farce." Ayla lowered her head as a single tear streamed down the side of her face. She knew that her friend, Nas, was right. If she continued to be stubborn, the only one who would suffer would be the silver-haired teenager whose entire body was now covered with wounds. "Will, I'm sorry," Ayla said as she pressed her hand over her lover's forehead. "Even if you forget about me, I promise that I won't forget about you. Not now, not until the end of time." Just before she was about to erase William's memories, a hand gripped her wrist and raised it away from the silver-haired William's forehead. "Why you? Who are you?" Nas shouted as she hastily pulled Ayla away. "Arrest him!" The law enforcers, as well as the elders of the Vanir, encircled the black-haired trespasser who had barged into their ceremony and pointed their weapons at him. "Things will be different this time," William said as a devilish smile appeared on his face. "Kill them now." As soon as William gave out his order, the law enforcers around him found themselves wrapped in thorny green vines. The thorns pierced through their bodies as the vines squeezed them until the only thing they could do was scream in pain. A moment later, fountains of blood erupted around the altar as the law enforcers were crushed, with their blood dripping from the gaps in the vines that held them in place. "You know, I never liked you in the past," William said as he moved towards Nas, who was holding Ayla from behind. She was using Ayla as a shield against him, which made the smile on the half-elf's face widen. "You are like an annoying fly who hovers around good food and spoils it," William commented as he raised his hand. "It's time to put you into your place." A powerful force blew Nas and Ayla apart, leaving the blonde beauty alone to fend for herself. "And no, stay back," Nas shouted. "I am the daughter of an elder. You can't hurt me." William sneered. "Watch me." The next time the half-elf took a step forward, he instantly appeared in front of the stricken lady. His right hand moved to hold her neck into a vice grip, preventing her from moving. "Any last words, bitch? And no, don't kill me. I don't want to die." William chuckled as he used the power of darkness to corrupt her divinity. The blonde beauty screamed a blood-curdling scream that made Ayla, who was watching from a distance, hastily retreat towards the silver-haired William's side. The Vanirs tried to rescue Nas, but they were met by staunch resistance from the three pseudo-gods who had started a killing spree. In time, Nas' skin started to wrinkle as her divinity was forcefully absorbed by William, whose eyes never left her fear-stricken face. The arrogant and prideful Vanir was gone, and was replaced by a lady whose face was stained by tears and snot. Forgive me. I don't want to die," Nas pleaded. "I don't want to die." "I forgive you," William replied. "Now die." Nas screamed as her entire body turned pitch black before crumbling into ashes. Before his memories were erased by Ayla, his past self wished that he could kill Nas and skin her alive. This was one of the ways he could fulfill that goal, and, to his surprise, William truly enjoyed killing the Vanir, who had caused his relationship with Ayla to fall apart. After Nas' death, the Vanirs were enraged and immediately went all out to kill them. William welcomed them all and joined his subordinates in killing as many as they could, while Ayla and the silver-haired William watched in horror as the vain deities of Vanaheim died one by one. "Enough!" A shout that held a powerful divinity forced William and the three ladies to stop their rampage immediately. "So you were also there," William muttered as he looked at a majestic chariot pushed by two giant cats. "Freya." The goddess Freya looked down at William with a complicated face, while a legion of Valkyries hovered beside her. Among them was Wendy, who was looking at the bruised and chained silver-haired William, who was being held by Aina. "Stop this at once," Freya ordered as she raised her hand to stop the Vanirs from attacking William and his entourage. "If I knew that things would end up like this, I would have personally made my move." The beautiful goddess sighed. Her voice was filled with regret as she looked at the hundreds of Vanirs that had died on the altar. "Well, this is what you get for abandoning your Einherjar," William replied in a voice filled with contempt. "Were you entertained?" Freya glared down at William, but the latter stared back at her with a fearless gaze. Even though he knew that he wasn't a match against the beautiful goddess, he would not step back and fight her head-on. "Leave," Freya ordered. Much blood has already been spilled. This conflict ends today. William chuckled as he made a gesture for the three ladies to follow him. However, before he left, he glanced at Ayla, who was holding onto the chained William with a smirk. "Don't worry, I will not bully you in the future," William stated. "The grudge I have with you ends here today." The purple-haired beauty looked at the black-haired teenager in confusion, but the latter only chuckled before turning into a lightning bolt that flew towards the sky. William heard the distinctive breaking sound within his sea of consciousness that proved that the shackles, grudge, and helplessness that bound him in Vanaheim had finally been broken. Master, what is happening here? Where are we?" Titania, who was the most level-headed among the deities that served under William, couldn't believe what she was seeing in front of her eyes. Her body shuddered as she looked at the millions of giants that walked the land, and the gods that led them to battle. Astrape and Bronte weren't doing well either. Both of them had grim expressions on their faces as they looked at the countless monsters in front of them that could easily trample any empire in existence. "We are in Asgard," William replied as he looked at the monsters in the distance with a calm expression on his face. "What you are looking at is the prelude to the end of a world. Take a good look at it. Hopefully you don't see the same scenery in Hestia." Astrape, Bronte, and Titania couldn't help but shudder at the mere thought of such a vast army appearing on their homeworld. There was simply no escaping or resisting against such forces, even if all the races in the world worked together to stop it. Sensing their anxiety, William didn't say anything and simply ordered them to watch. He had already personally witnessed this scene, so this wasn't new to him. However, for the three deities, seeing such formidable opponents made them realize that the power they had was nothing compared to the power of true gods. As the battle unfolded, the three deities saw how the All-Father, Odin, was eaten whole by the world wolf, Fenrir. How Thor died after killing the giant serpent, Jormungandr. How the gatekeeper of the Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall, died together with the god of tricks, Loki, in the one-on-one duel that they had. They watched until a single warrior stood at the forefront of the battlefield, resisting the unstoppable wave that threatened to drown him without mercy. "Master," Titania muttered as she gazed at the black-haired teenager by his side. "Are we not going to help?" William snorted. "Will helping make a difference? Deep inside, you don't want to fight against those behemoths, right?" Titania lowered her head because she couldn't look William in the eye. She only said these words, but in truth, she didn't really want to help. The mere thought of fighting against a god of destruction made her heart tremble. "The three of you don't have to do anything," William stated. "Just watch." The last remaining Einherjar lifted Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and tried to stop the god of destruction, Surtur, but all of his efforts were futile. In the end, he crashed on the ground and watched helplessly as the fire giant raised his sword of destruction and slashed it towards Yggdrasil. However, before the blazing blade could even touch the world tree, dark flames collided with it, blocking its advance. William stood in front of Yggdrasil, holding his wooden staff and unleashing the full might of his demigod powers. "Puny insect," Surtur stated, "die along with this world." The flames on the sword intensified as it slowly pushed William towards the tree of Yggdrasil. David's wooden staff was indestructible, so it was able to hold off that flaming sword, but the difference in strength was quite obvious. A pseudo-god was weaker than a god. Right now, William's rank was only that of a demigod, so there was no possible way for him to win against a god that even pseudo-gods couldn't defeat. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt hit Surtur's chest, making him take a step back. Astrape came to William's aid and unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts in order to help her master. Surtur roared and slashed his blade towards Yggdrasil, unleashing a hellish inferno that threatened to burn everything in its path. Bronte appeared in front of the blaze and unleashed a thunderous roar that pushed away the flames that threatened her sister's and master's lives. A moment later, a gigantic thorny vine slapped Surtur's face, causing the giant to take another step back from the attack that came out of nowhere. Titania stood in front of William with her butterfly wings spread wide. Her green eyes that had been filled with fear a while ago were now burning with determination. The three of you are going to die, you know? William stated as he stood centered behind the three girls who were standing in front of him. I don't mind dying on a grand stage like this, Master, Astrape replied. For some reason, fighting, knowing that the world will end after I fail, makes my heart skip a beat. It is as if I am the last hope that stands between destruction and survival. It's an amazing feeling. I feel the same, Bronte replied. If this was Hestia, I'm sure that I would do the same. Even though there is no chance of winning, dying in this manner isn't half bad at all. Titania didn't reply and simply held the green whip in her hand tightly. Although she wasn't really fond of battles, if push came to shove, she would put her life on the line in order to protect the world she lived in. The three of you would make great Valkyries, William said with sarcasm as he moved to stand in front of the three ladies. I'm sure that all of you will be welcomed in Valhalla. Even though his words were filled with ridicule, if one looked closely, the corner of his lips was raised a little, forming a light smile. Let's go, William said as he summoned Stormbringer to fight by his side. He then pointed his wooden staff at the god of destruction and his minions, who had started to charge in their direction. With unyielding determination, he charged right at them with the three ladies following not far behind him, shouting the words that he had not spoken for a very long time. For Asgard, William roared as black flames covered his body. The flames of destruction and the flames of darkness clashed against each other. A moment later, a loud explosion shook the entire world, which was headed down the path of destruction. William looked at the clear blue skies as he laid down on the grass with tears blurring his vision. These were not tears of frustration, but instead, tears of acceptance. He and his three beautiful subordinates had fought valiantly, knowing that there was no chance of winning. The enemy was simply too strong, and the four of them couldn't change the fate of the world that was engulfed by the flames of destruction. The black-haired teenager allowed his tears to fall because it was part of the healing process. Boreas' trial was about settling the regrets that a person had faced in his lifetime. If he was unable to realize what they were and face them head-on, they would be trapped in an infinite loop until they drew their last breath. Now he understood why only a single person was able to return to the Elven lands after passing Boreas' trial. That person didn't even dare to challenge Hyperborea because what could a single person possibly do by himself? After several minutes had passed, William finally wiped the tears from his eyes as he propped himself from the ground. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania stood a few meters away from him. They had recovered faster than William, and they allowed him to take his time to shake away his lingering attachments to the world of Asgard that had long been brought to ruin. William scanned his surroundings and found himself on a riverbank surrounded by amber-colored, weeping poplar trees. Several white swans could be seen on the river's surface, as they enjoyed the eternal spring that this place had. In the distance he saw a tall, snow-covered mountain. At its center, one could see a giant golden temple, which was very eye-catching. Master, is that Hyperborea? Astrape asked as she pointed at the golden temple in the distance. William nodded. Yes, that is the reason why we came to this place. After the half-elf answered Astrape's question, a loud screech was heard above their heads. Sepharon, the Black Phoenix, made his appearance and descended from the heavens. He landed several meters away from William and bowed to his master, asking him to ride on his back. The black-haired teenager had wondered where Sepharon had been after he and the three deities were taken into that dreamlike world, which was filled with William's past regrets and grudges. Have you been here since the beginning? William asked as he rested his hand on Sepharon's forehead. The Black Phoenix nodded in reply. So, it was only us who entered the trial, William muttered before mounting the Black Phoenix's back. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania did the same. Only when all four of them were firmly mounted on his back did Sepharon spread his wings and fly towards the sky before turning to head to Hyperborea, where the dungeon of Apollon was found. When they arrived at the entrance, they were met with three ladies, whose beauty didn't lose to the deities in William's entourage. We greet you, Dark Prince, one of the ladies said before giving William a brief nod. We welcome you to Hyperborea. My name is Opsis, and these are my sisters, Loxos and Hecaergos. We are the nymphs that guard the temple of Hyperborea. We are also the final trial you will face in the dungeon of Apollon. Your arrival was written in the stars, so we already know your reason for coming, and have come to welcome you. You have come to welcome me? William asked with an amused smile on his face. You said that you already know my reason for coming. Does that mean that I can take the dungeon of Apollon with me? No, Loxos, the other maiden beside Opsis replied. We came here to tell you that when you reach the last floor of the dungeon, you will be facing the three of us in battle. Do you still wish to continue? William glanced at the three ladies before realizing what they were trying to say. At first, he didn't sense it immediately because they were suppressing it. But now, he realized that the three beauties in front of him were pseudogods. Right now, he had 4 pseudogods by his side, so he had the advantage in numbers. However, as if reading his thoughts, the last of the 3 nymphs, Hecaergos, spoke. The Black Phoenix will not be allowed to enter the dungeon, Hecaergos said. We will not allow those that have been tainted by darkness to set foot in our domain. William frowned because he didn't expect the 3 nymphs to impose a rule on them. Is that also the reason behind why Sepharon didn't receive Boreas' trial? William inquired. The 3 nymphs nodded their heads in unison. He is not qualified to take the trial or step foot inside the dungeon, Loxos stated. The only reason why we even allowed him to step foot in this temple was because he didn't break any rules. As such, we tolerated his existence. Sepharon, who was clearly hated by the 3 nymphs, pretended that he didn't understand what they were talking about and just stared in the distance. Although his strength would significantly decrease without the Black Phoenix helping him clear the dungeon, the half-elf still thought that the battle was fair if it was 3 versus 3. He was also curious to see what kind of abilities the 3 pseudogods had. He still had the capacity to make a contract with one more god. Because of this, he wanted to know who among the 3 nymphs was the best, so that he could form a contract with her after he had conquered the dungeon of Apollon. Now, please, enter the dungeon, Opsis stated. We will wait for you on the highest floor. Good luck, Dark Prince. Don't make us wait too long. Opsis smiled before she and the 2 nymphs by her side disappeared. Her words carried a trace of ridicule, as if she was taunting William to climb the dungeon as fast as he could in order to meet them. The half-elf took Opsis' words as a declaration of war, so he immediately ordered for Astrape, Bronte, and Titania to enter the dungeon with him. He was curious to see just how long the nymph would ridicule him after he faced her in battle. I see. So, this is what they meant when they said good luck? William muttered as he looked at the first floor of the dungeon of Apollon with contempt. The half-elf then raised his head to look above him. On the highest platform of the garden of Apollon, the 3 nymphs were looking down on him with ridiculing smiles on their faces. The 3 of you better wash your necks, William declared. When I get up there, I promise that I'll give the 3 of you a beating. That is a big if, Dark Prince, Opsis replied. Get up here first, then we'll talk. All I hear from up here is the whining of a loser. You wench, Astrape shouted. How dare you talk to my master that way? Before Astrape could say more words, William raised his hand, signaling her to back down. The lightning deity held back her words as she glared at the 3 nymphs in contempt. Let's get this over with, William said as he took a step forward. However, just as he took that one step, a beam was shot from the top of the dungeon, which bounced off its walls. The black-haired teenager was forced to take a step back just before the beam hit the place where he had stepped, creating an ice pillar. Shameless, Bronte said through gritted teeth. Very shameless, but effective, Titania commented from the side. The dungeon of Apollon was just a tall tower with several platforms that could be considered as floors. There was a wide open space at the center of it, which allowed the challengers to gaze at the highest floating platform where the nymphs were staying. From that platform, the nymphs could freely attack the challengers, while dealing with the monsters and traps that were placed all around the dungeon. The annoying part was that they couldn't fly directly to where the nymphs were, because there was an invisible layer that prevented them from doing so. There was one more problem. The attacks of the nymphs bounced off the walls and instantly reappeared where they wanted them to go, making evasion very difficult. Simply put, the nymphs could attack them anytime, anywhere, using their blind spots. However, as long as they managed to step into the safe zone, the nymphs were unable to target them, which allowed them to take a breather. Right now, William and his subordinates were in the safe zone of the first floor. They still had half a platform to cross before they could reach the next platform, which would bring them to the second floor. "Master, what are we going to do?" Bronte asked. "I can probably take a few hits myself, but if the three of them were to attack me at the same time, I would find it very difficult to defend against them." William closed his eyes as he pondered their next move. Even if his subordinates were to shield him along the way, they would still be eliminated before he reached the 50th floor. When that happened, he would have to defend himself against the three pseudogods' attacks, in addition to all the monsters and other traps, without aid, which would lead to him being eliminated as well. "If only we could break past the walls, we might have a way to reach the top unscathed," Titania commented. "Break," William muttered as he opened his eyes. "Let's give it a try." William rested his hands on the wall of the safe zone in front of him. He then channeled his flames of corruption, alongside his rule-breaker ability, to forcefully take over the first floor of the dungeon. Little by little, the flames spread throughout the surroundings of the first floor. None of the monsters were hurt because he didn't target any of them. What he was doing was slowly corrupting the dungeon, 1 square meter at a time. Impossible!" One of the nymphs, Loxos, gasped in disbelief. "He is trying to conquer the dungeon by corrupting it." Opsis and Hecaergos also realized what William was doing. Although it was slow, his method was slowly enveloping the entirety off the first floor of the dungeon with the power of darkness. An hour later, the entire first floor was under the black-haired teenager's control, which made the three nymphs lose their composure. William then removed his hands from the wall and panted. "That was harder than I thought," William said after he regained his composure. "Bronte, come, I need your blood." "Yes, master." Bronte stepped forward as she brushed her hair away from her neck to allow her master to drink her blood. William didn't hesitate to drink as much as he needed, until he recovered his strength. Bronte was a pseudogod, and her blood allowed William to corrupt 2 more floors in a span of an hour. The three nymphs could only watch helplessly because their attacks failed to reach their targets because they were standing in the safe zone. The black-haired teenager was using the rules of the dungeons, which the three nymphs were proud of, to fight against them without even moving from where he was. After Bronte, it was now Astrape's turn to offer her blood to William. An hour later, 2 more floors were corrupted, raising the number of floors to 5. "Please, be gentle," Titania said as she hugged the half-elf. "It is my first time." This was the first time that William was going to drink Titania's blood, because the black-haired teenager had refrained from doing so. The fairy queen, who looked like someone in her early 20s, was an otherworldly beauty, and William had, on more than one occasion, fought the urge to make love to her. However, right now, he didn't have the leeway to appreciate her beauty and charm because there was only one thing on his mind, and that was to make the three nymphs, who had ridiculed him, kneel and beg for mercy. Titania's legs gave way after William finished drinking his fill of her blood. The fairy queen's face was flushed after she had experienced the bittersweet euphoria that washed over her body the moment William's fangs sank on her delicate neck. Now she finally understood why Astrape and Bronte eagerly awaited their turn to have William drink their blood. Even she, a pseudo-god, whose resistance was far above that of an ordinary mortal, couldn't help but be addicted to the sensation that she had just experienced. The half-elf didn't even bother to spare her a glance as he focused on corrupting the dungeon, 1 floor at a time. 2 hours later, the number of floors that William had brought under his control were 9, making the three nymphs feel as if a cold, sharp blade was pressed against the back of their necks. "Shameless! If you are a man, challenge this dungeon fair and square." "That's right. What kind of dungeon conqueror are you? You should be called the Shameless Conqueror. If you continue like this, you won't be popular with the ladies, you know?" The three nymphs started to nag at William from the highest platform of the Dungeon of Apollon. Earlier, The three of them were taunting William because he and his group couldn't even take a step outside of the safe zone without receiving their attacks from their blind spots. But now, they were like crazed cats whose tails had been stepped on, as they asked William to challenge the dungeon fair and square, while they were the ones that were playing dirty tricks from the very beginning. William turned a deaf ear to the three nymphs that had lost their composure. After several hours, he managed to conquer 25 floors in total before he called it a day. He didn't think that conquering a dungeon in this manner was possible. However, it took a lot of effort on his part to do so. If the three nymphs didn't attack him or his subordinates, they might have already breezed their way up to the 50th floor by now. However, since the three nymphs were playing dirty, he didn't have a choice but to use a roundabout method to bypass their petty tricks. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania had pale faces due to the loss of blood, but all three of them had satisfied looks on their faces as they laid down on the Dragon Emperor-sized bed that was capable of holding 20 people at a time. This was the bed that William had installed inside his room, because the other beds were not big enough to hold him and his wives, whenever they all decided to sleep together. The three deities had already drunk a high-quality rejuvenation potion, but the effect wasn't an instant one. It would take the potion a few hours to replenish the three deities' strength because of their rank, so William decided to let them rest for the time being. The black-haired teenager laid down in the center with Astrape and Titania hugging his arms on either side. Bronte, on the other hand, was hugging her sister as she hugged William. He made sure he cast a soundproof barrier around them, so that the noisy nymphs couldn't disturb their sleep. An hour later, even the half-elf fell asleep due to how tired he was. Day 2 inside the dungeon of Apollon. Bastard! I challenge you to climb this tower all by yourself. Do you dare accept my challenge? What dark prince? From now on, you are the shameless prince. If I was your mother, I would have definitely cursed myself for giving birth to such a shameless child. Humph! What a weakling. Only hiding under the skirts of girls and can't even man up? You've failed as a human being. When that day was over, William had managed to corrupt the dungeon up to the 50th floor. Day 3 inside the dungeon of Apollon. Hey, how about you climb the tower the normal way? We promise that we won't attack you anymore. That's right. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. All of us are civil beings. We can always talk things out, you know? When I first saw you, I knew that you were a man of character. As expected, no ordinary person can be the Dark Prince. When that day was over, William had managed to corrupt the dungeon up to the 70th floor. Day 4 inside the dungeon of Apollon. Such an amazing person. You sure have fortitude and endurance. Truly the makings of a great hero. I agree. Look at how devilishly handsome he is. If I was her mother, I would have praised the gods for allowing me to give birth to such a handsome son. I've seen a lot of humans, but you are the best by far. How about you and I get to know each other a little better? When that day was over, William had managed to corrupt the dungeon up to the 80th floor. Day 5 inside the dungeon of Apollon. When that day was over, William had managed to corrupt the dungeon up to the 90th floor. Day 6 inside the dungeon of Apollon. The nymphs had long given up on trying to talk to William and just prepared for the upcoming battle with him. Due to Boreas' trial, no creature had managed to step foot inside the dungeon of Apollon. Even if they did manage to arrive, they would have instantly been defeated and turned into ice sculptures by the nymphs who guarded it zealously. William had finally been able to corrupt the dungeon up to the 99th floor, which only left the final platform where the three nymphs were located. The half-elf didn't challenge them right away, but ordered his subordinates to rest. Right now, the three deities were in no condition to fight because of the loss of blood. Although William had sparingly drank after the first day, it still took a toll on their bodies, even with the help of the high-quality rejuvenation potions. William allowed the three deities to rest for a few days, to ensure that they regained the ability to fight. The half-elf knew that if Astrape, Bronte, and Titania weren't in peak condition. Their progress in the dungeon would all be for naught. This was why he allowed them to rest and consume potions, while ignoring the 3 nymphs who had grown silent the past few days. Finally, on the 10th day since William entered the dungeon, the 3 deities finally recovered their full strength and were ready to fight against the 3 nymphs who had annoyed them from the beginning. When William and his entourage stepped onto the flying platform, they were greeted by a bombardment of spells, which heralded the final battle against the 3 nymphs that had guarded Hyperborea since the day of its inception. Without any warning, the 3 nymphs unleashed their attacks at William and his subordinates. The half-elf had already anticipated this and warned Astrape, Bronte, and Titania beforehand. Although their enemy took the initiative, they were able to block the attacks because they came prepared. However, it didn't take long for William and his subordinates to realize that the 3 nymphs weren't going to be easy. Opus, who was at the back of the formation of the 3 nymphs, unleashed several arrows without care if they hit or not. The nymph who specialized in aiming fired 5 arrows every second without stopping. Loxos, who stood in front of her, made subtle gestures which caused the arrows that missed their targets to change their trajectories as if they were bouncing off an invisible wall, making sharp turns and curves that were normally impossible to do. The nymph, Loxos, specialized in trajectory. As long as she could sense her opponents, Opus arrows would always find their target, even if they were able to dodge the initial attack. The last nymph, Hecaergos, specialized in distance. No matter how far away the targets were or how fast they were moving, she would be able to mark them and allow Loxos to set their trajectories without fail. William frowned because their enemy's teamwork was on a different level. There were no blind spots that he could exploit. Even Astrape and him, who could practically move at the speed of a lightning bolt, would always find themselves facing a deadly arrow that was jam-packed with the 3 nymphs' combined divinities. The half-elf also realized that the longer the battle progressed, the more disadvantageous it became for them. Titania had already focused on deflecting the arrows that were targeted at her and William. Although the 3 nymphs tried to disguise their attacks, the majority of the arrows targeted William, which forced the Fairy Queen to focus entirely on defense. Astrape and Bronte were doing their best to close the distance between them and the nymphs, but their opponents specialized in long-distance warfare. The 3 nymphs flew away as they continued to pummel the invaders of their domain with attacks that left no room for error. "These girls are tougher than I thought they would be," William thought as he pondered a way to reverse their current situation. With Titania focused solely on protecting him and herself, the one-on-one scenario that he thought up at the beginning fell apart. Astrape and Bronte, who were tasked with the role of attacking, were unable to close the gap between them and their enemies, making the situation worse with each passing minute. In the end, William was forced to order a retreat as they descended on the safe zone of the 99th floor to rethink their strategy. "Ha ha ha! Is that all?" Opus taunted. "I was expecting more from you, Dark Prince." "Humph! Just because you conquered the lower floors doesn't mean that you've won," Loxos sneered. Hecaergos didn't say anything and simply stared at William with a serious expression on her face. After what had happened a few days ago, she no longer underestimated her opponent and was worried that the half-elf would be able to think of a way to defeat their strategy. William sat cross-legged on the safe zone as he and his subordinates discussed the battle that had just transpired. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania were quite frustrated because, just like William, they thought that they would be fighting the nymphs one-on-one. They never thought that their enemies' abilities perfectly complemented each other, forcing them to endure their barrage without managing to successfully pull off a counterattack even once. "I hate to admit it, but they are strong," William said via telepathy to prevent their enemies from listening to their conversation. "We need to change our strategy in how we fight against them." "I agree," Titania replied. "We can't beat them because their teamwork is out of our league. We need to compensate for the lack of coordination between our attacks." "There is also one thing I discovered during the battle," Astrape commented. "Although I am in my peak condition, I was unable to unleash my full power. It was as if the last floor had some kind of restriction that limits our strength." Bronte nodded in agreement. "I noticed this too. Although the decrease in strength isn't that big, it still feels uncomfortable not to be able to go all out." William rubbed his chin as he took in the observation of his subordinates. He also noticed the decrease in their fighting strength, but with the help of Optimus calculation, they managed to gather enough data to prove that their strength had decreased by 10%. It wasn't much of a decrease, but that was still enough for the nymphs to gain a subtle advantage over his subordinates. After discussing with Optimus, the system gathered the information about the Dungeon Conqueror job class and found a loophole that they could exploit. Although this hadn't been tested in the past, and no records of it was found in the continent, Optimus believed that all Dungeon Conquerors had this innate ability. My guess is that none of the Dungeon Conquerors revealed this secret to the public, which is why no one knew that this possibility existed. Only a fool would expose this, William replied. Although it is unfounded, it is worth a try. After letting his subordinates drink a rejuvenation potion and rest for an hour, they once again entered the 100th floor and engaged in battle against the nymphs. Just like what happened earlier, Titania focused on defending William, while Astrape and Bronte were busy trying to attack the nymphs using their long-distance attacks. William observed the battle from where he stood, but that was only a cover of what he was trying to do. With Optimus working with him, the two were busy trying to locate the key that would allow them to gain victory over the nymphs who were nearly untouchable. Retreat! William's voice resounded on the battleground, and Astrape and Bronte immediately turned back to go to the 99th floor's safe zone. Opus and Loxos continued to taunt William for their failed attempt to beat them, but Hekaergos was starting to have doubts. This was the fourth time that the black-haired teenager had ordered a retreat, and she found this mildly disturbing. Hey, don't you think that there's something wrong? Hekaergos asked. They're using the same strategy over and over again, despite knowing that it is futile. You worry too much, Opus replied. What can they possibly do but use that strategy to fight against us? I mean, if you put yourself in their shoes, wouldn't you be doing the same? That's right, Loxos agreed. How can they possibly break past our offense? It is still 100 years too early for them to defeat us. Hekaergos frowned, but she couldn't refute her sister's words. Right now, there was simply no way for William's group to reach them. Even so, she still felt that something was wrong. Only crazy people would repeat the same thing over and over again, despite knowing that the end result would be the same. Every hour that passed, William's group would attempt to fight them, but the skirmish would only last for a quarter of an hour before their group retreated. This happened 12 more times, and Hekaergos thought that she might just be overthinking things. However, on William's 13th attempt, something changed. The moment William's group stepped foot on the 100th floor, they immediately flew towards the eastern part of the floor, which baffled the three nymphs. Don't let your guard down. Continue to attack, Loxos shouted as she urged Opus to continue firing her arrows. Opus nodded and commenced a merciless barrage of attacks at their opponents, whose backs were turned against them. Titania was at the very rear of the formation and summoned giant roots and vines to block the three nymphs' combined attacks. When William's group stopped moving, Hekaergos felt an unprecedented danger in her heart that she had never felt in her life. Quick, stop them! Hekaergos shouted as she aggressively condensed all of Opus' attacks into one gigantic golden arrow that shone brightly like the sun. The wind whistled as the giant arrow shot towards William like a rocket. However, before the giant arrow could even hit their targets, William, as well as his subordinates, disappeared without a trace. A moment later, the three nymphs shuddered as they felt an ache in their chests. It was as if someone was gripping their heart and playfully squeezing it. This. But how? Opus said as he placed her right hand over her chest. No, it can't be. This is impossible, Loxo, who was panting for breath, said through gritted teeth. Hekaergos bit her lips because she finally realized what had happened. William had done the unthinkable, and it was something that they didn't guard against due to their confidence in their ability to strike them from afar. Opus collapsed on the ground as she squirmed in pain. Loxos wasn't faring any better because they felt as if the skin on their bodies was forcefully being peeled off. It's over, Hekaergos thought as she kneeled on one knee while enduring the painful experience. She could feel that the dungeon core of the Dungeon of Apollon was slowly being conquered by the half-elf who had managed to enter the dungeon core room by finding its exact location on the 100th floor of the dungeon. They never expected that the dungeon conqueror had this ability. If they did, they would have protected the entrance of the dungeon core room with their lives on the line. Every second that passed was torture. Every minute that passed felt like years. Finally, after an untold time had passed, a portal opened in front of them, and the black-haired teenager, as well as his subordinates, emerged from it. "What's wrong?" William asked with a devilish smile on his handsome face. "Does it hurt?" The three nymphs glared at him hatefully. They felt resentment because the half-elf had played a dirty trick, and didn't honor the tradition of battles for the right to reach the dungeon core's room. "We refuse to serve you, cheater," Opus said through gritted teeth. "I would rather die than serve someone as shameless as you. You don't have the qualifications to become our master." Loxo spat, hurtling spittle onto William's leg. "I refuse to yield." William nodded before looking at Heka, whose lips were bleeding. She had bitten her lip too hard, while enduring the pain in her body. "My sisters and I do not approve of the way you won this battle," Heka stated as she stared fearlessly at William. "However, I know that if we refuse, you will simply corrupt us. Regardless of our will, we will follow your orders because our memories will be wiped clean. The only reason why you're not doing it is because you are afraid that we will lose our effectiveness in battle if you use that method. Am I right?" "Yes," William replied. "So, a compromise?" Heka inquired. William nodded. "A compromise. Serve me for 1 year, and I will set the three of you free. I will also revert the corruption of this dungeon, and return it to its former state." Titania, who heard this, glanced at William with a face filled with injustice. Her contract with him lasted for 3 years, and yet the nymphs would only need to serve him for a year before they were free. The fairy queen sighed at the unfair treatment that she was receiving. Hearing William's compromise, the three nymphs glanced at each other. However, there was a trace of doubt and suspicion in their eyes. The half-elf's offer was too good to be true, so it was perfectly fine for them to become suspicious. William waved his hand and a contract appeared in front of him. Taking a pen, he wrote his conditions and passed it to Heka, who seemed to be the smartest among the three nymphs. In the contract, it stated that in return for serving him for 1 year, the nymphs must never betray him and fight for him with utmost loyalty. They would also not be forced to surrender their bodies to him, unless they wished for it. Having their blood drunk once a week was also part of the condition. After a year had passed, William would restore the Dungeon of Apollon to its natural state, and free the nymphs from servitude. Heka passed the contract to her sisters, and allowed them to read it. After cross-checking the conditions of the contract several times, they didn't find anything that seemed detrimental to them. They had seen how often William drank the blood of his subordinates, and the nymphs thought that this was perfectly normal. Getting their blood drunk once a week was not a problem for them, so they didn't have any issues with it. "Are you really going to honor these conditions?" Loxos asked. "You are the one that made this contract. It will be very easy for you to break it, no?" "You are a pseudo-god," William replied. "Can't you feel the divinity that is present in that contract?" Loxos frowned before channeling her divinity on the contract to check what William was talking about. A few seconds later, a shriek escaped her lips as she dropped the contract on the ground, as if she had touched something very hot. "G-God contract," Loxos stuttered. "That is a god's contract." Opus and Heka took turns to examine the contract and found out that it was indeed a god's contract. Since this contract was governed by a powerful god, even William wouldn't be able to go against the conditions written in it. "Fine, I will agree to these conditions," Heka said as she wiped away the blood on her lips with her thumb and used her blood to imprint her thumb on the contract. Opsis summoned an arrow and lightly pricked her thumb to also sign the contract with her blood. Loxos was the last one to sign. When all three nymphs had signed the contract, the document turned into particles of light and shot toward William's and the nymphs' chests, binding them to the rules of the contract. Titania, who saw this scene, sighed in her heart. Even though it was only for a year, her master had gained 3 additional pseudogods. With the return of Sepharen, the black-haired teenager now had 7 deities under his command, making him the strongest among the factions who were vying for dominion. Well then, now that it's settled, the 3 of you are now my subordinates, William said. Since that is the case, it is time to perform your duties. You, the noisy one, come here. William pointed at Loxos, who immediately stiffened due to the mischievous smile on the half-elf's lips. What do you think you're doing? Loxos backed away while pressing her hands over her chest. The contract stated that you can't force us to surrender ourselves to you. Have you forgotten? What are you talking about? William asked back with a frown. You're just a midget, and you're not as appealing as you think you are. Loxos was the youngest of the 3 sisters, and the most vocal of them all. William could still remember the taunting words that she had said over the past few days, and had long decided to punish the little girl for cursing him. Then why are you asking me to come to you? I want to drink your blood. Although she was only half a hand taller than Chiffon and Medusa, William only thought of her as a naughty, spoiled kid that needed some discipline. Although his face was calm, he was already planning to pay the noisy brat back by drinking his fill. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania, who heard William's words, only said, "Ah," as if realizing the half-elf's plan. Master is so sly. So, this method is also possible. She will definitely regret her earlier taunting. My master seems to be a person that carries grudges. The 3 deities understood that William was about to turn Loxo's head into mush due to the pleasure of having her blood drunk. Although they were offering prayers to the little girl in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel envious of her as well. After all, for deities like them, such feelings were a luxury that they may never encounter again in their lifetime. An hour later, a drooling Loxos and Opus lay on top of the black phoenix that had just flown out of the mist that covered the forbidden ground of Hyperborea. Hecaergos allowed her currently unconscious sisters to rest on her lap, as she looked at the back of the black-haired teenager that was standing in front of her. William had spared Hecaergos, and only punished Loxo and Opus. He didn't resent her much because the second oldest among the nymphs hadn't continued to taunt him like her sisters did while they were battling. On that day, the nymphs understood that William's condition of letting him drink their blood was the hidden ace that the half-elf possessed. Although he couldn't force them to surrender themselves to him against their wishes, he was able to make them submit to him using other means, which was very hard to defend against because it was one of the conditions in the contract. We've been tricked, Hecaergos thought helplessly as she looked down at her 2 unconscious sisters, whose eyes had rolled up into their sockets and their tongue lolling at the side of their lips. Our new master might be our first and last master in this world. Hecaergos bit her lip as she used her hands to close her sisters' eyes and return their tongues inside their mouths. I think we really have sold ourselves to the devil. As if hearing her thoughts, William turned around and gave her a smile that made the nymph's once proud heart shudder in both fear and anticipation of what was about to befall her and her sisters in the future. After Sepharen had safely exited the boundaries of the forbidden ground of Hyperborea, William returned to the thousand-beast domain, alongside the 3 nymphs. Opsis and Loxos were still unconscious, so the second eldest, Hecaergos, took them to the rooms that were assigned to them to get a proper rest. Meanwhile, William called Chloe and Princess Ayla to his room to talk about something important. However, when the 2 girls arrived at William's room, they found the half-elf almost collapsed near his bed and panting for breath. Immediately, Princess Ayla went to William's side and assessed his situation. Her face became grim when she noticed that the instability in William's soul had progressed to a dangerous degree. Chloe helped the princess carry William to the bed, as the latter endured the pain that was racking his entire body. Optimus had advised him that taking the 3 nymphs as his subordinates at the same time was dangerous. According to the system, William could only have 1 more pseudogod under him. However, the half-elf had figured out that the 3 nymphs worked as a set. If only one of them was taken, their effectiveness in battle would decrease drastically. After doing some computations, Optimus told William that if he was really adamant on getting the three of them to sign a contract with him, he could only have them for a month. More than that, and it would become extremely dangerous for William because, right now, he was only using a quarter of his soul. If his soul was half complete, then it would have been possible. Unfortunately, the other half was hiding inside the bell of Amalthea to prevent it from being corrupted by darkness. The black-haired teenager knew that a month was not enough. After taking out the plans he had in mind, he needed the help of the three nymphs for at least a year in order to reach the goals he had set for himself. Although he knew that he was taking a gamble, he decided to push it through and rely on Princess Ayla to stabilize his soul on a regular basis. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the stress that the three nymphs placed on his soul, which had made it incredibly unstable. Princess Ayla immediately used her life magic in order to stabilize William's soul that was nearing its limit. As soon as the princess life magic washed over the half-elf's body, the progression of his soul's instability came to a halt. However, the angelic beauty knew that what she was doing was simply a stopgap measure in order to prevent William's soul from collapsing. If she stopped supplying him with life magic, the half-elf would lose control of himself and probably go berserk. After a few minutes passed, the black-haired teenager managed to gain a semblance of normality as she looked at the serious-looking princess, who was using her power to the fullest. "Why?" Princess Ayla asked. "I already told you that you can only have one more pseudogod as your subordinate. Why did you do something reckless?" "Because I am greedy," William replied. "Tell me, Ayla, is there a way to salvage this situation?" The princess reluctantly nodded her head as she told William the two ways she knew would help stabilize his soul. "The first method is for the other half of your soul to merge with yours and be corrupted by darkness," Princess answered. "By doing so, the burden will be less and your soul will stabilize." However, the princess couldn't say the rest of his words, because she was afraid of what would happen if the last piece of William's soul was also corrupted by darkness. Although she wasn't 100% sure, the black-haired teenager in front of him was still a caring individual despite the corruption in his soul. The reason for this was due to the half that was still not corrupted. She could almost say that the last piece of William's soul had now become his heart and conscience, preventing him from fully becoming a ruthless individual who only cared about the end result, without care for the sacrifices that needed to be paid to achieve his goal. William also understood this, so he just waited for the princess to say the second method of stabilizing his soul. "The second is for me to share my life magic with you," Princess Ayla stated. "Ash gave you half of her heart in order to transfer half of her life force to you. This method I am talking about is something similar, but instead of life force, I will need to transfer more than half of my life magic to you." "What will happen to you if you do that?" William asked. "My healing ability's effectiveness will decrease, and I will be in a constant state of lethargy," Princess Ayla answered with a complicated look on her face. "Also, I will feel drowsy most of the time, due to the side effect of having my life magic being drained on a regular basis." "Will your life be in any danger?" "No, but there is a chance that after a year, I will lose my magic completely. I will be lucky if it just hibernates and returns after a year or two." William sighed internally. Deep inside, he was fine with having a piece of his soul hiding inside the bell of Amalthea. But the current situation had already progressed to such a degree that he had no choice but to negotiate with his other half. Perhaps his other half also realized this because he felt something warm spreading in the black gem on his chest. Princess Ayla, who was closely observing William's condition, immediately realized what was happening and panicked. "No, stop," Princess Ayla said. "The other half of your soul can't be corrupted. I don't want to lose the current you." "Ayla, No, we didn't want to impose on you," William replied. "This is the only way." Princess Ayla shook her head. "No, you don't understand. If you do this, what will give you the confidence that you won't forcefully take my power after the other half of your soul is corrupted? I'm sure that the moment you have completely been consumed by darkness, you will just treat everyone as tools to an end. I don't want that to happen. I'd rather give you my power willingly than have it forcefully taken from me later on." William frowned. The warmth in his chest stopped spreading, as if also understanding the logic of the princess' argument. For now, the connection he had with his other half remained strong as they both looked at the princess in front of them. "So, you're going to sacrifice yourself for us?" William asked. "You know, I don't really think of you as my lover. Even if you do this, my feelings will probably not change." "I don't care," Princess Ayla answered. "I'd rather do this willingly than deal with the you who will emerge after you have been completely taken over by darkness." Somewhere in the temple of the 10,000 gods, the primordial goddess clicked her tongue as she looked at the angelic beauty in the crystal ball in front of her. "I should have dealt with her earlier," the primordial goddess said with an annoyed look on her face. However, the reason she hadn't done that was due to the fact that the instability in William's soul was also worrying to her. Even with the power of darkness, half of the half-elf soul was already gone. The remaining quarter, which was under her influence, was still unable to support the power of darkness, and needed time to adapt to his current state. This was why any contracts that would empower the half-elf would cause his soul to shift. Princess Ayla was needed to balance this issue because even a god like her needed to abide by certain rules when it came to the natural balance of the world. She was not like Ahriman, who had broken the rules more than once. Although nothing was happening to the god of darkness and chaos in Hestia, the great powers that bound even gods like them wouldn't stay idle for long. "You're lucky you still have your use," the primordial goddess muttered. "If not, I would have already advised William to corrupt you completely." Princess Ayla's life magic was one of a kind. She was similar to Eve, whose power of divinity was sought after by the gods. Even Ahriman treasured her because of her limitless potential, and kept her safe from the chaos that was happening around her. "Just this once," the primordial goddess said softly as she glared at the angelic princess inside the crystal ball. "Never again." The primordial goddess closed her eyes before waving her hand. The image on the crystal ball disappeared, and it disappeared within the darkness. What she was after was the other half of William's soul, which was being protected by the power of Amalthea. As long as that other half was corrupted, her ideal prince would appear in the world of Hestia. Chloe sighed as she closed the door on William's room. After seeing Ayla's outburst earlier, she decided to leave and guard the door to prevent anyone from interrupting the two as they had a serious talk with each other. "Are you sure about this?" William asked. "You can still turn back." "I'm tired of being the one who is being protected all the time," Princess Ayla replied as she stared stubbornly at the black-haired teenager in front of her. "Now it's my turn to protect others. It's my turn to protect you." William closed his eyes. The next moment, he found himself standing within his sea of consciousness. Half of it was shrouded in darkness, while the other half had blue skies and a sea that was crystal clear. The two halves of William's soul stared at each other with helpless expressions on their faces. "What should we do?" the black-haired teenager asked his other half. "Are we really going to accept her proposal?" "You're the one that is currently in charge, so it's up to you to decide," the red-headed teenager replied. "What do you feel about Ayla? Do you even need to ask? Both of us were there in the trial of Boreas. You should know by now how you feel about her." The black-haired teenager sighed as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Once we do this, there is no turning back," William said with finality. The red-headed teenager nodded his head. "I understand. So we both agree?" "Yes." The black-haired teenager nodded. Tell me, if you were in my place, would you have made the same decision?" "I knew you were going to ask me this question," the red-headed teenager smirked. "Just like you, I would have done the same. However, I just want to say one thing to you, and that is, do the right thing." The black-haired teenager snorted at his goody-two-shoes half, who was giving him a teasing smile. "Let's do this together. No tricks." "Fine." When William opened his eyes, he felt something soft pressing against his lips. He didn't resist it and held the soft and delicate body of the woman who had decided to sacrifice herself for his sake. After the kiss ended, the half-elf stared at the angelic beauty in front of him and pressed her hand over his chest. "Let's do this properly," William stated. "Come with me." Princess Ayla nodded and allowed William to take her to the bathroom. Once they were inside, the half-elf kissed the princess' lips, as his hands gently took off her robe and let it fall down at her feet. A blush crept on the angelic beauty's face when William stared at her beautiful body after he had removed her undergarments. "If the second son of the chieftain of the Kirinter Mountains could see you now, he would probably die of regret for not being able to marry you," William teased, making the redness in the princess' face turn a shade redder. In the past, Princess Ayla was supposed to marry into the northern tribes in order to create an alliance between them and the dynasty that was planning to invade the Hellon Kingdom. William got in their way and kept the marriage from happening. What the half-elf didn't know was that Princess Ayla had long felt indebted to him and wanted to return the favor by learning how to wield life magic effectively in order to help him in the future. She just didn't expect that the help that the half-elf needed would require her to offer herself to him in order to save his life. The angelic beauty shuddered when the cold water fell on her body. However, William's hands, which were hot, made sure that her every nook and cranny was washed properly. It didn't take long before the two soaked inside the bathtub, facing each other. The half-elf's hands fondled her soft curves, forcing the princess to close her lips to prevent herself from letting out a sound. William felt reinvigorated by simply touching the angelic beauty's body because she was simply a vessel for life magic. As he touched her, he could feel his body naturally absorbing the power inside her in small quantities. This was enough to stabilize his soul for the time being, as he prepared the beauty in his arms for what was about to come. The next moment, a gasp of pleasure escaped Princess Ayla's lips after William's naughty hand brought her to climax. The half-elf knew that she was now fully ready to accept him, carrying her in a princess carry, and using his magic to dry both of their bodies. The black-haired teenager took her to the bedroom. There, he laid her down on the bed and kissed her lips once again. Princess Ayla liked William's kisses. She liked them so much that whenever their lips parted, she would feel a longing inside her heart, waiting for the next time he would press his cold and devilish lips over hers. She didn't know if William was doing it on purpose, but every time they kissed, she felt as if he wanted to corrupt her, but was holding himself back. The thought of being tainted by the devilishly handsome man, whose strong and lean body was holding hers, made her innocent heart tremble. The half-elf then used his hand to lightly knead her well-shaped breasts, which had never been touched by any man in the past. Her pink tips responded to his touch, and enticed the half-elf to pay attention to them as well. The angelic princess body shuddered the moment William lightly bit her breast, drawing blood. Immediately, a euphoric sensation invaded her senses, making her mind turn completely blank for a few seconds. Princess Ayla subconsciously held the back of William's head as she offered herself fully in sweet surrender. In return, William enjoyed her offering as his right hand moved downwards to tease the gates of her garden, which were eagerly waiting to part for his seed, love, and affection. Princess Ayla's sweet sighs reverberated inside the room, as William's soft caress and gentle kisses made the angelic beauty shudder under his touch. "Will, I can't take it anymore," Princess Ayla pleaded. "Please." William licked the blood that streamed down on Ayla's tender breast before kissing the mark to completely heal it. He then raised his head to look at the beautiful princess whose lips moved as if they were inviting him to kiss them. "You love kissing, don't you?" William asked as he kissed her forehead. "I don't know if I love kissing or not," Princess Ayla replied as she cupped William's face. "What I do know is that I love kissing you. Isn't that the same thing? Perhaps." William pressed his lips over Ayla's soft lips and inserted his tongue inside her mouth. To his surprise, Ayla's tongue eagerly intertwined with his, as if she had been longing for his kiss. Perhaps this is the side effect of drinking her blood, William thought. He knew that whenever he bit someone to drink their blood, they were filled with a sense of euphoria, which made their bodies hot and sensitive to his touch. This was why when he drank Opus and Loxo's blood, he made sure to take his time and drink their blood as slowly as possible. The two nymphs, who had never been touched by a man, weren't prepared to face such a prolonged sense of pleasure, which turned their brains to mush. By the time William was done with them, the two had already lost consciousness with their tongues lolling out of their mouths. He could feel the heat coming off of Princess Ayla's body, as well as her life magic that made him feel very comfortable. As he kissed her, William's right hand was busy caressing her other lips, which were now creating wet sounds due to his insistent touch. Ayla's body trembled as she reached her second climax. The black-haired teenager allowed her to catch her breath, while looking at her young, angelic body, which seemed to be radiating a faint light. "Ayla, I'm going to take it now," William said softly. "This is your last chance to turn back." Ayla's face was flushed from the aftermath of the climax she had just experienced. However, she was still able to think clearly, and reached out to hold William's hand. "I already made my choice," Princess Ayla replied. "All I ask is that you do it gently." William nodded as he lightly squeezed Ayla's hand, before parting her legs. The angelic princess looked at the man who was about to make her his woman with tender eyes. She didn't know if William would lose control of himself and corrupt her after they made love. But she was not afraid. Princess Ayla knew that even if she was corrupted with darkness, William wouldn't treat her as a slave. A moment later, a gasp escaped her lips as William lowered his hips to and took away her chastity. Due to how wet she was, William's member managed to reach deep inside her until it kissed the entrance of her womb. Suddenly, William felt a strong surge of power enter his body. It was none other than Princess Ayla's life magic, which she had gathered in her womb. It was the place where life was born, and where the angelic beauty's life magic reserves were stored. Princess Ayla was like a treasure chest that was waiting for someone to take the treasures that she kept inside her. That person was none other than William, who held the key to unlock her most precious treasure. "This is so much," William thought as Princess Ayla's life magic nourished every part of his body, as well as his soul. It felt so comfortable that he had almost forgotten that he was in the middle of making love with her. After taking hold of his senses, he moved his hips slowly at first, until Princess Ayla got used to it before increasing his pace. Soon, Ayla's sighs of pleasure, as well as the sound of their bodies joining, could be heard inside the room. In truth, the princess was slowly starting to feel weak because William was absorbing all the power inside her body. The black-haired teenager noticed this too because he could feel the magic in her body decrease at a rapid rate. Even so, that didn't stop the two from making love with each other. Slowly but surely, something strong was building up inside Princess Ayla's body, which made her feel fearful. This was the first time she was feeling something like this, and the pleasure was so strong that she was afraid that she would faint the moment she reached her third climax. William could also feel that he was reaching his limit. Just as he was about to release his seed inside her, a strong urge to corrupt her took hold of his mind. At that exact moment, the gem embedded in his chest glowed faintly, erasing the dark thoughts that had taken hold of his body. The next second, the black-haired teenager's body shuddered, as he released his essence directly into Princess Ayla's chaste womb, which made the angelic beauty's body arched upwards. The princess' mind turned blank as her body twitched a few times before it lay motionless on the bed. Her climax was so strong that even though she was unconscious, her body was still reacting to the aftermath. When the last drop of William's seed was released inside her, a pink crest appeared on her lower abdomen. This was the proof that the princess had been conquered by William, allowing him to take her life magic from her at any given time, even though they were far apart. Originally, the plan was to take 2/3 of her life magic in order to stabilize his soul. But after sensing how weak Princess Ayla was becoming as he drained her power, William decided to take the alternative route, and simply used a method so that he could extract life magic from her gradually, instead of taking everything from her. This method would allow the princess to replenish her magic reserves safely. Right now, William had absorbed 1/3 of the angelic beauty's life magic, stabilizing his soul and preventing it from collapsing. When William pulled out after their union, his seed, mixed with the blood of Princess Ayla's chastity, flowed into the white sheets. As the half-elf looked at the unconscious princess, whose body was glistening with sweat. His heart stirred because he understood that the angelic beauty lying in front of him was now his woman. William kissed Princess Ayla's cheeks before hugging her soft and delicate body. "I will take responsibility," William whispered in Princess Ayla's ear. "Thank you, Ayla." Just like Chloe and Charmaine, he had already decided to make the angelic princess his concubine. After kissing Ayla's lips for the last time, William also closed his eyes to sleep. Although his soul had stabilized, he needed to rest in order to adjust to his newfound strength, which was given to him by the beauty in his arms, unaware that after he returned to the Silver Moon continent, a surprise would be waiting for him. When Princess Ayla opened her eyes, she found herself being held in a warm embrace. As she turned her head to the side, she saw the black-haired teenager sleeping peacefully beside her. Recollections of what happened a few hours ago flashed inside her head, making her face blush in embarrassment. "That's right, I surrendered myself to him," Princess Ayla thought as she closed her eyes to inspect William's body. Since the half-elf was hugging her, she was able to immediately check his condition through skin contact. The princess sighed in relief after checking that William's soul had stabilized after their union. She could even feel the faint traces of her life magic, wrapping his soul in a protective shell, holding it firmly in place. For some reason, she felt a sense of pride that she was able to help the young man, who had made her a woman, just a few hours ago. It had always been William who was helping her. Now, she managed to return the favor that had accumulated over the years. "I'm glad that you're fine." Princess Ayla moved her head close to the half-elf and kissed his forehead. "A world without you is a world without color." She wasn't afraid about waking up the black-haired teenager because the latter wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Princess Ayla knew that William had entered a form of hibernation, so that his soul could fully recover from the trauma that it had experienced. Although she was reluctant, she still gently pried away the hands that held her in place. After propping herself up, she looked at the aftermath of their lovemaking and once again blushed in embarrassment. William's seed had overflowed from her nether lips and pooled on the white sheets, staining it with their combined colors. The traces of red that could be seen here and there reminded her of the unbelievable pleasure that she was subjected to. Her eyes then moved to William's lower half, and was surprised to see that it was still lively, as if waiting for the chance to do another round. Unbelievable, Princess Ayla thought as she gazed at the thing that had taken her maidenhood from her. Are all boys like this after making love? The angelic beauty had no one to compare this situation to because William was her first man. After a while, she decided that she should make the half-elf as comfortable as possible. The first thing that Princess Ayla did was wave her hand to clean the mess that was left after their union. A few seconds later, the sheets had returned to their pristine white, leaving no evidence of the events that happened a few hours ago. The next thing she planned was to carry William's body to the bathroom. Originally, she thought that she needed to drag him there, but when she lifted his body, she was surprised to discover that she could carry him easily. Although he wasn't as light as a feather, his weight was just right. Not too heavy and not too light. Princess Ayla could easily clean William using her life magic, but for some reason, she wanted to experience what it was like to wash him with her own hands, just like what he did to her last night. William's body had now become warm, unlike the past where his touch was as cold as ice. The angelic beauty didn't know if this was a side effect of her life magic or not, but the changes in his body were a big check in her book. How do I wash this thing? Princess Ayla thought as she stared at little William, who was standing tall and proud. It was as if he was challenging the princess to go 200 rounds with it, non-stop. In the end, the princess just used her soft and delicate hands to gently caress and clean the little guy, who twitched under her touch. When everything was over, she took William to soak in the bathtub, while she washed herself. A few minutes later, she joined him in the water and held him tight. You know, I can't help but feel jealous of Belle, Princess Ayla said. I can tell from my memories that you treasure her so much, even though the two of you are worlds apart. Sometimes, I want to return this memory to you, so that you won't look cold and unfeeling. But, since you told me that doing so would be dangerous, I will keep these precious memories in my heart, until the day you have once again embraced the light. Princess Ayla kissed William's lips for a few seconds. I think I got addicted to kissing you, Princess Ayla thought, just as I got addicted to taking your memories in the past. Also, I discovered something interesting. Princess Ayla held the back of William's neck as she propped herself, kneeling on the bathtub. Ayla moved her breast closer to William's lips, and the latter reacted by parting his lips to allow the hard and rosy tip to enter his mouth. A moment later, William started to suckle like a baby, which made the angelic beauty giggle. Since you like milk that much, I'll give it to you, Princess Ayla said softly. Her power was life magic, and anything that had the ability to nourish life was under her domain. A few seconds later, breast milk entered William's lips. It's a pity that you're still asleep, Princess Ayla mused. If this was me a day ago, I'd probably faint from embarrassment if you were to ask me to do this for you. But now, I feel like I am able to do something that your other lovers couldn't do. After her maidenhood and a third of her life magic was taken away from her, Princess Ayla felt as if she had been liberated. She was now willing to try new things, and she felt that she gained more confidence as a woman. Okay, that's enough for now, Princess Ayla said as she pulled her breast out of the mouth of the big baby that was still eager for more. Just as she was about to carry the half-elf back to the bedroom, the latter's eyes opened. You've become bold, Ayla, William said as he looked at the princess whose face had turned completely red from shock and embarrassment. Ayla jumped back and turned to flee, but before she could even jump out of the bathtub to run towards the bedroom, the half-elf's strong arms wrapped around her body, holding her in place. Will, I'm sorry, Princess Ayla stuttered as she did her best to look down. I got carried away. Yes, you got carried away, William agreed. But, I don't dislike this new you. Yeah? You don't think it is weird? No, not at all, in fact. William lightly squeezed Ayla's breast, allowing a few drops of breast milk to come out from her pink tips. I'd prefer if you let me drink this from time to time, William added. You will let me drink it, right? Good, William said as he stopped squeezing the angelic beauty's breast, and made her turn around to face him. I said this when you were asleep, but I'll say it again. Thank you, Ayla. William kissed her lips for a few seconds before pulling back. I will take responsibility, William said. From this day onwards, you are now my woman. Do you understand? Princess Ayla teared up after hearing William's words. When she helped him, she wasn't expecting anything in return. She even thought that this was only going to be a one-time thing, and the half-elf wouldn't disturb her ever again. Why are you crying? William asked as he wiped the tears that were falling down from her face. You don't want me to take responsibility? I want. Good. William smiled and carried the angelic beauty back to the bedroom and made love with her again. Only when the sun was at its zenith did the two finally stop and re-emerge from the room while holding each other's hands. Chloe, who had stood on guard the entire time, gave William a look of injustice. Even so, seeing that the person she loved was now no longer in danger from going berserk made her happy. So, is Ayla now your new concubine? Chloe asked as she gazed at the angelic princess, whose face had turned beet red. Yes, William replied. Please, get along with her, Chloe. Okay, on one condition. Condition. Chloe whispered something in William's ear, which made the latter give her a gaze of, "Are you for real?" As a succubus, it was very easy for her to see such things, and she felt jealous because William still hadn't given her a similar mark, despite staining her soul with darkness. However, seeing that Chloe wasn't backing down, the half-elf agreed to her request. The succubus had noticed the change that had come over Princess Ayla's body, as well as the pink crest that had turned invisible. I'll do it with you tonight. Okay? William stated. First, we will return to the sacred grove. We have been away from the elven capital for a long time. I just hope that nothing unexpected has happened while we are gone. Chloe nodded her head in understanding. All communications had been cut off the moment they arrived inside the Forbidden Ground, so no news about the Silver Moon continent reached them. Now that the half-elf had added 3 additional pseudogods in his arsenal, those who dared to underestimate him would find themselves in a world of pain. William took one more rest day to fully stabilize his soul before instantly teleporting to the sacred grove through his weapon, Soleil. He had left Soleil in his mother's care, which allowed William to instantly travel back to the elven capital, after he finished his conquest of Hyperborea. The moment the half-elf appeared inside the sacred grove, several explosions were heard in the surroundings, which were signs of fighting. He immediately went to investigate and found that Charmaine and the other Valkyries were fighting against 2 ladies, in the skies away from the World Tree. "Oh, welcome back, Will," Arwen, who was watching the battle from afar, said as she hugged her son and kissed his cheek in greeting. "Mother, what is happening?" William asked. "Who are those 2 girls?" Arwen blinked as she looked at her son in surprise. "Superbia and Invidia. You don't know them? Should I know them?" I thought that they were your wives or something, since all the sins were your lovers." This time, it was William's turn to blink as he looked at his mother with a calm expression on his face. "This is the first time I'm seeing those 2, William explained. "What are they doing here?" Actually, the 2 of them are my pen pals," Arwen said in an awkward manner. "We've been exchanging letters for the past few years, and I would boast to them about you from time to time. Since both of them were demons, they couldn't come and visit me here in fear that they would be attacked by the elves, as well as our guardians. However, since I told the guardians and the king that 2 of your acquaintances were coming, they allowed them to pass the borders unchallenged." William tilted his head to the side as he looked at the 2 members of the deadly sins that were fighting against Charmaine and her comrades. "Superbia and Invidia," William muttered. "The 2 last remaining members of the 7 deadly sins. Mother, can you explain why Charmaine and the others are fighting them?" "I didn't know why, but when Charmaine saw them, she yelled that they were part of Felix's group," Arwen answered. "Then her friends joined her in battle and pushed them away from the World Tree. But, the way I see it, Superbia and Invidia are just dodging and blocking their attacks." William nodded his head in agreement. The 2 members of the deadly sins were surrounded on all sides, but they weren't counterattacking and merely blocking the attacks. "Chloe, make them stop," William ordered as he opened a portal beside him. The beautiful succubus gazed at the fighters in the sky and nodded her head with a smile. A moment later, a loud explosion sounded in the air as the succubus joined Charmaine and the others in dealing against the 2 sins, who were now forced to attack in order to defend themselves. "Will, I guess you should go there yourself before someone gets hurt. Although they are demons, they are still my pen pals, you know?" William sighed before turning into a lightning bolt to fly in the direction of the battle. As soon as he appeared, Chloe stuck out her tongue and backed away in a hurry. She had been itching for a fight for a while now, and seeing that something interesting was happening, she wasn't able to stop herself from joining the fray. "Master, those 2 are our enemies," Charmaine shouted as her winged horse hovered beside William. "They were there during the battle in Ahriman's domain." "First, calm down," William ordered. "All of you stop fighting." As soon as William gave out his order, everyone immediately stopped fighting. He then gazed at the 2 ladies in front of him, who were also looking back at him with an appraising look. Superbia, who was said to be the strongest of all sins, aside from wrath, looked at William with a fearless smile. "Well met, William von Ainsworth," Superbia said. "Your mother has told us many things about you, and she hasn't told me anything about the 2 of you," William replied. "What are you doing here in the Silver Moon continent? Did you come here to spy for Felix?" Invidia, who represented the sin of envy, scowled after hearing Felix's name. It was as if the name alone was enough to make her puke, and she hated the fact that she was being grouped with the lecherous bastard. "I'd greatly appreciate it if you don't lump us with that filthy thing," Invidia stated. "We didn't come here to spy for him or to spy for the demon race in general. We came here to talk to you." "Talk to me?" "Duh." Superbia rested her hand on her friend's shoulder. She knew that Nvidia was starting to vent her frustrations about being attacked by William's forces even though they came peacefully. "Forgive my friend here," Superbia said. "Our journey has been long and rough. Just as we thought that we were about to get some rest, we were suddenly attacked, and were forced to go on the defense to prevent the situation from escalating." William nodded in understanding. "For now, let's go to the sacred grove to talk. My mother asked me to take both of you there." Just as William was about to leave, Nvidia called out to him in a grumpy voice. "Aren't you going to make your subordinate apologize?" Nvidia asked. "They attacked us even though we meant no harm." "Apologize?" William asked. "My subordinates don't need to apologize. They are here to protect my mother and the world tree from harm. Since they were not aware that you came with peaceful intentions, attacking you was the best course of action. Tell me, if Felix were to approach you and invite you to his bedroom with the excuse of wanting to just talk, would you agree to it?" "No way. I'd fight him to the death before that happens." "Yeah, my subordinates did just that." "What kind of logic is that? This and that are different things." William chuckled as he looked at the sin of envy who was glaring at him. From her witty comebacks, he assumed that Nvidia was someone who liked to quarrel with people. "Let's go," William said as he ignored the fuming beauty and led his subordinates back to the world tree. Superbia whispered something in Nvidia's ear, making her friend grumpily follow behind William's entourage. They had fled from the war in the central continent with the excuse that they were going to scout the Silvermoon continent to see what preparations the elves were making for the war. In the past, the two ladies thought that supporting Felix was a good idea. They didn't like the way the demon lord Luciel did things in the demon realm, so they supported his son so he could usurp his throne. They didn't expect that the man that they had chosen to support wouldn't live up to their expectations, so they decided to leave. The two of them could tell that Felix was looking forward to having his way with them and taking their powers, just like he was doing now with the ladies in the central continent. If not for the fact that Superbia and Nvidia had supported him before he became the Dark Heir, he would have already pinned them down and forcefully corrupted their bodies. To this day, Felix still thought that the two sins were still enamored with him, so he decided to let them carry out their scouting mission, while he enjoyed the beauties of the kingdoms he conquered. That was his greatest mistake, because it allowed Superbia and Nvidia to escape, and jump ship to William's side, far away from his grasp. "You don't have to worry about the High Priestess. She is treated like a princess," Superbia said. "Not even Felix dares to come near her in fear that he would suffer Ahriman's wrath." "That's good to hear," William replied. He had been quite worried about Eve's condition, so this was the first thing he inquired about after the two ladies had been served some tea and desserts by a grumpy Charmaine. "Still, we didn't expect to find that you had put the entirety of the Silvermoon continent under your thumb," Nvidia commented after taking a sip of her tea. "Color me surprised. Compared to that degenerate, you're quite promising." William ignored Nvidia and continued to ask Superbia questions, treating the sin of envy like air. This in turn made the lady with short green hair resent him. Superbia could tell that William was doing this on purpose. Perhaps, the black-haired teenager found the teasing of her friend interesting, so he decided to purposely ignore her. Because of this, Superbia stopped answering the half-elf's question and only looked at him with a sweet smile. That was enough to rot someone's teeth. The black-haired teenager understood what Superbia was doing, so he gave the green-haired demon a sidelong glance before standing up and leaving the room. William understood that the two had come to seek asylum under him, so he was the one that had the advantage. For the time being, he decided to leave them hanging and let his mother handle the rest. Although he still had more questions to ask, he needed to make the two ladies understand that the one that needed him was them, and he didn't need them. Superbia, who saw William's actions, shook her head helplessly. "This person is indeed worthy of being the Dark Prince," Superbia thought. "Since he has the upper hand, he's decided to make us meet him on his own terms, and not the other way around. What a troublesome fellow." Nvidia, who didn't know what her friend was thinking, just focused on eating, drinking, and chatting with Arwen. Since they had been pen pals for a long time, they had plenty to talk about with each other. "Lilith, I need to talk to you about something," William said as he lightly tapped his earring, whose pair was on the Amazon princess who was currently in the Tower of Babylon. "Will? What's wrong?" Lilith's familiar voice reached him even though the distance between them was vast. "The central continent is in turmoil right now. Did you finish conquering Hyperborea?" Even though they were far apart, William and Lilith would often talk to each other in order to exchange information. Since Lilith was in the Tower of Babylon, she was able to gather all the news from the continent through the city of Babylon that spread around the tower. "I have conquered Hyperborea and increased my forces once again," William stated. "However, I called you for a different reason. Superbia and Nvidia are currently here in the Silvermoon continent and chatting with my mother. What can you tell me about them?" "Oh, those two? All I can say is that Nvidia is like a honey badger that will attack anyone with words if they provoked her," Lilith answered. "Superbia, well, surprisingly that girl is quite level-headed. She's probably the smartest among all of us, and her fighting ability is nothing to scoff at. Most of us think of her as the de facto leader of the deadly sins." "I see. What happened? Why are the two of them there? Did they come to spy on you?" "Will, even though they are my sisters, if the two of them are a threat to you, feel free to jam it in." William blinked because he thought that he had misheard his fiancée's words. However, in order to change the subject, he no longer wanted to continue the discussion and asked her a few more questions relating to the central continent. "As you expected, the Holy Order seems to be holding back its forces," Lilith reported. "It seems that they just focused on containment and not eradication. The excuse that they are giving is that the civilians are innocent, and the armies of the various conquered kingdoms are under enslavement magic. They don't want to needlessly spill the blood of humans, and only want to kill the demons responsible for everyone's suffering." William snorted. "The Pope will regret her decision later. If things continue like this, the unity of the alliance will break, and all of them will just focus on defending their own kingdoms. When this happens, they will just be easy pickings for the demon race who have the backing of pseudogods." Lilith became silent before she spoke her worries. "Will, do you think the Tower of Babylon is safe? What if they decide to attack here?" "You have nothing to worry about. They will be making a big mistake if they poked the hornet's nest. Armin is not stupid. The moment his army marches towards the tower will be the moment they will all be erased from the face of the world." Lilith didn't know why William sounded so confident, but decided to trust him for the time being. "Aside from Superbia and Nvidia, has anything else happened in the Silvermoon continent?" Lilith asked. William paused for a brief moment before answering her question. "Ayla is now my concubine," William answered. "Also, I will be challenging Atlantis in a few days. After that, I will mobilize all the forces of the Silvermoon continent to head towards the central continent." "Ha! I knew that Ayla would become one of your lovers sooner or later, so that doesn't come as a surprise," Lilith commented. "However, the dungeon of Atlantis' final floor is very dangerous. Are you now confident that you can win?" "I have at least a 60% chance of success," William replied. "With my current forces, I am confident that I will be able to subdue the pseudogod that guards the final floor." Lilith fell silent when he heard William's confident voice. She missed him terribly, but her patron goddess had told her to stay away from him for the time being because he might corrupt her soul. William also didn't want that to happen, so when Lilith said that she would stay on the floor of Asgard, he agreed to her request and left her behind. "It's finally come to this," Lilith said after a few minutes had passed. "Will, be careful. I will be waiting for your triumphant return to the central continent. Wait for me, Lilith. I will be there soon. MMM." After their talk ended, William returned to the Thousand Beast domain to make his final preparations. The dungeon of Atlantis was the first 100-floor dungeon that he had encountered. It was hidden under the ocean and was constantly on the move while being guarded by the demigod, Leviathan. However, what William didn't know was that Leviathan was also a pseudogod. The guardian beast had just lowered its strength because its existence alone would destroy the ecosystem of the surrounding area as Atlantis traveled aimlessly in the deep and dark waters of the world. Thanks to Ayla's power, I have enough strength to put one more pseudo-god under my command, William muttered. Atlantis, it's time for you to once again rise up to the surface and show the world a power that has long been forgotten. William had long wanted to have a mobile fortress like Avalon, but since it was under Malachi's command, he couldn't get it. However, Atlantis was different. It was a city that could be controlled by the person that gained the recognition of Leviathan. Although he didn't know how he was going to be able to do that, he would worry about it once he had conquered the dungeon of Atlantis first. He didn't believe that, with the combined might of 8 pseudo-gods, he would be unable to wrest the city of Atlantis from Leviathan's grasp. A few hours later, just as William finished having dinner with his mother, Superbia asked him to talk in private with her and Invidia. The half-elf agreed because he wanted to know what the leader of the 7 deadly sins wanted from him after they had chatted with his mother that afternoon. Superbia told him to meet them in a location that was 3 miles away from the sacred grove. William thought that the 2 sins asked this of him because they didn't want to feel intimidated by the ladies that were always by William's side. The 2 sins were especially wary of Astrape, Bronte, and Titania, whose strength was something that neither of them couldn't gauge. I'm here, William said as he arrived at the promised location. What do you want to talk about? Superbia smiled before reappearing in front of William to deliver a blow that contained the full power of her divinity. The half-elf only had time to move his body to the side at the unexpected surprise attack that he didn't see coming. Got you! Invidia, who was standing not far from William, shouted as a whip-like weapon coiled itself around William's leg. This is what you get for ignoring me. The whip turned purple and William immediately felt a stinging pain on his leg. It was also at that moment when a series of notifications appeared on his status page. You have been poisoned by the divinity of envy. Your reaction time will decrease drastically. Before William could even finish reading the rest of status ailments that had been applied to him, he saw Superbia's fist out of the corner of his eye and immediately used his fist to deflect it to the side. Right now, William's strength had been temporarily degraded to that of a myriad beast, which allowed the 2 deadly sins to fight him on even ground. A series of powerful explosions rocked the surroundings as William exchanged blows with Superbia. Although he was able to turn his body around, he was unable to move from his spot as if was being held in place by an invisible force, which prevented him from dodging or escaping. Left with no alternative, he met Superbia's blows with his own, making the latter flash a devilish smile, as if she had met an opponent that she could go all out on. Invidia knew that something must be done in order to break the stalemate. Although she didn't hate William at first, the half-elf's attitude of ignoring her had made her quite resentful. So she decided to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. The sin of envy lunged at the half-elf with the intention of punching his face until she had vented her frustration. William sensed her sneak attack, so after blocking Superbia's attack, he twisted his body around to deliver a kick to the approaching green-haired beauty to send her flying. However, just as he turned around to deliver the blow, he saw a pink-haired girl with her arms pulled back in preparation to punch him. The momentary lapse in judgment due to seeing someone he loved appear in front of him caused William to receive Superbia's blow from behind and Invidia's blow on the chest. The half-elf endured the pain and unleashed a barrage of punch and kicks, which forced the 2 ladies to back away from him. Heh, it seems that you really like gluttony, Envy, who had taken Chiffon's appearance, said with a smug expression on her face. Although this appearance is a bit stuffy for my taste, I don't mind using it if it will make you suffer. Superbia didn't say anything because this was one of Invidia's ability. The sin of envy could freely change her appearance for a short period of time, and even gain the power of the people whose form he had taken, with the exception of the power of their divinities. For example, she could use Chiffon's martial arts skills, but she couldn't use the power of her gluttony, which could eat almost anything in existence. Wait, I have a better idea, Envy said before changing her appearance to Princess Sydney, who was the most beautiful among all of the deadly sins. This suits me better, right? By default, Envy could copy the appearance of the 7 deadly sins without any problems. In order for her to copy someone's appearance, she should have seen them personally first and imprint their image in her mind using her divinity. She could use the faces, as well as the powers, of those whom she had copied with her divinity for an hour every day. One could even say that she was the most flexible fighter among the 7 deadly sins because of this specialty of hers. This was why Felix was the most interested in her, because if he managed to gain Nvidia's power, he could practically infiltrate the alliance and wreak havoc within their ranks. Superbia knew about this, so she decided to take her away from Felix and prevent her from being deprived of her powers. Using Princess Sydney's appearance, Nvidia created 2 giant fireballs and hurled them at William. She wasn't afraid about burning the half-elf to a crisp because she believed that if he couldn't even handle this attack, then he was no better than Felix, whom they had betrayed. "You shouldn't have done that," William said in a voice that was colder than a block of ice. "You went too far." The half-elf felt angered when Nvidia took the form of his wives and used their appearance to attack him. Nvidia's power was so real that even if William knew that she wasn't really his wife, his body, soul, and mind still treated the sin of envy as if she was one of his wives who had died for him. This was the true power of envy's divinity. Perfect replication. Even if you know it was fake, your entire being will still recognize it as real. The half-elf summoned a dark blade and slashed at the 2 fireballs, making them explode. He then unleashed a backhand blow behind him, blocking Superbia's attack from behind. Suddenly, several shards of ice rained from the heavens, forcing William to cover himself in a dome of black flames. "All hail," Nvidia said with a smile as she stood on top of a floating snowflake. Her long light blue hair fluttered in the breeze, and her gaze filled with triumph made the rage in William's heart grow by leaps and bounds. "What was this lady's name again?" Nvidia said while rubbing her chin. "Ah yes, it was Ella. This body feels so light and powerful. I like it. What's wrong, Dark Prince? Ready to apologize to me now?" "Apologize?" William laughed a laugh that was filled with anger. "You are the one that should apologize. No, I will torture you first before I accept your apology. There are some faces in this world that you shouldn't touch." Suddenly the ground shook as William decided to fight without holding back. "I didn't mind if you attacked me because I was ignoring you," William stated. "But to have the audacity to use the appearance of my wives." The ground underneath William's feet broke apart, and rock and dirt slowly rose as if they were being pulled up by an invisible force. And Ella's face. The shaking intensified as a kilometer-long crater suddenly expanded around the half-elf. "This only means that you prepared yourself for what's coming next, right?" Without another word, a powerful explosion erupted around William as he flew towards Nvidia, who had taken Ella's form. Everyone important to him was his reverse scale, and Nvidia had touched it not once, not twice, but thrice, making the half-elf unable to control the rage he was holding back. "Die!" William said as he unleashed his most powerful punch that could obliterate an entire mountain. Overwhelming strike. Everything happened so fast that Superbia wasn't able to react on time. She could only gaze in horror as William charged towards her friend, who was frozen in place due to William's bloodlust and killing intent. Just as Nvidia saw her life fly past her eyes, the deadly fist stopped only an inch away from her nose. "Shit," William stated because he really couldn't force himself to punch the face of the person who had raised him since he was a baby. However, his attack was more than enough to make Nvidia's eyes roll up into their sockets as she fainted due to fright. The snowflake supporting her body disappeared, and she was about to fall when William reached out to grab her waist to prevent her from falling. Nvidia was still holding on to Ella's appearance, so it was very hard for the half-elf to see his adopted mother suffer, even though he knew that she wasn't the real Ella. What a scary divinity, William thought as he glanced at the lady in his arms. After making sure that she had only fainted, William then shifted his gaze at Superbia, who was looking up to him from the ground. "Had enough?" William asked in annoyance. "Yes," Superbia replied. "It's time for us to discuss things." Superbia and Nvidia attacked William in order to gauge whether he was worthy of their services. Right now, the world was divided into 4 factions. The faction of the Heir of Darkness, the Alliance, the Holy Order of Light, and the faction of the Dark Prince. Superbia knew that they couldn't return to Felix's side, nor could they join the alliance. Trying to join the Holy Order of Light was also not an option, unless they had gone batshit crazy. Since that was the case, their only option was to jump to William's ship and help him win the war that had already started in the central continent. However, the two deadly sins wouldn't recognize someone that was weaker than them. Because of this, they decided to fight William head-on, while his strength had been lowered to that of a myriad beast. The two of them were surprised that, despite the fact that he was at a complete disadvantage, he was still able to fight the two of them to a standstill. That was until NVIDIA used the faces of the people most important to him, causing the half-elf to go all out against them. Do you mind if you return her to me? Superbia asked as she looked at William, who was seated on his throne, and her unconscious friend, sitting on his lap, with her head resting on his shoulder. No, William replied. I am waiting for her to either wake up or return to her normal appearance. After that, I will torture her for a bit. You know that she will only use the appearance of your other wives to prevent you from torturing her, right? You have a point, but you're forgetting something. I don't need to do it personally. A moment later, Astrape, Bronte, and Titania appeared beside William's throne. The three of them will torture her for me, William stated. Enough idle chatter. Let's talk business. Ah! NVIDIA groaned before opening her eyes. William's deadly punch scared her witless and, before she knew it, she had lost consciousness. That bastard, NVIDIA muttered. I'll make sure to take revenge after I... NVIDIA wasn't able to finish her words because the first thing she saw was the black-haired teenager, who was looking at her with an amused expression on her face. Hi! NVIDIA's first thought was to back away, but then she found herself unable to move. The half-elf was firmly holding onto her waist, preventing her from moving, which made her feel anxious. Ha, ha ha ha. I was just joking earlier, NVIDIA said as she tried to pry William's hand from her waist. You know, Superbia and I were just testing you if you are worthy to become our leader. I wasn't really trying to kill you or anything. Right? William replied. Anything else? I was just a bit annoyed because you kept on ignoring me. So, I decided to play a little prank by copying the faces of your women. Oh, so it was just a prank? Why yes, just a prank. A prank between friends. Right? I see, William replied and gave NVIDIA a dazzling smile that made her heart skip a beat. Not out of love, but of fear. No matter how hard she tried to pry away William's hands from her waist, his vice grip on her remained. Superbia. A little help, please? NVIDIA pleaded after she saw her friend seated on a chair across from William. Why don't the two of you talk first, while I take a stroll? This place looks so beautiful that it just makes me want to appreciate the surroundings. NVIDIA's words made the corner of Astrape's, Bronte's, and Titania's lips twitch. The surroundings had been destroyed due to William's rage, and there was nothing beautiful around them that deserved appreciation. Even so, William still held the girl who currently had Ella's appearance firmly to prevent her from escaping. NVIDIA had only lost consciousness for half an hour, so she still retained Ella's appearance. Our talks ended just a minute ago, but William has attached a few conditions, Superbia replied as she looked at her friend with a complicated look on her face. What conditions? NVIDIA asked. For some reason, she was feeling a cold chill running down on her spine, as if her life was in danger. William planned to torture you. No torture. Torture is not allowed. Superbia cleared her throat before continuing her words. I knew that you would say that, so I negotiated on your behalf. Since you have the power to take on the appearance of others, you will spend at least an hour or two with William, while wearing the faces of the people he wants to see. That's all. Well, he will also drink your blood on a regular basis. Yeah? Could we skip that part? William, who was holding NVIDIA in place, chuckled. Of course we can skip that part. We can just go straight to torture instead. Isn't it just letting him drink some of my blood? That's no big deal. NVIDIA immediately backpedaled in order to prevent herself from being tortured. I am fine with this. You should have said this sooner. My blood tastes really good, you know? I'm sure you will get addicted after taking a mouthful. Although she was doing her best to promote her blood as if she was a salesman planning to sell her items in bulk, she was cursing William internally for being shameless. Her first thought was to escape the moment the black-haired teenager allowed her to go and leave the Silver Moon continent. She would look for an uninhabited island to stay on and wait until the war was over. Just you wait, Invidia vowed in her heart. Who would want to get sucked by you? Invidia smiled as best as she could, while cursing William and his mother for being shameless. But what Invidia didn't know was that the more she tried to look happy, the more William's gaze focused on her. He had only seen Ella's smile a few times in the past, and all of them were just fleeting moments. Now that Ella was gone, the half-elf realized how much he really missed her, although they hadn't seen each other for years when he was in the central continent. Knowing that she was still alive somewhere put his heart at peace. But now things were different. Ella was dead, and she used her artifact to protect the remaining part of his soul from being corrupted by darkness. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, we will leave for Atlantis tomorrow. William informed his subordinates through telepathy as he stood from his throne. Feel free to do anything for the time being. We will challenge Atlantis tomorrow afternoon. Yes, Master. Invidia panicked because William still carried her even though the discussion was over. Where are you taking me? Invidia felt alarmed because William was taking her away from Superbia. We're just going to start the deal we made today, William replied. I'll be leaving for a while, and I don't know when I will return. You don't know how long it will be until you return? Invidia felt reinvigorated after hearing William's words. Since the half-elf was going to leave, she could make her escape without anyone's notice. Yes, William replied. Since that is the case, our first session of drinking your blood will start now. I will not be seeing you for a few days, so I'll take this opportunity to get a down payment from you. Good. Very well then. Let's start this blood drinking session. Shall we? Invidia nodded her head happily. The sooner you go the better. I hope I never see you again. William chuckled internally because although he couldn't read Invidia's thoughts, he could assume what she was thinking. Because of this, he decided to teach the sin of envy what it was like to mess with him. Superbia watched as William disappeared while carrying her friend in his arms. William had promised that he would not corrupt either of them in return for their services. However, for some reason, she felt as if her friend, Invidia, would experience something that would make her wish that she hadn't stepped foot on the Silver Moon continent. Master, you seem to be in a good mood, Astrape said through telepathy as she zapped a giant squid who attempted to sneak attack William from behind. No, more like, he looks very refreshed, Bronte commented. Did something good happen earlier? Titania, who was standing beside William and busy shredding the other giant squids with her thorny vines, chuckled. It must have something to do with the sin of envy, Titania stated. After Master left the room, there was a faint smile on his face. He must have tortured her silly until she fainted. But, according to their agreement, he is not allowed to torture that bitch. Maybe it was a different kind of torture? After all, Master said that he would drink her blood. As if you don't know what happens when Master drinks someone's blood. If that girl's brain didn't turn to mush, I'm afraid that her entire body is like jelly right now. The three deities chatted more about the things that William might have done to Invidia after making him angry. They had entered the dungeon of Atlantis an hour ago and were currently bulldozing their way on the 80th floor with the assistance of the three nymphs, Opus, Loxos, and Hecaergos. Sepharon was also there, but he was just hovering in the sky and doing nothing. The ladies forbade him from attacking because his attacks were mostly AoE in nature, area of effect, and might accidentally cause friendly fire if not used properly. Loxos and Hecaergos, let's do an experiment, William ordered. Manipulate Sepharon's attacks like you do Opus arrows. But, Master, I don't know if I am able to do it, Loxos replied. After being subjected to William's blood-sucking, she had become more obedient, and didn't dare to offend him anymore, in fear that she would be severely punished again like last time. I'm also not confident, Hecaergos interjected. I'm afraid that I might not meet Master's expectations. Hecate was spared from being bullied by William because of the way she held back her words during her battle with the black-haired teenager. Because of this, she was also spared from having her blood drunk by the half-elf who had made her two sisters very obedient to him. Just try it, William replied with a smile. I won't punish the two of you if it doesn't work out. Everyone who saw William smile almost did a double take because they had never seen their master smile like this. Most of the time, William would just smirk, sneer, or look like an edgy villain. However, right now, his smile looked so friendly and, to a certain extent, innocent, which made the ladies look at him in a different light. Okay, I will do my best, Loxos replied. But, if I perform well, can I ask for a reward later? Okay, William agreed. As long as I am able to do it, then I will. It's a deal. Loxos immediately focused on the task in hand because she was afraid that William might change his mind. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania felt that they had missed a good opportunity to ask for a reward from William. Clearly, the half-elf was in a very good mood since he was smiling, and even allowed Loxos to request a reward from him if she did well. Just what happened earlier? This was the collective thought of the three deities who had been serving William for quite some time. Seeing the half-elf smile so freely made his good looks even more endearing, which also piqued the interest of the three ladies. His smile, which was like a refreshing breeze that blew away the exhaustion in their bodies, made them want to see him smile like that every day. When we return, let's ask NVIDIA about it. Astrape stated maybe she found a way to make Master happy. If we can replicate it, wouldn't that be great? I agree. Bronte agreed. I want Master to also smile at me. The two of you are hopeless, Titania commented. But knowing it is good as well. I might be able to decrease the length of my contract with him. Do you really want to decrease the length of your contract with Master? I don't believe you. Last time, you were even telling us that you were fine extending the contract's term after Master drank your blood. Nonsense. Of course I want my contract to decrease. The nymphs will only serve him for a year, while I need to serve him for 3 years. Isn't that unfair? Astrape and Bronte exchanged a glance before looking at the otherworldly beauty with smirk on their faces. None at all. William observed while Sephron's black flames were manipulated by Loxos and guided by Hecate. The youngest of the three nymphs, Loxos, transformed the phoenix's dark flames into dark arrows, which she was familiar with, and unleashed them the same way she did with Opus arrows. After a while, both nymphs got the hang of it and managed to transform Opus and Sephron's attacks into a continuous barrage of light and dark flaming arrows that fell on their targets like rain. Excellent, William commented. He didn't hide the trace of satisfaction and praise in his voice, which made Loxos more motivated to do well. With this, they were able to clear the 80th floor in a short period of time, and proceeded to conquer the 81st floor. Meanwhile, back inside the sacred grove, what happened to you? Superbia asked in a worried tone, as she lightly shook her friend who was lying on her bed, with a depressed look on her face. She didn't know what had happened after William had taken her friend to his domain. All she knew was that the black-haired teenager had only returned NVIDIA to her room an hour ago and, since then, her friend was like a vegetable who couldn't even lift a finger. William had given her a rejuvenation potion to recover her strength, but NVIDIA only regained the ability to talk and move after an hour had passed. I don't want to talk about it, NVIDIA replied as she buried her head under her blanket. Just let me sleep. I'm so tired. That bastard wrung me dry. Wrung you dry? Yes, I hate him. Superbia sighed as she patted her friend's head. Just endure it for now, Superbia said. Right now, we need his protection against Felix. If that pervert catches us, we'd probably never see the sun ever again. NVIDIA twitched under the blanket. Between Felix and William, she didn't know who was more of a pervert. But one thing was for sure. She was safer with the half-elf than the green-haired demon who had started to lust for the power of their divinities. Fine, I will endure, NVIDIA replied after some time. Just let me sleep for now, okay? I'm really exhausted. Superbia nodded her head in understanding. Although she was curious about what had happened between her friend and William, she knew that this was not the right time to ask NVIDIA about it. Rest well. Superbia looked at the curled-up shrimp under the blanket with a helpless gaze. Just call me if you need me. Okay. NVIDIA poked her head out from under the blanket and stared at her friend. Don't worry, Superbia. I will protect you from his clutches. Thank you. MMM. The sin of pride left NVIDIA's room with a confused look on her face. She didn't understand why NVIDIA said that she would protect her. She and the half-elf had discussed things properly and even signed a contract. There was no way that William could hurt her, because not only would it break their contract, but it would also undermine their cooperation. Pervert, NVIDIA thought as she closed her eyes to rest. She could still see William's face even after she closed her eyes, which irritated her to no end. Even when I begged you to stop, you still kept on sucking. If you are not a pervert, then what are you? The sin of envy regretted the fact that she had shown her ability of perfect replication to William. Because of this, she was subjected to hours upon hours of bittersweet and pleasurable torture, which made her heart tremble in embarrassment and shame. Right now, she was thinking of how to return the favor to the half-elf who made her experience a different kind of torture. Even though she wasn't subjected to physical pain, her sinful heart, that only knew how to envy others, felt like it was wasted on the half-elf, who made her regret her decision to attack him using the faces of his women. After William and his entourage cleared the 85th floor, the half-elf decided to take a rest in order to allow his forces to take a breather. A day has passed since they had entered the dungeon of Atlantis, and they were practically bulldozing their way through it. This wouldn't have been possible if not for the three nymphs who could practically see their targets from great distances and attack them without any shred of mercy. According to William's estimate, it was very possible for them to conquer the dungeon of Atlantis in 3 to 4 days. Superbia had told him that Ahriman had given Felix an artifact that allowed him to teleport to hidden locations in the central continent. This allowed the demon army to attack anywhere in the central continent whenever they wished. After her talk with the sin of pride, William found out Felix's new target, which made him frown. After making sure that Superbia wasn't lying, he immediately sent a strape to go to the city of Alabaster in order to talk to Holotha's superior, Whitefang, who was the commander of the army stationed in the city. Just as William had expected, the commander of the city was doubtful of a strape's words. However, after the lightning deity passed the letter he had written for the commander, alongside Holotha's letter, Whitefang finally decided to evacuate the city as soon as possible. In order to prevent the people from doubting Whitefang's orders, a strape hovered above the sky of the city and unleashed her pseudo-god powers, making everyone on the ground feel tremendous pressure, forcing them to either kneel or lay down completely. The lightning deity also unleashed several lightning bolts to destroy unoccupied houses and buildings, and weaved the element of lightning into something that resembled the end of the world. Whoever stays in this city will perish. I will kill anyone that still hasn't left this place when the sun rises tomorrow. You have all been warned. That was what a strape had declared, making the inhabitants of the city fearful. After making her declaration, a strape unleashed several lightning bolts to kill Felix's spies, who were hiding inside the city of Alabaster. William had temporarily given her the ability to detect enemies, and was ordered to kill them. Anyone that was glowing red was an enemy, so all a strape needed to do was kill them at the same time, to prevent them from spreading the news of her arrival. Given such an ultimatum, the people had no choice but to believe that their lives were in danger and follow Whitefang's orders. All the ships that were available along the docks of the city were commissioned by the mayor himself in order to help with the evacuation. To their surprise, a strape summoned several large wooden ships, as well to allow everyone to evacuate. William had bought these ships in the god shop and had given a strape a specialized storage ring to store them in. Half a day later, all the citizens had been evacuated and were on their way to the Silvermoon continent. Their journey would take at least a week, where they would be met halfway by the navy of the Silvermoon continent, as added protection. If not for the fact that the city of Alabaster was special to Holoth, whom he had already acknowledged as a concubine, he wouldn't have bothered to care about what happened to its inhabitants. But, In order to prevent his half-elf lover from becoming depressed, he decided to just save everyone, and even asked Whitefang to contact the Alliance and tell them about the artifact in Felix's hands, which allowed him to escape their encirclement. He had given Whitefang the permission to tell the Alliance that this information came from him in order to increase its credibility. William didn't care if the Alliance believed his warning or not. He had already done what he needed to do, and he no longer cared about what happened next. Right now, he needed to clear the dungeon of Atlantis as fast as possible in order to gain the last pseudogod that would make his forces the strongest among the factions in the world. However, he also knew that rest was important, so he allowed his subordinates to take a break. Suddenly, the corner of William's lips curled up into a smile before he closed his eyes. He had planted a mark in Invidia's consciousness, which told him if the latter had fallen asleep or not. After gaining the power of darkness, as well as merging with Donger, his incubus job class had gained many other upgrades that allowed him to plant his mark in the consciousness of women to allow him to visit and manipulate their dreams, even though they were far away from each other. Invidia found herself on a cliff overlooking the scenic view of a lush valley below. Several waterfalls could be seen in the surroundings, and their water sprays created multiple rainbows, which made the surroundings truly magical. Beautiful, isn't it? A familiar voice sounded behind her, which made Invidia jump up in fright. However, after that brief moment of surprise, Invidia immediately summoned her purplish whip and lashed out behind her in fury. Bastard! Even in my dreams you won't let me go! Invidia shouted in anger as her whip headed towards the hateful half-elf who made her suffer several hours ago. What are you talking about? William asked innocently as he casually dodged to the side. This is just a dream, so why are you attacking me? Fool! Do you think I don't know that this is a dream? What are you doing here? Maybe you were thinking of me? As if. Invidia hatefully unleashed a barrage of attacks that forced the half-elf to distance himself away from her. Calm down, William said as he raised his hand in surrender. I am not the real William. Invidia snorted. Do you think I am a gullible child? I'm a lucid dreamer. I am fully aware of my dream and can control it to a certain extent. I made sure that you would not appear in my dream, so the fact that you are here means that you forced your way in. Oh, a lucid dreamer? Very interesting, William commented. Well, I guess my cover is blown. You didn't even stand a chance from the get-go. Now begone. Invidia forcefully manipulated her dream to kick out the half-elf who might be planning to do something sinister to her. William smiled before he was forcefully ejected from Invidia's dream world. This was the first time that he had been expelled from someone's dreams, and noted down this possibility. The moment the half-elf opened his eyes, Titania smiled at him and asked a question. Master, did you have a good dream? Titania asked. You are smiling again. I am, William asked, but didn't bother to check if he was smiling or not. You are. Is that a bad thing? It is a good thing, Titania replied. I hope that you smile more often. William smirked after hearing Titania's words. He also noticed that he felt lighter after his session with Invidia, who was forced to listen to his demands as he drank her blood. Truth be told, a part of him was looking forward to his next session with the Sin of Envy because only by being with her would he be able to see Ella and Celine. Also, her perfect replication played a very important role. He had tested it when Invidia had taken on Ella's appearance and, to his surprise, the latter was able to perfectly replicate even the taste of her breast milk. The nostalgic taste made William feel like a part of his darkness-stained soul had been cleansed, and it greatly improved his mood, allowing him to smile like he did back then. Although Princess Ayla could do the same, the taste and effect were completely different. The angelic beauty's life magic could nourish his soul, but Ella's milk could nourish his entire being. This was why he decided to keep Invidia close to him so he could do a few more experiments. If this method could really strengthen and cleanse his soul to a certain extent, he might be able to regain some of the things he had lost after his soul was corrupted by darkness. Break's over, William said as he stood up. Let's go. William knew that the sooner he conquered Atlantis, the sooner he would be able to punish the cheeky, green-haired beauty who was currently celebrating her victory over William inside her dream world. 2 days after William entered the Atlantis dungeon. "We're finally here." William looked at the vast ocean in front of him. Aside from the platform they were standing on, the entire floor was submerged underwater, and they would have no choice but to venture inside it in order to defeat their enemy. Standing beside him were the 7 pseudo-gods that had accompanied him to conquer the dungeon. He didn't want to admit it, but if he hadn't acquired the nymphs, his chances of defeating the pseudo-god that governed the last floor of Atlantis was only around 15%. Due to the Quickshot Shepherd's passive skills, everyone in William's King's Legion could breathe and navigate underwater. However, even with that, it would not be enough to defeat the final boss who had an overwhelming advantage inside his domain. However, with the 3 nymphs assisting him, he could play by his own rules and force the final guardian of the Dungeon of Atlantis to fight them on their terms. "Let's start," William said as he rose up in the air. "Yes." Astrape and Bronte held hands and created a thunderstorm above the ocean's surface. The clear blue waters immediately turned murky black, as it reflected the skies where thunder roared and lightning snaked within the darkness. Sep Heron opened his wings wide and conjured several black fireballs around him. Opus knocked an arrow on her bow and drew it as far as she could. Loxos and Hecaergos activated their divinities in order to guide everyone's attacks to hit their target. Titania, as always, stood beside William as his protector. The Fairy Queen always played this role during battles because she could conjure powerful defenses that would not break easily. Right now, William's chances of clearing the dungeon was around 65%. But that was only on the condition that their attacks reached their target. "Open fire," William ordered. Immediately, Astrape and Bronte unleashed hundreds of black lightning bolts towards the water's surface. Sep Heron also fired his fireballs without care if they would get through to their target or not. Opus unleashed a barrage of arrows in quick succession. In truth, none of them knew where their target was except for Opus, who specialized in aim. The rest were just blindly firing their attacks, and left the rest to Loxos and Hecaergos. Loxos' divinity was trajectory, and Hecaergos' divinity was distance. Both of them manipulated Astrape's, Bronte's, and Sephron's attacks in order to hit the pseudo-god who had started to make his move. Immediately, loud explosions reverberated under the ocean's surface, and bubbles rose up to the top, making it seem like the ocean was boiling. The pseudo-gods didn't stop their barrage, and continued to unleash devastating attacks, allowing the 2 nymphs to manipulate them however they wanted. "Fly higher," Hecaergos shouted. They listened to the nymph's order and increased their distance from the water's surface. Immediately after that, several water tornadoes rose up from the ocean and headed in their direction like live snakes, attacking their prey. Titania harumphed and summoned several vine whips to break the tornadoes apart, but they kept on coming. "World end," William roared as he gathered the power of all the elements in his hand and created a giant orb of light that held all the colors of the rainbow. "Tempest." Firing the giant energy ball towards the water tornadoes instantly blasted them away because it had been coded by William's rule-breaker ability. Now that he no longer had any memories of Earth to burn, he could use this ability without holding back. Loxos gritted her teeth as she forcefully guided William's attack towards the pseudo-god who was attacking them from under the water. A moment later, a powerful explosion took place, creating a shockwave of water with waves reaching 50 meters high. "Did we get him?" William asked. "Yes." Loxos panted for breath as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. "He's coming." A gigantic tornado appeared in front of them, which forced everyone to distance themselves. When the water receded, William saw a man with long blue hair that reached his waist. The man was clad with armor that seemed to be made from the scales of aquatic animals. But the most noticeable equipment he had was a 3-tined trident which was emitting electrical currents. "You're finally here, Triton," William said softly as he gazed at the pseudo-god that guarded the final floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis. Triton, first king of Atlantis, ruler of the Lost Empire, pseudo-god. The first king of Atlantis, Triton, was believed to be a very wise and benevolent ruler that pursued great innovations. Because he believed that his race was the superior race, he tried to conquer the entire world and become its one true leader. Unfortunately, the gods decided that his ambition would destroy the balance of the world, so they sealed him inside a dungeon and made his people sleep within the city of Atlantis, waiting for the day that the gods would grant them forgiveness. "I've been waiting, Dungeon Conqueror," Triton replied. "Took you a while to come here. It seems that you made ample preparations just to deal with little old me." "Little old you?" William smiled. "I dare not underestimate the person that even gods feared to the point that you and your people were sealed." "Well, that's an old story," Triton sneered. "So, have you come to free us from the prison of the gods in order for us to become your slaves instead?" William shook his head. "I came here to fight against you. I know that you won't recognize anyone weaker than you, so a battle is inevitable. At least you got that right. Still, I'm at a great disadvantage right now. There are 8 of you and only 1 of me," Triton said casually. "How about we even the odds a bit?" As if waiting for his words, the sky, which was covered with thunderclouds, cracked, and a giant eye peered down on William's group as if appraising their strength. William was quite familiar with those eyes because he had seen them in the past. They were the eyes of the guardian of the outer perimeter of Atlantis, the demigod Leviathan, who had been forced to seal its power due to its ability to drive any marine creature around it into a frenzied state. "We met again, boy," Leviathan said. "It seems that a lot of things have happened to you." "Yeah," William replied. "Are you going to join this fight?" "That's right." "Fine. So be it." William frowned as the crack opened wider. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, Sepheron, as well as the 3 nymphs couldn't help but shudder at the gigantic monster that descended from the sky, dwarfing all of them. The primordial sea monster, Leviathan, who was said to be as old as the ocean of the world, floated above the water's surface, looking at William's group with indifference. "Come, boy," Leviathan said. "Show me what you are capable of." William stared at the dragon-like creature who was at least 2,000 meters long with a determined expression. Leviathan's appearance was not part of his calculations. Now that an unknown variable had appeared, it threw a wrench to his strategy of dealing with Triton. William closed his eyes for a brief moment before taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, the golden glow in his eyes intensified and the entire sky suddenly became pitch black. However, within that darkness, a few stars shone brightly, forming a constellation that watched over this battle from the heavens.